They hate you, but they can't stop watching you. That's not confusion, that's obsession in disguise. Ever seen a wildfire? It doesn't ask for attention, it demands it. That's you. Wherever you go, you spark energy. You pull eyes, shift moods, start conversations, even when you're silent. That's not normal, and deep down, you know it. People feel your presence like static before a storm. They whisper your name, twist your story, watch your moves like it's their job. And here's the punchline: they can't help it. You became the hot topic the moment you stopped needing their validation. Let's lock in a fact real quick. Neuroscience shows that the human brain holds on to emotionally charged people longer than neutral ones, meaning if someone keeps replaying your name, your story, your aura, you hit something emotional in them. Maybe it's envy, maybe it's regret, maybe it's fear. But either way, you're unforgettable. You left a mark. You lit a fire they can't put out. That's why they keep bringing you up, like your name is a trending stock. Up, down, sideways, still in motion. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thank you for being part of this mission. You're not just watching, you're part of a force. Now, let's zoom back in. You're not the hot topic because you're loud. You're the hot topic because you're rare, and rare things always create noise. See, when people can't figure you out, they fill in the blanks with gossip. When they can't copy your energy, they criticize it. When they can't reach your level, they start talking like they built it. That's not your problem. That's just the price of standing out in a world that rewards blending in. They weren't checking for you when you were quiet, healing, minding your business. But now that you've started glowing, they're on you like bugs on light. You're not hearing whispers by accident. You're not feeling watched for no reason. People always study what they fear or what they secretly wish they could become. That's why your name keeps popping up in conversations you were never invited to. They don't want your downfall. They want access. But through the back door of rumors, look deeper and you'll notice something wild. They act like you're too much, but keep talking about you like you're not enough. That contradiction, that's proof. Proof that you disrupted their comfort zone just by existing. You didn't need a stage. You didn't need a spotlight. You just needed to survive, to grow, to keep walking while they threw shade. And somehow you became the headline. That's not luck. That's impact. Psychology has a term for this. It's called social mirroring. People reflect what they're most focused on, and if they keep reflecting you, it means you're their mirror. You remind them of what they lost, what they failed to become, what they're still pretending to be. You're not the villain in their story. You're the truth they keep avoiding. No wonder they talk. Silence would force them to face themselves. But here's what really stings them. You didn't break. You didn't chase. You didn't need to prove anything. While they were throwing your name around like dirt, you were turning your pain into armor. You were building, glowing, rising. That's what kills them. You're not just the topic. They're watching your evolution, and that hits harder than any rumor ever could. Let me give it to you straight. Most people aren't talking about you because they hate you. They're talking because they can't match you. You're not just chosen. You're triggering. Your energy wakes up everything fake in them. Your growth exposes their stagnancy. Your strength reminds them how much they've settled. And instead of fixing themselves, they fixate on you. Ever noticed how weak minds gather around strong names? They need someone to discuss, someone to dissect, someone to drag. It makes them feel powerful, but behind that fake confidence is insecurity, shaking in its boots. Because deep down they know you're not their equal. You're the upgrade they never became. And let's be real, if someone keeps speaking on your name, you're either their lesson or their obsession. Either way, you win. So when you feel watched, when you hear things, when you sense the tension, don't shrink, expand, don't get quiet, get clearer. Let them talk, let them gather, let them speculate, because the truth is, the universe made you undeniable. Your presence doesn't ask for permission. It walks in, rewrites the vibe, and leaves them wondering what just happened. And yes, you're the hot topic now, but don't forget, being watched means you're walking ahead. That's what leaders deal with. That's what originals face. You're not crazy, you're not arrogant, you're aware. You've got that inner glow that can't be duplicated, and they feel it even when you say nothing, especially when you say nothing. You're the one that made it out. The one that kept going, the one that healed in silence and came back louder without speaking. And now they talk, not because you're loud, but because your energy won't shut up. That's the power of being chosen. So hold your head high, move with grace. Let the whispers swirl around you like wind. They're just proof that your energy is strong enough to echo without you even speaking. Because once you understand that being talked about is the tax for being unforgettable, you stop caring about opinions and start owning your impact. Now, sit back, chosen one. By the end of this message, you won't just understand why you're the hot topic. You'll understand why you always will be. And hey, chosen one, if you've made it this far, that means you already feel it. The weight of being watched, the tension of being talked about. You're not here by accident. You're here because you're the reason they can't stop whispering. So before we dive into the truth piece by piece, show you're locked in. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you're done being confused about why your name never leaves their lips. And if you feel this message speaks for you, bless the mission with a super thanks. Whether it's a cent or a stack, it keeps the light moving forward. Because this truth, it's not mass-produced, it's crafted for you. And now, let's get into it step by step. If you're really the chosen one, you won't be able to look away. Let's go. Number 1, you're the mirror they can't smash without seeing themselves first. They hate you for the truth you never spoke because it said more than their lies ever could. You didn't break them, their mask did. And the second your energy entered the room, it shattered everything they spent years faking. That's what they can't handle. That's what they're really running from. It's not your presence that bothers them. It's the reflection they see when you walk in. You didn't say anything disrespectful, didn't start any drama, didn't do a thing but exist as yourself. And suddenly, their whole act starts to fall apart. Why? Because realness makes liars twitch. You're not the villain, you're the mirror. And broken people would rather smash a mirror than fix what's wrong with their own face. That's why you're the topic of every conversation, because you walk with a kind of truth that doesn't bow, doesn't blend, and doesn't apologize for making the fake feel exposed. The moment you show up, people feel seen, not in the way they like, but in the way that hits them in the gut. You pull their insecurities right out of hiding without even trying. That's not arrogance, that's energy, and your energy is too raw for the shallow. You're not dramatic, they're just dramatic about your peace. You're not provoking, they're just triggered by your presence. You're not exposing anyone, they're just unraveling on their own when you walk in like truth wrapped in skin. It's like standing in front of a spotlight after hiding in the shadows for years. That discomfort, that awkward tension, that sudden drop in the room's temperature, that's their mask slipping, and they feel it happening the second you breathe near them. And let's be real, you've probably asked yourself more than once, why me? Why do they talk like that when I've done nothing wrong? But the answer is brutal and simple. Your existence is the test they're failing. You're the version of themselves they couldn't become. You're the peace they couldn't earn. You're the presence that reminds them of the work they refuse to do. That's why the gossip is loud. That's why your name echoes in places your feet have never been. You shine without trying, and that kind of light burns people who've lived in darkness too long. It's not your fault they can't take the heat, but it is your responsibility to keep the fire burning, because chosen ones were never made to dim down, so others can stay comfortable in their illusions. So when they stare, when they whisper, when they plot in circles that go nowhere, remember this: they're not reacting to your mistakes. They're reacting to your truth. And truth is the loudest thing in any room, even when it says nothing. Keep walking. Let them feel it. Let them talk. Because no matter how loud they get, they'll never drown out what you represent. A life they never had the courage to live. Number 2. You're living proof that excuses are just fancy lies in disguise. They called it luck so they wouldn't have to admit they just never had your grit. You didn't get here because of luck. You didn't wake up blessed with some secret cheat code. You got here because you refused to quit. Because while they were making excuses, you were making moves. And now that you've built something real out of nothing, they're uncomfortable. Not because you wronged them, but because you exposed the lie they've been telling themselves, that they couldn't do it, that it was impossible, that only the privileged rise. And you, chosen one, you just shattered that fantasy with every breath you take. Imagine this: someone standing knee-deep in the mud, and instead of climbing out, they keep pointing at the sky, saying, "Only birds get to fly." Then you walk past, covered in bruises, still bleeding, wings ripped but somehow still rising. That's what you did. You flew without feathers, and now they don't know what to do with themselves, because everything you are screams, excuses are lies, comfort is a cage, and survival is a choice. You weren't handed anything. You built with broken tools. You walked with cracked bones. You smiled when no one clapped. And you kept going when others would have folded 10 times over. That's the part they don't want to talk about. So instead, they twist the story. They'll say you had it easy, that someone helped you, that the universe gave you a shortcut. Because if they admit you earned it, then they have to admit they never tried hard enough. You are proof that pain doesn't stop the chosen ones, it sharpens them. Here's another truth: your success reminds people of what they never became. Your rise pulls the sheet off their laziness, their fear, their lack of effort. You make them question every maybe later they ever said. You make them remember all the times they sat back while you kept showing up. And instead of using that as fuel, they use it as fire, trying to burn your name just to avoid the heat of their own guilt. They can't call you lucky without sounding like cowards. They can't call you privileged without lying to themselves. So what do? They call you different. They make you the exception, not the example. That way, they don't have to look in the mirror and ask, if they made it from nothing, what's my excuse? You didn't break their spirits. You exposed the cracks that were already there. Imagine standing in a room full of people who said it was impossible and then doing it anyway. That's the rage you stir up. That's why they try to downplay you, why they whisper, why they roll their eyes at your name like it's a curse. Because you didn't just win, you proved them wrong. And for some people, that's unforgivable. They don't hate you because you succeeded. They hate you because you proved they had no excuse to fail. They built their identity around limitations, around being stuck and calling it fate. But then you came along, bruised and breathless, and kept pushing. You didn't wait for a green light. You became one. And when people see that kind of power from someone they swore was just like them, it breaks the lie they've been sleeping on. Some of them said, "It's not the right time," but you moved anyway. Others said, "You need connections to get there," but you built your own path. And when they see that, they don't feel inspired, they feel exposed. Because you made it real, you made it possible, and that forces them to admit that maybe, just maybe, they were never trapped, just scared. You turned your pain into a blueprint. You didn't just rise, you rebuilt. And that kind of strength doesn't just shake the room, it tears down walls. You are proof that the underdog isn't just a fantasy, that the unheard can become unstoppable, that the ones they ignored are the same ones they'll talk about when it's too late. You built while bleeding, and they still have the nerve to call it luck. But here's what they'll never understand. You weren't trying to prove anything. You were trying to survive. And in the process, you became living evidence that everything they believed was impossible wasn't. Now they see you, glowing, walking proof, and it burns because you're not just successful, you're pure contradiction to their entire belief system, and no one likes to admit their excuses were just laziness dressed in fear. So when they whisper behind your back, let them. When they twist your story, let them, because your existence already said more than they ever could, and deep down they know it. Let them stew in confusion. Let them obsess over your journey. Let them talk like they were part of your story when all they ever did was doubt you from the sidelines. Because at the end of the day, your results speak louder than their reasons. Your glow is too loud for their lies to cover, and no matter how hard they try to discredit you, they can't unsee the truth you became. So here's the real question. Are you going to keep shrinking just to keep their comfort alive? Or are you going to keep rising and let your journey torch every excuse left standing? Because chosen one, you didn't just beat the odds, you rewrote them. And now, you're living proof that anyone still hiding behind an excuse is just afraid of what your kind of truth looks like up close. Number 3. They hate that you're the blueprint they can't crack. You didn't just break the mold, you became the code they'll never crack, no matter how many times they study your moves. They've been watching you like you're some kind of mystery manual, like if they observe long enough, they'll finally understand how you walk with that kind of power. Silent, calm, and dangerous. But here's the punchline. They're trying to decode something they'll never access because you weren't built from instructions. You were built from fire. Imagine trying to follow a map written in a language you never learned. That's how they feel when they look at you, frustrated, lost, mad. You move different. You don't need applause, approval, or permission. You glow when there's no spotlight. You heal in silence. You rebuild in chaos. And they can't stand that your peace isn't performative. They keep looking for the trick, the formula, the flaw. But the truth is, there is no formula for being real. They ask themselves, how are they not burnt out? How do they keep going? Why do people listen when they speak, even when they say nothing? The answer is brutal, because you're not pretending. You're not patched together from borrowed energy. You're whole, even if you're still healing. You're driven by something they can't fake. Purpose. They copy the style, but not the substance, and that's why it never hits the same. They label what they can't understand. Too deep, too serious, too intense. But really, you're just too authentic for their shallow waters. They want your calm without your storm. They want your wisdom without your wounds. They want the power, but not the pain that forged it. So let them talk, let them obsess, let them mimic your surface while never touching your soul. Because chosen one, you're not a manual, you're a warning label, and only those who've walked through fire will ever read you right. Number 4, you short-circuit whole systems that thrive on silence. You don't play their game, you blow the circuit so everyone can see the wiring. You walk in and the air changes because you refuse the quiet deals. Most systems survive on soft betrayals, compliments that mean nothing, alliances that loot, and rules everyone pretends to follow. You won't join the handshake. You won't smile and sign away your standards. That refusal is explosive to people whose whole identity depends on pretending everything's fine. Imagine a building wired with old, dodgy cables. Everyone tugs the same switch and the lights hum along. Then you flip your own switch, not to break the house, but to expose the short. Suddenly, the hum stops, sparks fly, and people panic because the illusion of safety is gone. That panic is their shouting. That's them talking about you. You exposed the wiring. You didn't start the fire. You revealed the truth of the wiring so it can be fixed or it can burn. They call you confrontational because you name what they protect with gossip. They call you arrogant because you won't bow to systems that cost souls. Ask yourself, why are they so loud when you simply refuse to play along? Because their quiet votes of compromise and small betrayals depended on your silence. You breaking that silence forces choices. It forces people to pick a side, rebuild honestly or rebuild the same rotten way. That pressure terrifies them, so they twist the story to save the old pact. You're not trying to shame anyone. You're trying to stop the theft of time, dignity, and the right to be whole. You make manipulation visible. You interrupt the polite theft of energy. And when manipulation can't hide behind niceties, it gets defensive. Hence the gossip, the rumors, the sudden need to rewrite history. They need you to be the villain, because if they admitted you were right, they'd have to change. Keep this in your chest. Disruption is the currency of change. Systems will always prefer comfortable rot over painful repair. That's why being honest looks violent to them. But violence is what they call truth when it threatens their profit. So stand steady. Let them talk themselves into comfort or discomfort. You didn't come to play politics. You came to make the wiring visible. Let the sparks fly, the lights that stay on after the smoke clears. Those are the ones you helped survive. Number 5. They whisper, because you can't be puppeteered. When control fails, cowards resort to commentary, not because it's true, but because it's the only weapon they have left. Let's call it what it is. They're mad you're out of reach. You don't jump when they guilt you. You don't shrink when they flatter you. You don't dance when they pressure you. And that drives manipulators insane. Their little power plays bounce right off you, and now their ego's having a full-blown meltdown. So what's their backup plan? Control the story when they can't control the person. Imagine trying to play chess with someone who refuses to stay on the board. That's how they feel dealing with you. You don't respond to their moves. You don't chase fake apologies or beg for validation. You made peace with not being liked, and that's what makes you untouchable. They don't want your silence, they want your submission, and when they don't get it, they slander. They'll twist your peace into coldness. They'll call your boundaries attitude, your confidence, ego, your truth, drama. But deep down, they know exactly what it is, power they can't reach. You stopped being a puppet, and they hate that the strings don't work anymore. Ever notice how the loudest people are the ones who no longer have access to you? They weren't talking when they thought they had you in check. But the second you stopped being controllable, your name magically hit their group chats like a wildfire. They don't miss you. They miss the leverage they lost. And now they're trying to compensate with cheap talk. Here's the truth they'll never admit. Your freedom insults their need to dominate, and every time you walk away, choose silence, or enforce a boundary, they lose another illusion of control. So let them gossip, let them twist, let them project. You weren't made to be owned, edited, or managed. You were made to walk free, and that freedom is the loudest threat in a world built on control. Number 6. Your silence feels like arrogance to the insecure. To the unhealed, peace looks like pride and stillness looks like superiority, but really it's just strength they haven't earned. Your calm doesn't scream, it doesn't demand attention, it just exists. And that alone rattles people who only feel seen when they're loud. You're not restless anymore. You're not chasing applause or running circles around validation. That unsettles them, because the moment you stopped performing, they couldn't read you. And what they can't read, they fear. What they can't control, they label. You're not cold. You're just quiet enough to make their noise echo. Imagine this, you're sitting still in a room full of people running in circles, screaming, proving, flexing, and you're just there, solid, present, at peace. And somehow that one act of stillness makes you the most noticeable person in the room. That's your power. You don't compete for energy, you anchor it. But they don't see the battles you had to survive to earn that peace. They don't know the storms you had to walk through without shelter. They don't know the nights you had to sit with pain no one helped you carry. So, when they see your stillness now, they assume it came easy. They call it arrogance. They call it distance. But what they're really feeling is lack. The lack of that inner strength you fought to build. Freedom looks like pride to people still shackled to approval. You didn't harden, you healed. You didn't isolate, you evolved. There's a difference, but insecure souls love to twist clarity into coldness because it keeps them from facing their own chaos. Your boundaries are not walls, they're filters, and the ones who can't handle peace will always try to convince the world it's just pride in disguise. Let them. Because if your calm feels too loud, maybe it's just exposing the noise they refuse to silence. And you've earned the right to be unbothered. Let your stillness speak. It's louder than their performance ever will be. Number 7. You're the reminder that alignment beats approval every time. They trained for a system you outgrew without trying, and now they're mad that your rise wasn't earned the way they were taught to beg for it. You didn't hustle for handouts or sell your soul for a seat at their table. You didn't blend in to get picked. You didn't shrink yourself to fit some mold. You aligned with truth, with purpose, with your own path. And that's why you rose. Not through favors, not through politics, not through performance, but through presence. And that right there, that's what burns them to the core. They danced for attention. You just showed up in full alignment and still got noticed. Imagine a world where people believe worth has to be earned through struggle, hustle, or sacrifice. Now imagine you walking in fully yourself, no masks, no begging, and still being elevated. That doesn't just confuse them, it offends them. Because your rise says one dangerous thing, that maybe the system they've been working so hard to win was never required at all. You are living proof that when you're in alignment with who you are, you don't have to force anything. You don't need 100 yeses. You only need to stop saying no to yourself. And that type of internal clarity, it's unreplicable. So they call it luck. They call it ego. They call it unfair. But what they're really doing is coping, because deep down they know you didn't climb, you ascended. Your energy says chosen, and that pisses off people who spent their whole life trying to be selected. They resent that you didn't play the game and still won. Because if you're proof that authenticity wins over approval, then their whole performance becomes meaningless. And no one wants to admit that the stage they built was just a cage dressed up with lights. So let them throw shade. Let them rewrite your story. You don't need them to understand favor. You just need to keep walking in it, because real elevation doesn't need explanation. It only needs recognition. And chosen one, you've already been seen. Number 8. They can't block what they secretly crave. They roll their eyes at your name, but never miss an episode. That's not hate, that's obsession dressed in denial. They say they're over you, they act unbothered, they speak your name like it tastes bitter. But look closer, they're always tuned in, always watching, always circling your energy like moths that pretend to hate the flame. Because truth is, they're not repelled by you, they're addicted to the frequency you carry. Your energy hits different. It's not loud, but it lingers. It doesn't beg for attention, but it pulls it. You walk into a room and their skin tightens, their mask slips a little. You awaken something in them, not because you try, but because you are. And what you are? It reminds them of what they've buried: boldness, truth, aliveness. You're the frequency they can't download, so they settle for watching the broadcast. Every move, every word, every silence. Imagine being a walking signal and everyone else is tuned into static. That's you. They can't explain it, so they mock it. They can't copy it, so they criticize it. But they feel it. And that feeling, it keeps them locked in, watching from the shadows. They play pretend like they're not impressed, but their obsession leaks through every side conversation, every double tap, every attempt to discredit you that starts with, "I don't even care," but they say you're too much. Yet somehow you're all they talk about. They call you arrogant, yet they mimic your style. They label you fake, yet they stay plugged into your every move. That's not hate. That's fascination they can't admit out loud. You're the frequency they couldn't produce if they sold their soul for the settings. You live rent-free in their spirit, not because you're invasive, but because you're unforgettable. You reflect the courage they were too scared to claim. And every time they see you, that reflection screams louder than their gossip ever could. Let them orbit, let them watch, let them pretend, because you don't need their validation. They need your vibration to remember what real even feels like. Number 9. Your name is the pill they pop to numb their own emptiness. When healing feels too heavy, they grab the nearest distraction, and for them, that's you. They don't talk about you because you matter to them. They talk about you because you keep them from facing what does. You're the mental escape route they take every time the silence gets too loud. Instead of sitting with their own emptiness, their own failure, their own guilt, they reach for your name like it's a sedative, a hit, a dose of anything but me. You've become their coping mechanism, the safe villain in a story they use to avoid rewriting their own. Every rumor they spread is just another moment they get to avoid the mirror. You didn't ask to be part of their therapy. You didn't sign up to be their emotional punching bag, but here you are, rented out in their thoughts, unpaid, unwanted, unforgettable. They call you the problem because naming themselves would require too much honesty. Imagine being so emotionally bankrupt that the only way you feel powerful is by dissecting someone else's life. That's them. You're not their enemy. You're their excuse. Every time life hands them a mirror, they flip it around and reflect your image instead. Your name gives them relief, not because it solves anything, but because it buys them a few more minutes of denial. They don't want peace, they want distraction. Healing would mean taking accountability, and it's easier to call you the issue than face their own mess. So they build entire conversations around your decisions, your glow, your growth. Not because they care, but because it's easier than growing up. You're not the villain. You're the pause button on their personal responsibility. So let them talk. Let them spin their stories. Let them waste time renting space in your name while you keep investing in your purpose. Because at the end of the day, you'll heal, rise, and move forward, while they'll still be stuck in the same room, using your name like a bandage that never works. Number 10. You're the chapter they were too scared to even start. They didn't fail because life was unfair. They failed because they never had the guts to do what you did with nothing. Your life is the blueprint they pretended they'd build. You're the storyline they fantasized about, but never had the backbone to follow. You made the moves they talked about. You faced the pain they ran from. You bet on yourself when no one else did, and that alone rewrote everything they believed about what's possible. That's not just intimidating, it's devastating to someone who quit before they ever began. You're not just a trigger, you're living proof. Proof that the life they wanted was never impossible, just too real for them to chase. So now they sit on the sidelines, rewriting your chapter to justify why they never started theirs. They'll say you got lucky. They'll say you changed. They'll say you're fake. But that's just them trying to coat their regret in excuses. It's easier to call you arrogant than to admit they chose comfort over courage. Imagine someone staring at a blank page for years, telling themselves the timing isn't right, the conditions aren't perfect, the risk is too high. Then you come along, no map, no safety net, just raw truth and guts. And you write the whole damn book. That kind of audacity, it breaks people, because suddenly the problem was never the world, it was them. You're the unfinished dream they abandoned, the version of themselves they never dared to become, and that kind of reflection doesn't just hurt, it haunts. So they do the only thing their pride allows, distort your story. If they can make you look wrong, reckless, or fake, maybe they don't have to face the fact that they quit on themselves. But no rumor can erase the risk you took. No gossip can rewrite the fire you walked through. The ink is permanent now. You lived it. You earned it. And they'll have to live with the truth that your life became the plot they were too afraid to write. Number 11. You shattered the silence they swore was sacred. When you speak what they've spent generations swallowing, they don't hear truth, they hear betrayal. You didn't break peace, you broke the performance. You refuse to inherit the script, where everyone keeps quiet to keep the family together, where truth is buried under politeness, where survival depends on silence. You weren't supposed to question the dysfunction. You weren't supposed to heal. You weren't supposed to evolve. But you did, and that's what flipped their world upside down. What they call peace, you saw for what it really was, suppression wrapped in tradition. And the moment you said enough, the mask cracked. You didn't throw a grenade, you just stopped pretending. You chose clarity over comfort. And when you did that, you broke a contract that was never written but always enforced. Don't speak, don't change, don't disrupt. They weren't keeping the peace, they were keeping the lie alive. Imagine a room where everyone's been trained to whisper around the elephant, and you walk in and say its name out loud. That's what you did, and suddenly you're the problem, not the elephant, not the dysfunction. You for daring to expose it. You healing your wounds was an act of war to them, not because you hurt anyone, but because your transformation forced a reflection. You stood up and spoke when everyone else stayed seated and silent. And that kind of rebellion, it terrifies people who've built their safety on lies. They'll call you the disruptor, the troublemaker, the one who changed. But here's the raw truth. You didn't ruin anything. You just stopped bleeding quietly. And those who benefit from silence, they'll always try to make the loudest one look guilty. But chosen one, let them react, let them rewrite, let them scramble to protect the illusion. Because the moment you chose healing over hiding, you didn't just save yourself. You gave others permission to do the same. And no amount of backlash can undo that ripple. You weren't born to stay quiet. You were born to break the curse. Number 12. Your glow exposes the lie. They call humility. They don't hate your light. They hate that you had the nerve to turn it on when they were still hiding behind fake humility. You stopped shrinking, and that alone made you dangerous. You refused to water yourself down to make others feel safe in their shadows. You realized that being humble doesn't mean hiding. It doesn't mean silencing your gifts. It doesn't mean folding yourself in half so someone else can stretch. You let yourself shine, and now they're uncomfortable. Not because you're arrogant, but because you're honest about who you are. False humility is just fear in a robe, and your authenticity stripped it naked. They were taught to blend in. You were born to break through. So when you started showing up fully, unapologetic, powerful, aligned, it triggered everyone still performing fake modesty to survive. You made them feel exposed without even saying a word. Your confidence echoed through their insecurities like a siren. You didn't announce your greatness, you simply refused to bury it. Imagine walking through a room full of dimmer switches, and you're the only one set to full brightness. That's you, and every time you speak your truth, stand tall or walk boldly, they flinch. Not because you're loud, but because your light makes their self-denial impossible to ignore. So they label you prideful, attention-seeking, too much. But deep down, they're thinking, I wish I could live like that. They don't want you to turn it down. They just want permission to turn theirs up, but they're too scared to go first. So let them whisper, let them side-eye, let them shrink in your presence. Your light wasn't meant to blend in. It was meant to wake people up. And some will resent that. Others will rise because of it. Either way, don't dim, not for comfort, not for approval, not for anything, because humility isn't about playing small. It's about owning your greatness without apology. And chosen one, you didn't come this far just to hide. You came to shine, fully, fiercely, and without fear. Number 13. You're the survivor they can't explain away. You weren't supposed to make it, and the fact that you did wrecks the story they tell themselves about how life works. They watched the betrayals, they saw the losses, they whispered during your downfall and waited for the crash. But the crash never came. You're still here, breathing, standing, rising, and that alone has their head spinning. Because if someone like you can go through all that and still glow, then their excuses collapse. Their bitterness becomes a choice, not a curse. They don't doubt your strength. They doubt their ability to survive what you did, and it kills them. They needed you broken, not because they hate you, but because your survival proves their victim story is optional. You defied the script. You weren't supposed to rise from that kind of wreckage, but you did. And now they have to live with a brutal truth. Your evidence that healing is real, that justice exists, and that the story doesn't end in suffering if you're built different. So, to protect their worldview, they tell themselves you're faking it, that you're smiling through lies, that you're hiding some secret cheat code, because if you're actually okay, then they never needed to stay stuck. And that's what really eats them alive. Your survival wasn't a miracle, it was a masterclass in resilience they'll never study. They won't say it out loud, but your glow haunts them. You're walking proof that strength doesn't come from having it easy. It comes from walking through hell and choosing not to become it. You lost people who swore they'd never leave. You were blamed for things you didn't do. You were lied on, counted out, and watched closely by people who secretly hoped you'd fold. And yet, here you are, still whole, still moving, still powerful. They don't believe you're okay because they know they wouldn't be. Let them guess, let them doubt, let them sit in disbelief while you keep showing up stronger, calmer, louder in silence. Because chosen one, your existence is the evidence they can't erase. That truth wins, strength endures, and some souls just don't break. Number 14. You're the glitch in their system, proof that power doesn't follow their rules. You weren't chosen by their standards, and that's why your rise makes their whole system look like a lie. You didn't play by their rules, you didn't walk their path, you didn't check the boxes they were raised to worship, yet somehow you're the one glowing, winning, thriving. You didn't climb by kissing rings or reciting the script. You moved with raw alignment. And now your life is the punchline to their belief that power only flows through approval and tradition. That terrifies them. You're not just outside their system, you're the reason it's cracking at the foundation. They studied the blueprint, you burned it, they followed rituals, you followed intuition, and still you ended up on higher ground. How? That question haunts them because the only real answer is this. You were chosen for something they weren't ready to understand. Your rise wasn't political, it was personal, and nothing threatens a system more than a soul it couldn't control. Imagine watching someone skip every gate you waited years to get through, not out of arrogance, but out of authenticity. You didn't need their cosign. You became the signature. You didn't need their category. You redefined the meaning of chosen. Your favor didn't follow their formulas, and now they don't trust the math anymore. So they talk. Not because you're wrong, but because you're proof they might be. You've become the uncomfortable truth that their system was never the source. It was just the structure. And your existence screams that real power moves through purpose, not politics. You're not attacking them, you're not even talking about them, but your life makes their excuses tremble. Your peace exposes their performance. Your glow unmasks their gatekeeping, and that's why the gossip never ends. Let it come. Let them label what they can't understand. Because chosen one, you weren't made to fit into their mold. You were born to break it. And you didn't need their permission to be favored, just the courage to walk alone until the world caught up. If you made it this far, chosen one, then you already know your light, your truth, your energy. It's not just rare, it's undeniable. And the fact that they keep watching, talking, and doubting, that's just more proof you're built different. So own it fully. Walk louder in your silence. And if this message hit home, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're not part of the family yet, make sure to hit that subscribe button, because this space was made for souls like you. Your journey is just getting started. Stay powerful, stay present, and keep walking chosen. They saw your baby face and thought your brain was soft too. Now they're choking on the reality. People looked at you and made one fatal mistake. They judged the cover, not the content. You didn't fit the usual picture of intimidating. You smiled too easily. Your eyes had light in them. Your skin glowed like you didn't carry the weight of pain, loss, and betrayal. And that made them bold, that made them careless. They thought, this one's soft, this one's too young-looking to be a threat. But they forgot something important. Fire doesn't always come in loud explosions. Sometimes it burns slow, silent, and unstoppable. Let me give you a fact to chew on. Studies show people who look younger than their age often have higher emotional intelligence and resilience. It's not about skin care, it's about spirit care. You've lived through things that should have drained your light, but instead you kept glowing. That glow isn't just youth, it's your refusal to let darkness win. And that's what scares them the most. They couldn't figure you out. How could someone who looks this untouched by life be so unshakable? Why does your smile feel like a warning? Why does your silence say more than their loudest lies? Because they didn't just underestimate your looks, they underestimated your mind, your power, your depth. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are part of a force. Now let's get back to it. Looking younger than your age seems like a gift. And it is, but it comes with a sharp edge. See, when you don't look like what you've been through, people assume you haven't been through anything. When your face doesn't match the war zone you've walked through, people think they can walk all over you. They assume naivety. They assume weakness. They assume you're just starting out, when in reality, you've already mastered what they're still fumbling through. You've got the soul of a veteran in the skin of a rookie, and that's what's so dangerous about you. They look at you and think you're the easy one, the pushover, the soft-spoken target who'll fold under pressure. But what they don't know is that your silence is strategic. Your kindness is calculated. You've learned how to let people show their hand before you play yours. You've got the patience of someone who's seen the game 100 times and mastered it in silence. They don't understand that your youthfulness is not a weakness, it's a disguise. You were built this way for a reason. The universe doesn't make mistakes. You were made to be underestimated so that when you strike, it stings harder. Your glow is a trap they walked into willingly, and now they're stuck. Because you were never the fool. You were the mirror. And when they tried to play you, they only exposed themselves. And let's be honest, they hate how you still shine after everything. They can't stand how your smile didn't fade, how your energy still feels clean, how your skin doesn't carry the stains of bitterness or hate. You aged in silence, but you didn't age in spirit. That's rare, that's threatening. That's exactly why they targeted you. But here's what they didn't see coming. You're not just hard to break, you're impossible to predict. And that unpredictability is power. They thought looking young meant you were behind them in experience. In reality, you were 10 steps ahead. You already saw where it was going. You let them talk. You let them lie. You let them think they were in control. Because you knew their downfall was coming. And it did. They thought they could manipulate you, charm you, use you, play you, but every move they made just revealed more about them and sharpened more in you. They gave you intel, they gave you leverage, they gave you motive. Now, you're not just glowing, you're dangerous. You're no longer just the underestimated one. You're the one they never saw coming until it was too late, and it burns them up. They don't know how to explain why someone so young outplayed them, why someone with a baby face hit them with truth so sharp it cut their delusions open, why someone they saw as easy left them in ruins. But you know why. Because you carry ancient strength in a body that refuses to age with the pain. That's not luck, that's alignment. See, your youthful glow isn't just about genetics. It's the result of healing when it wasn't easy, of protecting your peace in chaos, of choosing not to become what tried to break you. That kind of light rewires you from the inside out. It slows your aging not just in body, but in soul, and people can feel that. They don't understand it, but they feel it, and it messes with them. You don't look young because you've had it easy. You look young because you didn't let the hard stuff poison you. And every time they try to test you based on appearance, you keep proving them wrong. Let them keep thinking you're soft. Let them keep assuming. The more they do, the harder the truth hits when they realize you were never the one to play with. You were the one sent to end the game. So wear that glow with pride, not because it makes you look good, but because it reminds them they messed with the wrong one. This message isn't just a compliment, it's a warning. And chosen one, remember, the less you look like what you've been through, the more confused your enemies will be. Keep it that way. Stay sharp, stay glowing, and never let them see your next move coming. And chosen one, if you're still here, that means your soul recognizes the truth when it hears it. This isn't just another video, it's a mirror. And if you're really built for this journey, you already feel it pulling you in. So before we dive deeper, drop 888 in the comments to let the world know you're the one they should have never underestimated. And if this message hits home, bless the team behind it with a super thanks. Because these truths don't come cheap, and your support is what keeps this light alive. Whether it's a cent or a stack, energy always comes back. You're not just watching, you're part of this mission now. And now, let's go deeper into why your youthful glow became their greatest misjudgment and your most unexpected weapon. Number 1. They thought your calm was weakness. Now it's making them age faster than you. The same people who tried to wrinkle your peace now wake up every morning with stress lines that spell your name. They thought your calm meant you were clueless. They saw your soft energy and assumed soft boundaries. That was their first mistake. What they didn't realize is that your peace wasn't passiveness. It was proof you already won battles they couldn't survive. While they were out there burning bridges, chasing chaos, and living for attention, you were mastering the art of detachment, quietly, strategically. You don't just look younger, you carry lighter. You walk without the heaviness of bitterness, grudges, or petty drama dragging on your face like a curse. And that's why they hate you, because while they're out here aging in real time, wrinkles deepening with every argument they lose, you're glowing like you've got time on your side. But here's the brutal truth. You didn't get this glow from an easy life. You got it from refusing to let pain rewrite your identity. They don't understand how you're still smiling, how your eyes still look curious instead of jaded. They assume you're inexperienced because you haven't turned cold. But the truth is, you've been through hell. They just can't tell, because you didn't let it leave scars where the world could see them. You healed inward, not outward. And that makes your glow different. It radiates. It's untouchable. The people who tried to disturb your peace, who poked at you, hoping to provoke a reaction, they were desperate to pull you into their storm, but you didn't flinch. You didn't spiral. You didn't crack. And that's when they realized, you're not calm because life is easy. You're calm because you're built for war and still choose peace. That's intimidating. They wanted you to overreact. They wanted you to lose it. But when you stayed centered, when your face didn't twist into rage or stress, they started questioning their own power. How could someone that calm, that radiant, that unbothered possibly be affected by them? And deep down, they know the answer. They don't have the range to touch you. You're not just aging differently, you're playing a different game. While they inject distractions to feel alive, you've been doing shadow work in silence. While they're showing off their noise, you're refining your soul. And while they chase beauty through filters and fixes, you've found yours in something eternal, self-control. They'll never understand the kind of strength it takes to not react, to stay composed while people throw stones and expect you to break. They think looking young is a lucky trait. No, it's earned, it's battle-tested, and it's the result of knowing what's worth your energy and what isn't. So let them talk. Let them guess. Let them keep aging in chaos while trying to figure out why they feel so drained around you. It's because your peace exposes their chaos. Your glow exposes their darkness. Your presence reminds them what they'll never be able to fake. You look younger because your spirit didn't rot under pressure. You stayed human. You stayed soft, but unbreakable. And now, every wrinkle they earn comes from trying to figure out why you're still winning without even trying. They messed with the wrong one. You were never soft. You were silent, and now that silence is louder than all their noise combined. Number 2. They let society drain them. You walked away and started glowing. While they aged trying to impress strangers, you stayed young by refusing to play a fake game. They sold their souls for likes and attention. You're aging in reverse because you never put yours up for sale. They chased clout. You chose clarity. The more they blended in, the more you stood out, and every wrinkle they earned was from trying to copy what you were born with. Imagine this, 1,000 people crammed into a room, screaming to be seen, heard, and validated. They're fighting over who's trending, who's right, who's got more followers, who's got a better car, who's dating who. Now imagine you, standing outside that room, in the quiet, breathing freely, looking younger by the second. That's the difference. That's why you glow. Chosen one, your refusal to play in society's drama factory is why you're aging like fine wine, while everyone else looks like they've been in a stress cage since 2005. See, most people are slaves to the circus, and they don't even realize it. They're chasing validation like it's oxygen, constantly performing, constantly comparing, constantly collapsing under the pressure to be liked by people who wouldn't even notice if they disappeared tomorrow. And that lifestyle, that obsession with being seen, it's draining their youth faster than time ever could. You didn't sign up for that mess. You took one look at the show, the lies, the clout chasing, the emotional fast food, and said, no thanks. You saw through the filters, the fakeness, the desperate attempts to look happy while crumbling inside. You chose real over popular, and that choice made you untouchable. Let's be honest, you've felt the pressure too, to post, to perform, to play along, but you resisted, you unplugged, you stopped dancing for a crowd that claps for the loudest, not the wisest, and that resistance, that quiet rebellion, it saved you. They don't know that though. They see your glow and think you've had an easy ride. They assume you're carefree because you don't carry the same darkness they do. But here's what they don't get. You didn't skip the pain. You just refused to let it turn you into someone fake. And that's what eats at them. Imagine someone drowning in a pool of gossip, constantly swimming in lies, betrayal, and comparison. Now imagine you on dry land, calm, steady, peaceful. That's why they can't stand to look at you too long. Your peace reminds them of the chaos they chose. Your clarity exposes how far they've strayed from themselves. And let's talk facts. Chronic stress, comparison, and emotional instability age people faster than time ever could. Their hormones spike from drama, their sleep suffers, their mind races, and it all shows up in their skin, their eyes, their posture. Meanwhile, you're over here aging backwards because you stopped letting outside noise mess with your inside world. You don't get involved in every argument. You don't respond to every insult. You don't chase trends or fall into every social trap. Why? Because you know who you are. And when you know who you are, you don't have to prove anything to anybody. That kind of self-certainty, it's rare and it's magnetic. That's why they watch you, study you, try to figure out your formula like you're some kind of cheat code. They don't get it. You didn't buy your peace. You earned it by walking away from the circus they're still performing in. They age every time they shrink themselves to fit in. You shine every time you choose to stand alone. They post every moment hoping for applause. You live every moment like you don't need it. And that's why they keep trying to drag you back into the noise, because your silence is louder than their shouting. Your absence speaks louder than their presence. You don't move with the crowd, and that's exactly why you're unforgettable. Ever wonder why you still look like you haven't been touched by time, even though you've survived things that should have left visible scars? It's because you stopped feeding on the chaos. You gave up the need to perform. You left the stage and chose to live instead. They're running laps in a rat race where the prize is fake approval and real burnout. You're not even in the arena. You're building peace somewhere quiet, somewhere sacred, somewhere they can't reach. And that's why they talk. They say you're too quiet, too distant, too different. Translation: you're not playing the game like they are, and it makes them uncomfortable, because deep down they know they want what you have, but they're too addicted to the noise to chase it. You're not buying status symbols to feel valid. You're not losing sleep over who's ahead. You're not sacrificing your sanity for a like. You're choosing soul over spectacle. And that choice shows on your face, in your vibe, in your energy. You're not worn out like them, because you never let society wear you down. They tried to shame you for not fitting in, for walking your own path, for ignoring the rules. But now they're staring at your glow and wondering why they look twice their age while you look like time skips you. You know why. You stayed true. You stayed out of the circus, and every wrinkle you avoided came from a moment you refused to play a fake role in a broken show. So when they ask, how do you still look this young, just smile. They wouldn't understand, because the answer isn't in products, it's in peace. It's in discipline. It's in knowing you don't owe the world a performance. And it's in the boldness to not care what the crowd is chasing today. Your glow is rebellion. Your calm is a threat. And your ability to remain untouched by society's drama. That's your secret weapon. Let them keep spinning in their chaos. Let them keep chasing what doesn't matter. You've already won the moment you walked away, and now you're living proof that walking alone ages you slower than running with the herd. You're not just glowing, you're glowing on purpose. And they can't copy it because they can't fake what they were too scared to choose. Number 3. You bounced back. So fast, they thought you never broke. They prayed for your downfall. Now they're watching you rise like nothing touched you, and it's aging them quicker than time. They expected you to stay broken. They banked on your silence being permanent. But when you walked back into the world with your head higher, eyes clearer, and skin glowing like you just came back from peace itself, it shook them. Hard. Because let's be real, they wanted to leave a mark. But you healed too fast, too fully, and now they're stuck wondering why their damage didn't leave a dent. See, most people wear their pain. You can see it in their shoulders, in their face, in how they move through the world. It's heavy, it's loud. But you process pain like a master surgeon. Cut deep, clean, stitch it up, and move on. You don't run from it. You walk through it. And that's why it doesn't rot inside you like it does in them. Imagine someone hurling glass at you, expecting to see you bleed, but you catch it mid-air, melt it down, and wear it as armor. That's your energy. You don't just survive pain, you recycle it into power. They thought you'd be bitter, you came back brighter. They thought you'd hide, you came back louder. They thought you'd crumble, you came back carved out of something they've never touched. Real healing. And healing, real healing, is the most rebellious thing you can do in a world that feeds on dysfunction. They hate how your glow says, "I've been through it," but your energy says, "It didn't define me." That contradiction, it makes them sick, because they're still dragging their wounds around like trophies, hoping for pity. You moved on. You turned it all into wisdom. And that's why you look young. It's not skincare, it's soul care. So no, you're not untouched, you're just undefeated, and that scares the hell out of them. Number 4, your glow isn't cosmetic. It's a warning they can't decode. They thought it was just good lighting. Turns out it was the light you built inside after surviving the darkest places they'll never understand. They see the glow and assume it's luck. They whisper about skincare routines, fake smiles, and good genes, trying to explain something they'll never be able to manufacture. But what they don't realize is this. Your glow isn't for sale, and it damn sure isn't surface level. It's built from pain, shaped by healing, and powered by things this world can't imitate. While they layer on filters to hide their scars, you faced your wounds raw and rebuilt yourself without shortcuts. You didn't mask the pain, you mined it. You didn't skip the suffering, you alchemized it. And that glow they hate, that's not youth, that's your battle armor reflecting light. Imagine walking through a fire so intense it could melt most people, and coming out not only alive but brighter. That's you. You wear survival like it's woven into your skin, and they can't stand it. Because deep down, they know you earned every ounce of peace they're still pretending to have. They call it a vibe. They call it energy. But let's be real, it's presence. And presence like yours. It messes with people. It forces them to feel everything they've been avoiding. That's why they flinch when you walk in a room. That's why they stare. Your calm shakes their chaos. Your light exposes the cracks in their mask. You glow not because life's been easy, but because you refuse to let it harden you. That kind of beauty can't be taught. It can't be bought. It radiates from a soul that has nothing left to prove. So when they try to copy you, let them. Let them spend thousands chasing what you built in silence. Because while they keep asking, what's their secret, you'll keep living in the answer. You didn't get the glow from escaping the darkness. You got it by becoming the light inside it. Number 5, stress tried to break you. You turned it into a weapon. They threw storms at you hoping you'd drown. You surfed the waves like it was your training ground. Stress destroys most people. You can see it in their faces, their posture, their eyes. It sits on them like a weight they've stopped trying to lift. But not you. You wear stress differently. Or more accurately, you don't wear it at all. You've mastered something they still can't figure out. You feel the pressure, but you don't become it. They tried to crack you by feeding you chaos. They wanted to see you unravel, but instead they watched you stay composed. Not because life is easy, but because you've trained your mind to stay clear when everything around you gets loud. That's what confuses them. You don't flinch like they do. You don't fall apart. And in a world full of panic, calm is power. Imagine a flame dancing in the middle of a hurricane, untouched. That's you. You don't escape stress. You absorb it, break it down, and turn it into drive. While others are out here aging from anxiety, you're evolving from adversity. They keep asking, how are they not overwhelmed? But the truth is, you are. You just don't let it eat you. You don't cling to what you can't change. You move, adapt, refocus. While they freeze, you flow. And that's why you glow while they grey. Most people carry stress like a second skin. You treat it like a passing shadow. It visits, but it doesn't live inside you. And because you don't let stress rot your spirit, it doesn't stain your face, your energy, or your presence. They think you're lucky. No, you're trained. So when they try to disrupt your peace, let them try. Your calm isn't weakness, it's resistance, it's discipline, it's the quiet strength of someone who refuses to hand their nervous system over to nonsense. That's the secret they'll never learn. Stress didn't skip you, you just learned how to flip it into fuel. Number 6, you don't just set boundaries, you build fortresses they can't climb. They didn't like your distance because it made their access feel cheap, so they called it attitude when it was actually self-respect. Most people toss their energy around like loose change, begging for validation in all the wrong places. They bleed for attention, burn out trying to fit in, and wonder why they always feel drained. But you've learned something they still don't understand. Your peace is priceless, and not everyone deserves a peace. You don't just protect your energy, you guard it like it's the last flame on earth. And it shows. You don't walk around tired, bitter, or pulled in 10 directions because you've mastered one truth. Who you allow in is who you become. Imagine a vault, thick walls, heavy steel, laser precision access. That's how you treat your time, your presence, your vibe. Not out of arrogance, but out of survival. You've been through enough to know that peace isn't a luxury. It's oxygen. And you don't give that to just anyone. They tried to guilt trip you. You've changed, they said. No, you evolved. You stopped handing your light to people who only showed up with shadows. You stopped dimming yourself just to make the unworthy comfortable. They think your boundaries are harsh, but those boundaries are the reason you're still glowing. You're not drained because you don't entertain drama. You're not aging like they are because you're not dancing in chaos to be liked. You're not cold, you're clear. And that clarity, it intimidates people who live in confusion. When you say no, it hits like a brick wall. When you walk away, they feel the silence more than any argument. That's what happens when your energy is whole. It becomes untouchable. You don't owe anyone access. You don't have to explain your peace. You're not avoiding life, you're curating it. And because of that, you look untouched by the madness they constantly feed on. Let them call you guarded. Let them complain they can't get close. That's the point. You're not easy to reach because you're not easy to break. Number 7, you let go. So fast, they thought you never cared. But that's what saved you. They begged for control. You chose clarity. That's why they age in confusion while you walk away looking younger. Most people are drowning in things they should have let go of years ago. Dead friendships, fake love, outdated dreams, fake validation. They grip pain like it's proof of loyalty. But you've mastered the quiet flex of detachment, and it shows, not just in your face, but in your energy, your walk, your glow. They think detachment is cold. They think your silence means you never cared. But what they don't understand is this. You cared enough to feel it, learn from it, and then release it. That's real strength. Because holding on? That's easy. Anyone can carry poison. Letting it go before it eats you alive. That's power. Imagine someone dragging a rusted chain behind them everywhere they go, clinking, heavy, slowing them down. That's most people. You dropped it, quietly, fully, and now they can't figure out why you're moving so free while they're stuck spinning in circles. Detachment isn't about being heartless, it's about being clear-hearted. You've learned that peace costs less when you stop negotiating with things meant to end. You stopped explaining your worth, stopped begging for closure, stopped clinging to temporary people who never had the capacity to love you right. That decision added years back to your life. They watched you walk away from things they thought you'd fight for, but you weren't giving up. You were leveling up. You chose freedom over familiarity, peace over proof, truth over attachment. And that's the secret they can't swallow. You're not aging like them because you're not emotionally tangled like them. You move with trust, not in people, but in your own energy, in timing, in the fact that what's meant will stay and what's not will fall away. That's a level of emotional control most people never reach. And it's why your spirit stays light. So when they say, you moved on fast, smile. That glow on your face. It's what happens when you finally stop carrying what was never yours to hold. Number 8, they aged chasing trends. You stayed timeless by living the truth. They sprinted toward relevance and ran straight into exhaustion. You stayed still and somehow outran them all. While the world scrambles to keep up, new trends, new opinions, new identities every week, you move like a monk in a stampede, calm, rooted, unbothered. That's what makes you ageless. Not because you're trying to freeze time, but because you flow with it while everyone else fights it. You're not distracted by what's in, you're tuned into what's real. That's what separates you. Trends expire, truth doesn't. And while everyone else is busy shaping themselves into whatever gets attention today, you're living by codes that have always worked and always will. You understand that life isn't a race to the top, it's a rhythm, and those who chase time will always lose to the ones who respect it. You don't rush, you don't cling, you don't rewind. You exist fully in the now, and that's why your energy feels light while theirs feels frantic. Imagine standing in a rushing river, people all around you drowning in panic, trying to control the current. And there you are, floating, eyes closed, flowing with it, not against it. That's how you move through life. And that's why they don't get you. They can't figure out how you stay so calm, so centered, so unaging. But here's the truth. You're not lost in time. You're aligned with it. You know when to speak and when to fall silent, when to walk away and when to root deeper. You listen to life instead of screaming over it, and that's what keeps you timeless. They measure success in numbers. You measure it in peace. They live from the outside in. You live from the inside out. And that's why no trend can outshine you. You weren't built to follow noise. You were built to embody stillness. So when people say there's something different about you, just nod. Let them wonder. Because you didn't get this glow by chasing the moment. You got it by mastering what never goes out of style, truth. Number 9. They took your softness for stupidity. Now they're learning you're sharp enough to cut quietly. They played sweet with you thinking you'd fall for it, only to realize you were already 3 steps ahead, smiling at their downfall. Your kindness made them overconfident. Your warmth made them underestimate you. That was their mistake. They thought soft meant simple. They thought generous meant gullible. But what they didn't see was that behind every kind word, every calm smile, was a mind sharper than their manipulation. You're not kind because you don't know darkness. You're kind because you do, and you chose not to become it. That's what throws them off. They expect people to match their games, but you don't fight dirty. You win in silence. Imagine walking into a garden that looks peaceful, soft, serene, then realizing the ground is made of steel. That's you. The surface is grace, but beneath it, strategy, strength, and a radar that picks up on energy before words even hit the air. They don't realize you let them speak just to study the way they lie. You let them move just to learn their patterns. You give them the rope. They hang themselves, not because you're cruel, but because you don't need to clap back to win. Your peace is the punishment. They wanted to exploit your light, but your light exposed them. They walked in, assuming you'd be easy to use, and walked out confused, rejected, and feeling smaller. Why? Because you weren't easy to fool. You just didn't show your cards until it was too late. And let's make this clear. Your glow isn't childish. It's the afterglow of wisdom most people never earn. You've seen the worst in people and chose to stay golden. That's not innocence. That's power under perfect control. So when they say, "You're too nice," smile. That's the setup, because the moment they mistake kindness for weakness is the moment you quietly dismantle their entire illusion. And nothing ages a manipulator faster than realizing the naive one was actually the quiet storm they'll never be ready for. Number 10. They chased applause. You found peace without an audience. They needed claps to feel alive. You needed silence to feel real, and that difference shows in your glow. Most people are addicted to validation. They chase it like oxygen, scrolling for likes, begging for comments, shape-shifting just to be accepted by people who don't even know who they are. But you built yourself in silence, brick by brick, with no audience and no applause. That's why you're radiant, and that's why they're exhausted. They say, "You've changed," but what they really mean is you stopped needing them to feel whole. You stopped auditioning. You stopped begging to be seen. You saw yourself, and that was enough. And that level of self-respect? It shines. It doesn't wrinkle under rejection. It doesn't age in the spotlight. It stays sovereign. Imagine a plant growing in a dark room. No sunlight, no cheers, just water, discipline, and quiet growth. Then one day, it breaks through the surface, full bloom, untouchable. That's you. While they were busy being performative, you were being real. And that reality, it reflects in your face, in your walk, in your peace. They confuse your confidence with arrogance, but that's because they don't know what wholeness looks like without external noise. You're not posting for approval. You're not changing for clout. You're not measuring your value by reactions. You've escaped the trap they're still dancing in. And here's the brutal truth. They envy that. They envy how you don't need to prove yourself, how you stay grounded without a crowd, how you glow without needing a stage, because they're performing and burning out. You're living and shining brighter every day. So when they say, "You don't care what people think," take that as confirmation. You don't. Because chasing approval is a full-time job, and you already built the life they're still begging to be validated for. Number 11. They tried to define you, but you'd already outgrown the box. They keep reacting to who you were, while you keep evolving into someone they'll never catch. You're not glowing because life's been soft on you. You're glowing because you outgrew everything that tried to dim you. While the world clings to stability and labels, you treat life like a constant upgrade. You aren't who you were last month, and that's exactly why they can't figure you out. You evolve too fast for their comfort. Just when they think they've got you labeled, boom, you shed that skin. Emotionally, mentally, energetically, you're in motion. And people who hate change, they hate you by default. Not because you've wronged them, but because your transformation reminds them how long they've stayed stuck. Imagine a snake shedding its skin in silence while the rest of the forest watches in fear. That's you. Change doesn't scare you. It fuels you. You see endings as beginnings, discomfort as growth, pressure as the birthplace of something new. That mindset, it's rare, it's powerful, and it's why time can't touch you. Others are out here trying to stay the same to feel safe. You're burning through old versions of yourself like dead wood, feeding the fire of who you're becoming. That's the real secret behind your glow. You don't resist evolution. You invite it. You listen when the old version of you starts to feel heavy. You pivot, you learn, you stretch. And in doing so, you keep your soul young, your energy sharp, and your presence unpredictable. That's why they can't box you in, can't pin you down, can't use your past against you, because by the time they weaponize the old you, you've already become someone else. And let's be real, that scares them. You're not just evolving, you're escaping the very systems they depend on to control people. You don't fit, you shed, you don't freeze in place, you flow forward. And that fluidity, that adaptability, it makes you timeless. So when they say you've changed, just smile. They're not wrong. You're changing so fast, even time can't keep up. Number 12, you don't just glow, you're tapped into something they can't touch. They keep charging their souls with trends and noise. You're plugged into the source, and that's why you never run out of light. They don't understand why you never burn out, why your energy doesn't flicker, your glow doesn't fade, your peace doesn't crack under pressure. But that's because they don't see the socket you're plugged into. They're running on borrowed energy. You're channeling the infinite. You don't depend on hype, attention, or validation to stay lit. Your glow isn't battery-powered. It's wired into something older than time itself. Truth, alignment, stillness, discipline, the kind of things most people run from. While they're out here running on fumes, pretending to be okay, you're consistently nourished by something real, eternal, steady. Imagine standing in a storm with your eyes closed, not because you're blind, but because you know the storm can't touch you. That's your life. You're grounded in something bigger. You don't react to everything because not everything deserves a reaction. You don't panic because you trust the current. You don't age like them because you don't feed your soul what they feed theirs. They're out here sipping attention like it's water, dying of thirst anyway. You drink from the well within, quietly, daily, and it shows. They ask, how do you stay so calm, so centered, so light? But they don't really want the answer, because the answer would require them to stop chasing, stop faking, stop filling their lives with noise, and most of them can't. They want results, not roots. But you chose roots. You chose alignment. You chose stillness in a loud world, and now your glow doesn't flicker like theirs. It radiates. This isn't about religion. This is about connection to self, to purpose, to rhythm, to the things that don't collapse when the world does. That connection is why you don't panic when plans fall apart. Why your energy resets instead of crashes. Why your skin doesn't age with your pain. You're not just glowing, you're anchored. They can't explain it, so they call it luck. But this isn't luck. This is legacy. This is the energy of someone who wakes up in tune with something bigger than algorithms, opinions, or timelines. So let them chase the next thing. Let them age trying to keep up. you'll stay rooted, tapped in, and timeless, because when you're aligned with what's eternal, you stop aging like everyone else. Number 13, your glow exposes their rot, and that's why they can't stand you. They don't hate your light, they hate the way it shows them everything they gave up on. Every room you walk into, your glow doesn't just arrive, it confronts. You don't even have to say a word. Your presence alone starts shaking foundations, because you're not just another face, you're a mirror. And mirrors make people uncomfortable, especially the ones who've stopped liking what they see. You're not aging like them, not because you've had it easier, but because you never gave up on yourself, and that alone, it burns them up inside. You're the reflection of their could have been, the passion they silenced, the joy they traded for bitterness, the light they let go of years ago. Now you walk in, vibrant, alive, glowing, and suddenly they remember everything they lost. They say you're arrogant, too happy, too into yourself. But what they really mean is, you remind me of who I was before I gave up. Imagine a dusty mirror sitting in a room full of people who haven't cleaned their reflection in years. You walk in, polished, clean, lit from within, and now they're forced to look, not at you, at themselves. That's why they get hostile. Not because you did something wrong, but because you've become a living contradiction to the excuses they built their identity around. They carry their stress on their face, their grudges in their spine, their regrets in their posture. You carry none of that, not because you haven't suffered, but because you chose to heal instead of rot. And that decision, it made you radiant. It made you magnetic, and it made you threatening. So let them talk, let them project, let them throw shade from the shadows they're hiding in, because every insult is just proof that your glow is doing its job, exposing the lies they tell themselves when the lights are off. You don't owe them comfort, you don't owe them silence, and you sure as hell don't owe them dimness. You're not their enemy, you're their reflection, and that's the real reason they can't stand the way you shine. And that glow you carry, it's not just light, it's truth, discipline, and everything they tried to silence in you. Let them talk, let them doubt, let them age in bitterness. You've already won by staying aligned, staying sharp, and staying you. Press the like button if this message hit home, and if you're not already part of this powerful family, hit that subscribe button and step fully into your glow. You're not just watching, you're becoming, and we're just getting started. You didn't just survive the circus, you made the clowns quit performing. That's the part that stings them the most. They built the stage, rehearsed the lies, choreographed your downfall, and still ended up being the joke of their own show. You didn't even need to lift a finger. You just stood there, silent, unbothered, while they drowned in the chaos they created. That's not luck. That's psychological warfare executed with class. It's funny, isn't it, how filth always assumes it can stain gold. They thought dragging your name through their mud would make you dirty, but mud doesn't stick to fire. You burned right through their little performance and the smoke that followed. That's their reputation collapsing. You didn't fight back because you didn't have to. You were never in the same league to begin with. You were the calm in the storm, and they were just wind, loud, and directionless. Here's a fact they'll never admit. When someone refuses to react, it breaks the manipulator's entire system. They need your emotions to survive. They feed off your defense, your explanations, your panic. But you starved them. You took away their fuel. And that silence was the sound of their power dying. Psychologists call it extinction behavior, when the predator realizes the prey no longer dances for its amusement. That's exactly what happened here. You didn't just handle that disgusting situation, you ended it by refusing to play. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message forward. Press like, subscribe, and help spread it to others, because what you're doing isn't small. It's a ripple of resistance in a world that worships noise. You're not just one person, you're part of a force. Now let's get back to your story. See, the universe has a dark sense of humor. It loves to let fools expose themselves while you stand there watching. And oh, how they exposed themselves. Every rumor they spread became a confession. Every insult they threw was a mirror. They tried to humiliate you publicly, but ended up writing your legend instead. That's how poetic justice works. The universe doesn't argue, it arranges, and it arranged for your silence to be the loudest moment of their lives. Let's talk about that silence, the same one they mistook for weakness, until it started haunting them, because silence is a mirror, and when you gave them nothing to hit, they started seeing themselves. You ever notice how guilty people talk too much? How liars over-explain? That's because truth stays still. It doesn't chase rumors, it watches them die of exhaustion. That's what you did. You didn't react. You let the truth rot their image from the inside. They thought you'd beg, break, or lash out. But you were composed, surgical, terrifyingly calm. You made peace look dangerous. You made composure look like a weapon. You didn't lower yourself to their level. You raised the entire standard of what control looks like. You were so unbothered that it became unsettling. You turned their obsession into their undoing. And now, they can't even mention your name without remembering how badly they failed to shake you. Here's the beauty of what happened. When you refused to respond, you created psychological distance. That distance turned into power. Power turned into mystery. Mystery turned into fascination. And now, even your haters are students of your silence. They're analyzing your calm, replaying your reactions, trying to decode how you didn't collapse like they did. The truth is, they can't imitate it, because composure requires character, and they traded theirs for gossip long ago. You handled that disgusting situation like an apex predator handles a threat. No panic, no noise, just quiet calculation. You didn't react emotionally because you understood something they didn't. People who want to drag you down are already below you. The second you argue with them, you step off your throne, and you, chosen one, stayed seated. You let their desperation perform below while you sat in quiet amusement above. That's what unsettles them. They realize too late that they were entertainment, not enemies. You ever see a snake try to bite steel? That's what it looked like. They struck at something they could never damage. Every attack they threw bounced back and hit them harder. They tried to poison your name, but ended up tasting their own venom. And the crowd that once laughed with them? Now they're whispering about how you stayed unshaken while your enemies self-destructed. They can't even hate you properly anymore. They're too busy being impressed. There's a psychological term called cognitive dissonance. It's what happens when people expect you to act one way and you do the opposite. Their brain short-circuits. That's what you triggered. They expected tears, outrage, collapse. You gave them silence, grace, poise, and now they can't process it. Their story doesn't make sense anymore because you refuse to follow their script. You flipped the narrative and made them irrelevant. That's not just strength, that's dominance. And now look, the same people who mocked you are studying you. The same ones who called you fake are copying your calm. The same mouths that spread rumors are quoting your patience. You became their quiet humiliation. They can't admit it out loud, but every time they see you still standing, still glowing, still unfazed, it cuts deeper than any comeback could. You're not just winning, you're haunting them. You know what's funny? You didn't need revenge. You became it. You became the walking consequence of their mistake. They underestimated your restraint, and that was the last mistake they'll ever make with you. Because now they know what kind of storm they were playing with. You don't need to raise your voice when your silence already has gravity. You don't need to fight when your existence itself is the reminder that they lost. So yes, chosen one, they're impressed. Not because they suddenly grew respect, but because they finally saw what power actually looks like. It's not noise, it's not rage, it's that cold, surgical calm that makes every liar panic. You didn't just walk away spotless, you left footprints in their guilt. That's what they'll never erase. That's why they still whisper your name. And that's why this world will remember how you handled that disgusting situation. Not with weakness, but with precision that left everyone breathless. And listen, chosen one, don't go anywhere. What you just heard was the warm-up, the appetizer. The real dismantling of this entire situation is just beginning. If you think that first blow rattled them, wait until we peel back the layers of how your silence wrecked their entire performance. Drop a comment below with the number 11 if you're done explaining yourself to people who tried to bury you in trash and came out shocked you didn't stink. And if you feel this message sharpening your spine, fueling your peace, and exposing your enemies without a single curse word, hit that super thanks and keep this fire spreading. You're not just watching this, you're fueling the movement that reminds the world composure is lethal. And now, let's go deeper, step by step. You'll see why your calm wasn't just impressive, it was surgical. If you really are who I think you are, you won't be able to look away. Let's get started. Number 1, you didn't react, you rewired the whole battlefield. You thought you triggered me. What you actually did was expose your weakness and remind me of my power. That's the punchline they weren't ready for, because when they came for you, claws out, tongues sharpened, faces twisted in fake concern and hidden envy, they were betting on your downfall. They were praying for a crack in your composure. But you didn't flinch. You didn't give them what they wanted. And in that silence, they saw something they weren't prepared to face, a chosen one who's built different. They expected a firestorm. What they got was a mirror. They wanted a meltdown. What they got was a masterclass. That's what separates you from them. You don't just survive heat, you redirect it. See, most people don't understand what you just did. They think staying quiet means being weak. They think walking away is surrender, but they don't get it. When you're chosen, you move differently. You don't react to noise. You restructure the whole damn frequency. You saw through their games like glass. You caught the intention, not just the insult, and instead of matching their madness, you flipped it into fuel. That's not just control, that's energy dominance. This isn't about being the bigger person. This is about being the smarter predator in the jungle. The lion doesn't waste time roaring at rats, and you didn't even glance down. While they threw fits, you were building silence that screamed. While they plotted your emotional collapse, you were recalibrating your next move like a machine. That kind of power, it shakes people. It's not loud, but it's unforgettable. Let's call it what it is, psychological warfare, and you won. You won without shouting, without exposing, without even participating. That's the level of restraint that humbles people. Because let's be real, chosen one, anyone can clap back. Anyone can throw hands, expose secrets or rage online. But you chose peace over performance, and that messed with them more than any insult ever could. You didn't transmute energy by accident. You knew exactly what you were doing. You watched their hate, their manipulation, their little traps, and instead of falling into them, you used them as stepping stones. You turned chaos into chess. And just like that, they realized they weren't even playing the same game as you. You want an example of what you did? Look at Rihanna. Remember when people tried to drag her through public mess, tried to reduce her to her pain, tried to trap her in drama? She didn't clap back. She built a billion-dollar empire. Silence, strategy, power. That's what you did. You didn't react. You restructured the entire narrative. Or take Keanu Reeves. They mocked him for being quiet, laughed at his grief, ignored him in fame circles, but he kept moving, kept creating, kept showing up with calm nobody could rattle. Now he's not just respected, he's untouchable. That's the energy you carry. Not loud, not dramatic, lethal in silence. When the world expects rage, composure becomes terrifying. And here's what's really eating them up. They needed you to lose it. They needed that reaction to feel powerful. They needed that drama to stay relevant, but you robbed them of it. And when a manipulator loses control of your emotions, it's like cutting off their oxygen. Now they're gasping, spiraling, desperate for a second chance to trigger you. But you've outgrown the bait. You're not even fishing in that pond anymore. You know what people don't talk about enough? The emotional stamina it takes to choose silence in the middle of an attack. The strength it takes to sit in discomfort, to hear lies, see betrayal, feel heat, and still not break. That's not passive, that's mastery. Most people throw fits. You flipped frequencies. Most people collapse. You recalibrated. Most people get loud. You got strategic. And now, everyone's impressed. Even the haters. They won't say it out loud, but they're watching you like a science experiment, studying your calm, replaying how you handled it, wondering how you kept your head while they lost theirs. The truth is, they expected you to act like them, but you didn't. You acted like you, chosen, disciplined, unbothered. You didn't just stay calm. You restructured the entire emotional blueprint of the moment. You absorbed chaos, filtered it, and spat out clarity. That's not emotional intelligence. That's energetic evolution. You didn't need to prove anything because your peace was proof, your stillness was evidence, your restraint was the testimony, and now your enemies are stuck in a loop. How did they stay that unshaken? They're shocked because you didn't do what 99% of people would. You didn't vent, you didn't post, you didn't collapse. You took all that nasty energy and alchemized it. That's the secret weapon most don't know how to use. Energy can't be destroyed, but it can be transformed. And you did it in real time, right in front of the snakes who tried to provoke you. They handed you poison and expected you to drink it. You turned it into fuel. That's what it means to be chosen. You don't absorb dirt, you convert it into diamonds. And maybe someone needs to hear this right now. You're not weak for not reacting. You're not soft for staying calm. You're not passive for walking away. You're dangerous because you didn't let the situation define you. You redesigned it. They'll lie and say you were scared. They'll twist it and say you had nothing to say. But deep down, they know you said more with your silence than they ever could with their screaming. They know you're calm. Expose them. They know you won without playing dirty. And that's the worst defeat of all. For them, you didn't just withhold a reaction. You turned restraint into a weapon. You cracked their system. You broke their code. You unplugged from their games and rewired your own path. And now, the same ones who mocked you, they're quiet, uncomfortable, impressed, threatened, and deep down, curious. Because no one saw it coming. Chosen one, this was never about letting it go. It was about elevating above it. It was never about being silent. It was about being so powerful you didn't have to raise your voice to dominate the entire room. You didn't just hold your peace, you weaponized it. And now the whole room knows exactly who the hell you are. Number 2, you turned self-respect into a silent kill shot. They wanted a fight. You gave them a funeral and didn't even show up to bury them. That's what dignity does in the hands of someone evolved. They launched an emotional war, desperate for screams, chaos, exposure, but instead you delivered a silence so sharp it sliced through their ego like a scalpel. No shouting, no threats, no messy retaliation. Just stillness. Cold, flawless stillness that made every one of their pathetic moves look like a cry for help. And the most brutal part, you didn't lift a finger. You let their own actions become the evidence. You let their desperation be the proof. While they spun stories, exaggerated emotions, and made a performance of conflict, you didn't even blink. Your restraint wasn't submission, it was domination. You made dignity look like a damn battlefield and walked off without a scar. See, they were hoping you'd react. They needed that. They were addicted to your energy, hoping to hijack your emotions and bend your voice into a reaction they could use. But you denied them everything. You stripped the situation of drama and turned it into a cold museum exhibit where their behavior now rots under the spotlight. And your silence. That's the sound of them realizing they lost before it even started. Most people think dignity is soft. They think it's walking away with tears in your eyes. But you didn't walk away. We need to make that clear. You rose above, and there's a massive difference. You didn't retreat. You ascended. You didn't run. You refused to descend into the filth they were rolling in. You knew something they didn't. Mud only stains those stupid enough to wrestle in it. While they made noise, you made statements. While they tried to play the victim, you became the verdict. Your calm wasn't just unsettling, it was surgical. It dissected their illusions in front of the very audience they tried to fool. They thought their lies would stick. They thought public opinion could bury you. But instead, the crowd turned. Because no matter how loud someone screams, if the other person stands still, people start asking questions. You didn't argue your truth. You embodied it. You didn't defend your name. You became the reason they had to explain theirs. That's not survival. That's a calculated counterstrike masked as silence. And now they can't escape it. Every room they walk into, there's someone who saw how you handled it. Someone who noticed how they tried to destroy your name and ended up strangling their own reputation with their bare hands. Because the truth is, they embarrassed themselves trying to embarrass you. Let's talk about what really scared them. It wasn't that you didn't respond, it's that you didn't need to. You had every right to explode, to expose, to drag them into the dirt. But you didn't. Why? Because that would have required lowering your frequency. And chosen ones don't stoop. We elevate. You don't chase justice. You become the reason justice happens in silence. Think of Michelle Obama. When they go low, we go high. That wasn't a cute quote. That was a psychological weapon, and that's exactly what you wielded. You made composure look criminal. You didn't yell. You intimidated. You didn't post. You unplugged. And that power, that's what turned your dignity into warfare, because nothing's more terrifying to an unstable ego than someone who refuses to play their dirty little game. And here's the kill shot. Your grace looked like vengeance to them. That's why they panicked. That's why they spiraled. Because you didn't clap back. You watched them collapse under their own lies. Every passive-aggressive jab they launched at you returned to sender. Every time they expected you to break character, you deepened it. And while they performed chaos, you sat still, letting their shadows dance alone in the spotlight. That's the part that messes with them now. They don't know what to say. They don't know how to defend themselves against something that never attacked. They're scrambling to explain why they lost a war they swore they'd win. And you've already moved on, but the audience hasn't. The people watching are still thinking about how you carried yourself, still replaying the way you stayed composed in the face of emotional filth. They're still whispering about how you made self-respect look like a weapon. You didn't rise above in some self-righteous fantasy. You executed a silent takedown so refined that even the doubters had to admit, you're not just mature, you're dangerous when calm. You redefined dignity in real time. You showed that being still isn't being stuck, it's being strategic. You showed that silence doesn't mean powerless, it means lethal. You turned your back on the chaos, and it imploded without you. And now the same people who called you cold, fake, passive, they're imitating your silence, trying to copy the moves they once mocked. Because deep down, even they know dignity in the face of destruction is a superpower, and you just unlocked it. Here's a question you probably asked yourself during all this. Did I do the right thing by staying silent? Let me answer that for you. You didn't just do the right thing. You did the unthinkable thing. You walked away clean from a situation designed to ruin you. You kept your hands unstained while they clawed at their own reflection. You let the fire burn without throwing gasoline. That wasn't weakness, that was warfare, and they lost. Let them sit in it. Let them deal with the mess they made trying to sabotage you, because you're not just admired now, you're studied. You're the example of how not to fall for bait, how not to dance when provoked, how to turn every ounce of pressure into power. You proved that the strongest person in the room isn't the loudest. It's the one who could wreck everyone and chooses not to. You made dignity look like a warning shot, and whether they admit it or not, they heard it loud and clear. So don't you dare question your path. You didn't just survive that disgusting situation, you dominated it without raising your voice. You proved that poise is more powerful than panic. That composure is more cutting than rage. That self-respect, when weaponized, becomes the end of every petty war. You didn't react. You didn't beg. You didn't explain. You simply stood tall and let the filth collapse on its own. Number 3, you showed that clean hands can still draw blood. They dirtied their hands trying to bury you and still ended up 6 feet beneath your silence. That's what burns them the most. You didn't even fight back. You didn't throw dirt. You didn't twist the truth, fake the narrative, or play the victim card. You walked into a filthy war zone with nothing but clean hands and a clear conscience, and still walked out with the win. That's not just power. That's prophecy fulfilled by discipline. They thought being good meant being gullible. They thought your honesty was a weakness. They thought your refusal to lie, manipulate, or smear them would cost you everything. But they forgot. Truth doesn't panic. Truth doesn't chase. Truth doesn't break under pressure. It waits. And you waited like a storm that knows its time is coming. While they scrambled to build their fake empire of lies, you stood still, solid. And then the cracks started showing. Because the universe, it doesn't bless mess, it exposes it. One piece at a time, their story unraveled and you didn't have to say a word. Time became your attorney, silence became your sword, and truth became your revenge. You didn't even need to win the battle. You made the battle look pathetic. You rose so far above their behavior, their drama started looking like theater. You didn't react because you knew something deeper. When your conscience is clean, the universe fights for you. You weren't playing checkers with fools. You were mastering chess with the cosmos. They tried to smear your name. The universe turned the spotlight back on them. They tried to rush lies into the world. The truth showed up late, but undefeated. And yes, chosen one, you questioned it. You wondered if staying quiet was smart. You wondered if people would believe them. But look around now. Who's still standing? Who's gaining strength while they rot in the consequences of their deception? Your clean hands weren't weakness. They were weapons, because sometimes the sharpest blade is having nothing to hide. Number 4. You became the mirror that shattered the mask. You didn't destroy them, you just held up a mirror and let them self-destruct. That's the level of warfare they didn't see coming. No words, no drama, no warnings, just presence, just energy, just silence that stripped them bare. You didn't clap back, you stood still. And that stillness? It became a high-definition reflection of everything they were trying to hide. They expected rage. You gave them restraint. They expected chaos. You gave them calm. And that calm? It screamed louder than anything you could have said. That's what manipulators fear the most. Not exposure, not judgment, reflection. Because when you don't take the bait, they're forced to face their own noise. And trust me, chosen one, their lies echo louder when they're not competing with your reaction. You left them alone with their own energy, and it ate them alive. You didn't have to explain yourself. The truth around you vibrated too loud to ignore. You didn't need an audience. The universe gave you one. And when they tried to twist the narrative, people started noticing. Why is the one staying quiet the only one who seems unbothered? Why does the one being blamed look the most at peace? Because calm doesn't lie. Chaos does. You became a spiritual X-ray. Just by being in the room, you made people feel exposed. It wasn't judgment, it was resonance. You didn't throw their filth back at them. You let them smell it for the first time. That's why they twitched in your presence. That's why they turned the blame game up. Because looking at you was looking at everything they were running from. And no, you didn't humiliate them. They humiliated themselves. You didn't shame them. They tripped over their own guilt. You didn't fight darkness. You made it stare into its own reflection. And darkness can't handle that level of honesty. You stood there like a mirror, and that was enough. Because some enemies aren't defeated by force. They're undone by their own reflection. And you, chosen one, became the reflection they couldn't survive. Number 5. You let karma crash louder than any comeback. You didn't seek revenge. You became the reason they met it. That's what makes your power terrifying. You didn't throw punches, you just stepped back and let the universe unsheath its sword. No screaming, no plotting, no public spectacle. You simply watch time do what time always does. Separate the real from the rotten. They thought your silence meant defeat, but really it was the sound of the storm charging up behind them. You understood something they never could. Retaliation feeds the fire, but consequences extinguish it. You didn't need to lift a hand. You let gravity pull their actions back to them. Because what people forget is that energy is a boomerang, and you stayed still just long enough to watch it return. They threw lies into the air thinking they'd float forever, but lies are heavy. They always fall back down, and they always land where they were launched. You didn't chase justice, you embodied it. Your patience became the court, your peace became the verdict. You watched everything unfold like a movie you'd already seen, because chosen ones don't beg the universe for karma. The universe automatically defends what's aligned. You didn't need to yell, "You'll regret this." You simply let regret do the talking. And look at them now, exhausted, paranoid, tripping over their own false stories, wondering why everything they touch keeps crumbling. That's not bad luck. That's physics. They sent chaos your way, and it circled back with interest. They planted hate, and it bloomed in their own garden. You proved something sacred. Karma isn't mystical, it's mathematical. For every lie told, truth multiplies. For every trap set, fate divides. Retaliation might please the ego for a second, but consequences feed justice for a lifetime. And you waited. You let silence become your strategy, not your surrender. Because when you're aligned with the universe, you don't chase payback. You watch it arrive on schedule. You didn't win by striking back. You won by standing still long enough to hear their downfall echo. Number 6. You made their dirt look like confessions. They threw dirt at you, hoping to bury you, and ended up highlighting how clean you really were. That's the irony they choked on. Every move they made to stain you only backfired. Every lie, every whisper, every slanderous attempt to cloud your name ended up polishing your reputation. Because when you're built from integrity, mud doesn't stick. It slides off and leaves the attacker covered in their own filth. They launched character assassinations, hoping you'd panic. They tried to twist your truth, hoping you'd break. But you didn't shrink, you didn't fold, you didn't morph into their level just to survive the moment. You stood in it, unmoved, not because it didn't hurt, but because you refused to let it change who you are. You didn't fake strength, you revealed it. That's what they couldn't predict. They thought pain would transform you into something bitter, something reactive, something easy to mock. But pain didn't deform you, it refined you. Your glow didn't come from wanting attention, it came from surviving hell without adopting its habits. You stayed real in a world obsessed with pretending, and that's what made you dangerous. The more they threw at you, the more people started noticing, wait, why does this person still seem calm, still look focused, still radiate peace? Because when your soul is aligned, slander only reveals the contrast. It's not you that looks bad, it's them. You didn't need to make announcements. You didn't need to launch counterattacks. You let the dirt reveal who was throwing it. And now, everyone sees it. They tried to drown your image in lies, and now they're the ones gasping for air, because truth doesn't rush, but it always surfaces. You didn't win because you argued louder. You won because you were unshakably clean in a situation engineered to make you filthy. And that kind of restraint, that kind of resilience, is the ultimate exposure. You didn't just walk away unstained. You walked away shining, and they can't stop squinting. Number 7. You showed that real power doesn't flinch. They pressed every button, and you still didn't blink. That's not silence, that's dominance. Most people break the second pressure hits. They snap, explode, overshare, lash out, and in doing so, hand over the blueprint to their weakness. But not you. You didn't just stay calm. You weaponized restraint. You made patience look like a power move. While they danced like fools trying to provoke you, you stood still like a storm waiting for the right second to strike, or not strike at all. Because that's the real secret. Whoever can trigger you controls you, and you didn't give them that power, not for 1 second. They thought control was noise. They thought power meant showing teeth. But you showed them something colder. Power is how little you need to prove. You didn't raise your voice, you raised the standard. You didn't bark, you calculated. And that shook them harder than any scream ever could. They couldn't understand how someone could take hit after hit and not flinch. But what they missed is this: you weren't suppressing emotions, you were directing them. Every ounce of that pain was being forged into precision, into awareness, into self-mastery. That's not weakness, that's mental warfare. Most people think yelling means strength, but yelling is just fear disguised as force. You didn't yell, you didn't beg, you didn't even explain, you just remained still. And in that stillness, you exposed every unstable fool who thought they had control over you. You didn't hold back because you were scared. You held back because you had nothing to lose and everything to gain. You didn't just avoid chaos, you outlasted it. And now everyone sees it. You didn't lose yourself. You found yourself in silence, in pressure, in the middle of a situation designed to drag you down. You didn't fold. You didn't react. You didn't flinch. That's what power really looks like, and they'll never forget it. Number 8. You used humiliation as the blueprint for evolution. They tried to break you with shame and ended up handing you the tools to rebuild something stronger. See, that's where they miscalculated. They thought humiliation would hollow you out, that public embarrassment, betrayal, or mockery would make you fold, curse, disappear. But you didn't fold, you expanded. You didn't collapse under their attempts to reduce you. You transformed in full view of the same audience they were trying to turn against you. You didn't use your pain to strike back. You used it to see deeper. You didn't become bitter. You became brilliantly aware. You saw through their faces, their fake kindness, their performances. You realized that people only try to humiliate what they secretly fear, and what they fear most is someone who can't be destroyed. That moment of humiliation stripped the last illusion off the world, and what was left? Clarity. You saw that cruelty isn't strength, it's a mask over emptiness. That people who laugh the loudest often suffer in silence, that those who try to shame you are almost always running from their own reflection. And instead of becoming like them, you chose to evolve past them. You became water, calm, flexible, but capable of cutting through stone. You flowed through pain without becoming it. You adapted without surrendering your essence. You took every insult, every whisper, every betrayal, and turned it into a mirror. Not to punish others, but to understand yourself on a level most people will never touch. You didn't lose your heart. You just stopped offering it to people who wanted to feed off it. You didn't reject the pain. You recycled it. Humiliation didn't destroy you. It humanized you, then refined you into something wiser, sharper, calmer, and far more dangerous. Because now they see it. What was supposed to leave you ruined made you unshakably real. They tried to reduce you to shame. Instead, you became someone shame can no longer reach. Number 9. You were too royal to feed on revenge. You could have burned them, but you chose to rise so high, the flames couldn't reach you. That's what they'll never understand. They were bracing for war, expecting blood. They thought if they hit you hard enough, you'd snap, that you'd stoop, that you'd strike back, but you didn't. Not because you were scared, but because you were already above them. And royalty doesn't wrestle in dirt. You had every reason to expose them, every right to swing back, but you didn't trade your crown for chaos. You didn't let their pettiness hijack your evolution. Why? Because you understood what they didn't. Revenge is for people who still need proof. And you are the proof. You knew that when you're chosen, the universe takes your silence personally. It steps in, it handles it, and it never misses. They confused your restraint for weakness, but what they saw as fear was discipline. What they called passivity was vision. You were never thinking about revenge. You were focused on becoming so aligned, so elevated, that even karma had to wait for your signal. And now they're choking on the aftermath, not because you destroyed them, but because they destroyed themselves. You didn't have to lift a finger. Their guilt is the punishment. Their own actions were the weapon. And the silence you gave them. That was the loudest sentencing they'll ever receive. You chose peace, not because it was easy, but because it was powerful. You didn't avoid the fight. You ended it by outgrowing it, because the truth is, revenge might feel good for a moment, but evolution lasts forever. So no, you didn't win by screaming. You won by glowing. You didn't take revenge. You became too powerful for it to matter, and the people watching, they saw it all. They saw that real punishment isn't rage. It's the quiet grace of someone who refuses to descend. You didn't just take the high road, you owned it. And now your name walks through rooms your enemies will never be invited into. Number 10. You made forgiveness feel like a sentence. You forgave them, and somehow that's what hurt them the most. They expected rage. They were ready for war. They were bracing themselves for the version of you that would scream, expose, explode. But instead, you gave them something far more lethal: grace. And that's what unhinged them, because when someone guilty is met with forgiveness instead of fire, they're forced to sit alone in a courtroom of their own conscience. You didn't free them, you freed yourself. And that's what haunts them now. Not the silence, but the fact that you found peace while they're still chained to the mess they created. Forgiveness, in the hands of the evolved, becomes a weapon, not one that wounds, but one that reflects. When you didn't retaliate, when you didn't clap back, when you just let it go, you became a mirror. And no manipulator survives long in front of a clear reflection. Your grace wasn't kindness. It was exposure. They needed your anger to feel justified. They needed your outrage to balance their guilt. But your calm, your peace, your total disinterest in continuing the war, that was the real punishment. You didn't choose reconciliation. You chose liberation. You left the mess, the lies, the noise, and carried only your dignity with you. And now they can't sleep, because your grace didn't say, "It's okay." It said, "I see what you did, and I'm walking away from it untouched." You didn't burn bridges. You didn't leave a trail of rage. You just left, clean, quiet, untouchable. And the silence you left behind is louder than any revenge could have been. They can't call you bitter. They can't call you dramatic. They can't paint you as the villain. So now they sit in what's left, their own guilt, amplified by your grace. You showed the world something rare, that forgiveness, when done right, isn't weakness. It's psychological warfare wearing a halo. You didn't need closure. You became it. And now your peace walks with you, while their conscience follows them like a shadow that won't shut up. Number 11. You took their scandal and made it a stage. They thought they were watching your downfall. Turns out they were attending your initiation. That's how backwards they had it. They thought you were crumbling, that the whispers would collapse you, that the noise would consume you. But while they pointed, laughed, and played audience to your humiliation, you were too busy evolving. You weren't just surviving the mess. You were building a blueprint inside of it. You didn't panic. You didn't plead. You orchestrated stillness like a symphony. You took a moment designed to ruin you and turned it into a lesson no one will forget. Your silence wasn't passive. It had architecture. It had levels. Every breath, every pause, every non-response was calculated, and what looked like taking the high road was really you constructing a stairway out of their chaos. You didn't match their energy. You altered the entire frequency. While they were playing games, you were writing chapters. You turned their fire into fuel, their gossip into gospel, their drama into direction. People were watching, and they were learning how real strength doesn't scream. It holds frame, learning that true power doesn't beg to be seen. It reveals itself in how unbothered you remained when everything was built to break you. And yes, they talked. Yes, they laughed. But they're not laughing now. Because what was supposed to shame you ended up becoming the greatest sermon you never preached. You didn't defend your name. You demonstrated it. You didn't need applause. You earned respect, quietly, brutally, elegantly. You showed them that maturity is louder than scandal. That class is stronger than chaos. That when the world tries to dirty your name, you can let them and still walk out cleaner than all of them. You didn't run from the mess. You stood still and let the truth settle. You didn't fight for your image. You let the universe refine it. And now the same people who watched for your collapse, they're taking notes on how you never even trembled. You didn't just survive the public mess. You turned it into a masterclass. Number 12. You stayed soft in a world that weaponized your kindness. They tried to break your spirit, and all they did was reveal how untouchable it actually is. They threw betrayal like daggers. They mocked you, humiliated you, tried to twist your soul into something bitter. Their goal wasn't just to hurt you, it was to change you. They wanted to see the light in your eyes fade, the warmth in your voice turn cold, the softness in you collapse into stone. But you didn't give them that satisfaction. You stayed human in a situation designed to strip you of it. You didn't just walk through hell. You walked through it without letting the fire burn away your heart. And that, chosen one, is a form of power they'll never understand. Anyone can become cruel after being mistreated. But to stay kind, calm, and grounded while you're bleeding, that's legendary. That's rebellion. Because you didn't become what hurt you. You didn't mimic the manipulators. You didn't adopt their games or their poison. You stayed you, whole, with your empathy intact. That's what enraged them the most. That no matter what they did, you didn't lose your soul. You didn't descend into the mud. You let them flail in it alone. They wanted you hollow. They wanted you numb. Instead, you showed them something colder than vengeance, compassion they didn't deserve. Not to excuse what they did, but to prove they never had the power to deform your essence. Your humanity became the final humiliation, because you didn't survive them with fists. You outclassed them with character. You didn't scream. You didn't beg. You didn't turn into them. You walked away with your peace in one hand and your dignity in the other. And now they have to sit with that, because they became monsters trying to fight one dash, only to find out you never stooped low enough to be one. You weren't weak for staying soft. You were invincible for refusing to harden. That's not survival, that's transcendence, and they'll be haunted forever by the fact that after everything they did, you stayed human. You redefined victory without saying a word. You didn't just win. You left the battlefield so far behind, they're still throwing punches at your shadow. This wasn't about revenge. It wasn't about applause. It wasn't even about proving them wrong. You reached a level where winning stopped looking like domination and started looking like peace. While they chased clout and chaos, you chased clarity. And when you caught it, everything else stopped mattering. You didn't scream, "I won." You didn't beg for credit. You just walked away whole and let your wholeness be the proof. They thought walking away meant you lost, but you didn't walk away in defeat. You walked away in elevation. You didn't win over them, you won beyond them. Your peace became your crown. Your silence became your signature. You didn't need to outshine them. You simply stopped standing near their darkness. And now, your absence is louder than their presence. That's what unsettled them. Not just what you went through, but how you carried it. You faced betrayal without bitterness, humiliation without hatred, madness without a meltdown. You didn't collapse, you climbed. You didn't scream, you ascended. People expected to see you broken. Instead, they saw you reborn. You became living proof that peace is a flex, that evolution isn't loud, but it's undeniable. And while they're still trying to prove a point, you are the point. You didn't lose anything. You revealed everything. So stand tall, chosen one. You didn't just survive, you redefined what surviving looks like. You turned betrayal into boundaries, chaos into code, pain into personal power. And if this message hits your soul, it's because your soul already knows. You're not who they tried to break. You're who the storm built in secret. Victory didn't roar this time. It whispered, and only the ones aligned with truth recognized the sound. This wasn't a loss, it was a graduation. And while they gossip about your silence, the universe is promoting your peace. So in the end, you didn't just survive a disgusting situation. You rewrote the rules of how power, grace, and silence operate under pressure. You turned every attack into evidence, every humiliation into height, and every attempt to destroy you into a case study in resilience. That's what chosen ones do. We don't just win, we redefine winning. If this message hit your core, drop 777 in the comments, hit like, subscribe, and share this with someone who needs to remember who they are. Thank you, chosen one. Stay dangerous, stay elevated. They tried to bury you with lies, and now they're choking on the dirt they dug themselves with. Now, imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, a group of spineless actors trembling behind their scripts, rehearsing your downfall like it was Broadway. They dressed you up as the villain, sharpened their tongues, dimmed the lights, and waited for the crowd to boo. But when the spotlight hit, you didn't just walk through it. You owned it. No meltdown, no panic, just silence so cold it made the audience flinch. They framed you, all right. And now they're sick to their stomachs because the picture they painted has started looking more like them than you. The mask is slipping, and they know it. You didn't need to scream your innocence. You let time develop the film. And now everyone sees exactly who was out of focus the whole time. Here's a fact they'll never admit, but it's eating them alive. Studies show that false accusations, when not reacted to emotionally, collapse under their own weight. Why? Because the truth doesn't chase a lie. It waits. It sits back while the fake story trips over its own holes. And guess what? You waited. You didn't panic when people started whispering. You didn't break when you were pushed into silence. You just let their illusion rot on its own stage. That's not passivity. That's tactical precision disguised as stillness. And now they can't even look you in the eyes without twitching because your peace exposes their guilt like a blacklight in a crime scene. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this fire to more souls, because it's our responsibility to shine truth into the dark corners of this world. Thanks for being part of this mission. You're not just watching this, you're a part of a force A quiet storm, a resistance that doesn't scream. It shifts the atmosphere. You're one of the rare ones who didn't fall for the trap, and that means you're needed. Now let's get back to it. You were framed, not mistaken, not misunderstood. Framed, intentionally, strategically, with every move calculated to corner you into panic. They weren't trying to clarify anything. They were trying to destroy you, socially, emotionally, psychologically. It was an ambush, dressed up as a misunderstanding. And the most disgusting part, they had the nerve to smirk about it, thought they were clever, thought if they screamed loud enough you'd fold. But instead, you did something they didn't prepare for. You stayed quiet. And that silence, that's what's driving them insane now. Because in their script, the villain was supposed to scream. You didn't. You just watched. And they hate how small that made them feel. What kind of person do you think it takes to lie about someone with a straight face, to twist a story until the victim becomes the accused? That's not just manipulation. That's fear wearing a mask of control. They knew they couldn't beat you in truth, so they tried to assassinate your image. But guess what happens when the lie collapses and you're still standing? They become the villain they tried to paint you as. And now that lie? It's got a pulse, it's got weight, and it's crushing them from the inside. The problem is, they underestimated how chosen ones move. You don't explain yourself to cowards. You don't wrestle in filth with people who only feel powerful when they're surrounded by lies. You just stay still. Because chosen ones don't react to noise, we dismantle it with silence. While they raged, you recalibrated. While they lied, you leveled up. While they mocked, you mastered your next move. And now that silence, it's echoing, louder than any comeback could have. Their sickness now is spiritual, emotional, psychological, because they know the truth has left the station and it's on a collision course with their ego. You were framed, but you turned that frame into a mirror. And now the audience is starting to ask questions. Why is the one who said nothing the only one still walking with peace? Why does the accused seem more centered than the accuser? Because, chosen one, truth ages like wine. Lies curdle like milk. And they're rotting in their own story. They framed you thinking they'd get away with it. They thought if they pointed long enough, loud enough, you'd break. But instead of folding, you became a ghost in their mind. You're not even fighting back. And still, they can't sleep. That's the part that's got them vomiting regret behind closed doors. Every word they said is a brick tied to their reputation. And the silence you gave them, that was the rope. And now, they know. You weren't framed because you were weak. You were framed because your power scared the hell out of people pretending to be good. And that truth, chosen one, that truth is screaming louder than their lies ever could. And listen closely, chosen one, don't you dare tap out now. What you just heard was the opening shot, the warning siren, the real dismantling of their entire fake little performance. That's what's coming next. Step by step, we're about to rip this lie apart until nothing remains but truth standing over the wreckage. So if your silence has ever been twisted into guilt, if you've ever been framed by cowards too scared to face your strength, drop a 333 in the comments to mark the moment you took your power back. And if this message hit like a punch through glass, send a super thanks and keep this storm alive, because every ounce of support fuels the mission to wake up every other chosen one who's been painted dirty by filthy hands. You're not alone in this. You're part of a force that doesn't beg for truth. We become it. And now, let's tear into this, one layer at a time, because if you really are who I think you are, you won't be able to look away. Let's get started. Number 1. They framed you, but forgot to destroy the original. You can steal the costume, imitate the voice, and rehearse the lines, but when the real one enters the room, the air changes, and suddenly the imposter forgets how to breathe. That's what's happening right now, chosen one. The ones who tried to replace you, copy you, erase you, they're suffocating in the presence of the very force they swore they buried. They thought they could twist your name into something dirty and survive the aftermath. But here you are, still standing, still watching, still unbothered. And that's what's got them sick, because nothing haunts a liar like the truth they couldn't kill. They copied your face, plagiarized your energy, tried to mimic your light, but they forgot one fatal detail. You're not a projection. You're not a trend. You're the original, and originals don't compete with replicas. They expose them by simply existing. That's the part they didn't account for. They thought framing you would work like magic. But what they performed was a curse, and the only ones it poisoned were them. Now imagine this, chosen one. You walk into a room where your reputation arrived before you, twisted, distorted, bent into something unrecognizable. They look at you, expecting guilt, shame, maybe even submission. But instead, you walk in like the air never changed, like you were never touched. And just like that, the illusion starts glitching, because you don't look like the villain, you don't speak like a fraud, you don't move like someone who needs approval. And suddenly, the story they told starts falling apart, not because you fought it, but because you didn't. That's what makes them sick. You didn't defend yourself. You didn't sprint toward every lie with evidence. You didn't feed their hunger for chaos. You just stood there like truth doesn't beg because it doesn't have to. Your calm didn't match their panic, and that mismatch is what made people start asking questions. The lie cracked not under pressure, but under comparison. You were too authentic for their version to hold water. Here's a psychological fact they'll never quote. Replicas require constant reinforcement. Originals don't. You never needed to remind people who you are. That's why they tried to erase you in the first place. They knew that if your presence lingered too long, their copy would disintegrate. Because you're not someone who blends in, you warp the atmosphere. And when the real thing walks in, even the best forgeries look like cartoons. The ones who tried to frame you didn't hate your flaws. They feared your authenticity. They feared how you made people feel without even trying. They feared your influence, your presence, your refusal to conform. And so, they did the only thing cowards know how to do. They lied. They gathered in corners, whispered in shadows, spun your truth into fiction, not because they misunderstood you, but because they could never be you. You know who else was framed and rose from it? Let's talk real examples. Rihanna was once ridiculed, mocked, dragged through scandal. People tried to define her by trauma. But did she argue? No, she built an empire in silence. Oprah was told she didn't belong on television. She was demoted, shamed, called unfit. She didn't scream. She evolved. Even someone like Johnny Depp, for years, mocked and cancelled before the full truth unfolded. He didn't scream back at the mob. He waited, and in that stillness, the truth sharpened like a blade. Every chosen one goes through that arc, the mislabeling, the smear, the framing. But chosen ones don't just recover, they ruin the system that tried to ruin them. So when you start asking yourself, why did they pick me? Remember, they didn't pick you because you were weak. They picked you because you were the threat that couldn't be domesticated, the fire that wouldn't burn out, the soul that refused to shrink. You were framed because your existence was a challenge to their fiction. You were framed because your truth made their lies sweat. And now that the lie is collapsing, now that the copycat routine is coming apart, they're realizing that imitating your presence is easy, until they realize your silence has gravity, until they realize your energy can't be bottled, until they see people gravitating back toward you without you saying a word. That's when they start trembling. That's when the sickness kicks in. Because when the crowd starts seeing the difference, when they realize your fall from grace was just another test you passed silently, the entire performance folds. You want to know what real power looks like, chosen one? It's when your enemies need a full-blown campaign to try to erase you, and you just need to exist to make them panic. You walk in, and people start second-guessing the lies they believed. You speak once, and it shatters months of gossip. You breathe, and the imposters choke. That's what you are now, living proof that truth doesn't beg, that being framed isn't the end. It's the beginning of their unraveling. They tried to destroy the image of you because they couldn't destroy you. But energy doesn't lie. And while they're busy faking your essence, you're out here rewriting the script they thought would bury you. So let them panic, let them sweat, let them obsess over the fact that their version of you is cracking under the weight of your silence. You don't owe them clarity. You don't owe them peace. You don't owe them the dignity they never gave you. Because the truth is, you were never the copy. You were never the mask. You were never the myth. You were always the blueprint. And now that you've returned, whole, quiet, unbothered, they finally understand what they tried to erase. They framed you, but forgot to destroy the original. And now they can't stomach how perfectly you survived. Number 2, they screamed villain while standing in your costume. They wore your skin like a disguise, screamed, "Look at the monster," and now the only thing people see is how perfectly the mask fits them. That's the filth they tried to pull, chosen one. They painted you as the threat while hiding in a cheap costume stitched together with your stolen traits. They borrowed your kindness, rehearsed your empathy, even mimicked your wounds. Just long enough to convince the world you were dangerous and they were the misunderstood victim. But here's what they didn't expect. Villains can't hold character for long. The costume starts to slip. The borrowed light starts flickering. And the crowd, they're not blind anymore. They're laughing, not because you lost, but because your enemy put on your clothes and forgot to match your backbone. They screamed villain while standing in your essence. They tried to hijack your soul's blueprint and got lost in their own performance. You stayed silent while they performed an Oscar-winning fake breakdown, complete with crocodile tears and dramatic exits. You didn't say a word, and somehow every single person in the room started seeing the cracks for themselves. Because the truth doesn't need a microphone, it just needs time. You ever see a clown wear a crown? Looks cute for 5 minutes, then they open their mouth and it's over. That's what happened here. They played the part, repeated your words, imitated your peace, parroted your wisdom like they earned it. But the one thing they couldn't steal, your spirit, that energy, that silent weight you carry when you walk in a room. They copied the costume, but forgot the character development. That's why it collapsed. Now imagine this, a liar standing on a stage, your name in their mouth, your traits on their face, trying to keep their story straight. And then you walk in, still, calm, whole. The audience turns their heads and realizes, hold on, the one being accused doesn't look broken, doesn't look bitter, doesn't even look guilty. But the one who screamed the loudest can't stop twitching, can't stop explaining, can't stop sweating. That's what psychological projection does. It always boomerangs. They weren't accusing you to protect others. They were accusing you to hide from themselves. When someone screams, "danger," while holding a mirror, They're hoping no one looks too closely. But you just stood still. And that stillness made every fake layer peel off them like old paint. Let's talk truth. Most people don't hate you for what you did. They hate you for who you are without them. You were a threat, not because you hurt anyone, but because you existed with power they couldn't match. That's why they needed to wear your skin. They thought if they talked like you, moved like you, acted like you, people wouldn't notice they were hollow on the inside, but real ones see through wax figures. And that's exactly what they became, melting imitations trying to scream their way into authority. The worst part, they didn't just try to mimic you, they tried to replace you. They tried to flip your reputation like it was reversible. They stole your kindness, then weaponized it against you. They used your compassion as camouflage while stabbing you in the back. They tried to turn your loyalty into a weakness, your peace into manipulation, your silence into guilt. And the crowd, oh, for a second, they bought it, but seconds don't last. And now, the same people who once questioned you are seeing who really had the mask on. You know who else they tried this with? Let's talk legends. Malcolm X was painted as too angry. They ignored the poison he was reacting to. His enemies mimicked his authority and called him the problem, until the truth outlasted the spin. Whitney Houston was mocked for spiraling, while vultures copied her vocal style, her fashion, her energy. They labeled her the villain of her own story, but the world eventually saw who was feeding off her collapse. Britney Spears was framed as unstable, while others capitalized off her fame and pain, wearing her image like a costume and profiting from her destruction. Jesus, peace be upon him, was called a blasphemer, framed, betrayed, and accused by the very people claiming to uphold righteousness. It's a cycle. Chosen ones are always framed by people who want their light, but don't want to do the work it takes to earn it. So when you start asking, why me? Here's why. Because you were too original to be ignored. Because your presence made fake ones panic. Because your very existence became a mirror they couldn't look into without crumbling. So they dressed up in your aura and called you the demon. But here's the beauty. The real can't stay hidden, and the fake can't stay standing. Eventually, everyone gets tired of watching a performance. The mask slips, the tone changes, the script stops making sense. And the only one left standing with clean hands and a clean conscience is you. They screamed, "Villain," while wearing your voice, your love, your wisdom, but now they're exposed. Because villains don't hold eye contact like you do. Villains don't carry silence like a sword. Villains don't move with grace while under attack. They cracked under the weight of trying to be you, and now the room knows who the problem really was. And you didn't say a single damn word. You let their panic reveal itself. You let their overacting turn into evidence. You let their accusations start sounding like confessions. Because truth doesn't chase. It stands there and waits for the world to catch up. Let them run, let them scramble, let them talk. The mask is off now. And they're finally realizing the only person who ever looked like the villain was the one who screamed the loudest while trying to wear your skin. Number 3, your silence became their sickness. You didn't raise your voice, you raised the temperature, and now they're melting in a fire you never even lit out loud. Silence, the most underrated weapon in the universe, and you, chosen one, you wielded it like a scalpel, not out of fear, not because you didn't have words, but because you knew the truth doesn't panic. It waits. It watches. And when you chose silence over reaction, you didn't just walk away. You planted a psychological landmine. Now, every time they open their mouth, they step on it. Boom. Another explosion of guilt. Another flash of exposure. Another moment where everyone starts thinking, why does the one being accused look so calm, and the one doing the accusing sound like they're unraveling? That's not coincidence. That's alignment. That's the universe whispering, don't move. Let the mask fall by itself. You didn't speak, and somehow you still told the loudest story. You didn't defend yourself, and still you were defended, energetically, spiritually, cosmically, because when you are aligned, when you are chosen, the universe does your talking for you. The wind shifts. The room changes. The truth starts echoing in places your voice never even reached. That's why they're sick. Because you didn't play the game, and somehow you're still winning it. And let's talk facts. Manipulators don't just fear exposure, they fear stillness. Silence breaks their entire system. They feed off reactions. They need you to panic, scream, explain, overcompensate. That's how they twist the narrative. That's how they make the lie feel real. But when you didn't give them the drama they needed, they started choking on the quiet. Because now they've got nothing to twist, and everyone's watching. And chosen one, I know the questions that haunted you in the middle of that stillness. Should I speak up? Should I clear this up? Should I fight for my name? But the truth is, you did fight. You fought by not fighting on their level. You fought by rising so far above their chaos, their games couldn't even reach you. You gave them silence, and silence became their karma in surround sound. Now look at them, repeating their story like a broken record, over-explaining, oversharing, panicking. They told it so many times, even they don't believe it anymore. And you've said nothing, and yet you've said everything. That's what's cooking them from the inside out. Your silence became radiation, quiet, invisible, but absolutely lethal. You didn't collapse, you calculated. You didn't argue, you outlasted. You didn't scream, you radiated a frequency so high it fried their illusions without you even lifting a finger. That's power, that's mastery, that's what chosen ones do. So let them keep talking, let them keep spinning their little web, because while they unravel, you're over here turning silence into a storm the whole room can feel. The universe didn't ask you to defend yourself. It asked you to hold position. And now your silence is echoing louder than every lie they ever told. Number 4. They wanted to humiliate you, but ended up stripping themselves. They tried to undress your reputation and ended up standing naked in the spotlight of their own lies. That's the thing about humiliation, chosen one. It always boomerangs. The moment they tried to make you the show, the universe flipped the camera. They thought they were directors of your downfall, but all they did was film their own collapse in 4K. They built a stage to disgrace you, and somehow they're the ones sweating under the lights. You didn't lift a finger, you didn't defend, you didn't even blink, yet every eye in the room started shifting from you to them. Because the moment you stayed still, their overacting turned into evidence. Their performance became a confession. Now imagine this for a second. They're on stage, screaming, waving props, shouting your name like it's an accusation, and you're just sitting there, calm, composed, watching, and suddenly the audience starts whispering, "Wait a second, why does the one being accused look more peaceful than the one doing the accusing?" That's when the shift happens. That's when masks start sliding off. Because truth doesn't beg for attention. It reveals itself in silence. You see, humiliation only works when you react. When you refuse to play along, it backfires instantly. You robbed them of their favorite weapon, your outrage. They expected tears. You gave them indifference. They expected chaos. You gave them composure, and that's when their act collapsed under its own weight. You didn't need revenge. You became the reflection that burned them alive. And here's what's really poetic. In trying to destroy your name, they accidentally destroyed their image. They spent hours rehearsing your downfall, not realizing the script was cursed. Because when you're the chosen one, humiliation doesn't lower you. It exposes who tried to pull you down. It's divine symmetry. The universe doesn't miss. It let them dig their own grave, decorate it with arrogance, and then trip right into it. Live. And I know what you're thinking. Why didn't anyone defend me when they lied? Because the universe didn't need anyone to. It needed to show everyone how liars behave when no one's stopping them. It needed them to unravel publicly so that when your truth finally stood up, it didn't need to speak. It glowed. Look around now. They can't even stand the mention of your name without cringing. They thought they'd embarrass you. Instead, they exposed their envy. They thought the crowd would laugh at you. Instead, the crowd learned exactly who to avoid. They wanted to humiliate you into silence, but your silence humiliated them into irrelevance. You didn't need to shout, "I'm innocent." The universe handled the PR. It shifted the narrative right under their feet, because humiliation doesn't destroy chosen ones, it baptizes them. It strips away illusions, burns the residue of naivety, and replaces fear with precision. They wanted to make you small in front of everyone. Instead, they made themselves microscopic in front of you. You were never the clown in their circus. You were the spotlight that exposed it. So don't you dare hide. Don't you dare wish it never happened, because that public mess they created, that was your revelation moment. Every rumor, every sneer, every smirk, it all became part of the evidence that you were never the problem. You walked out with clean hands. They walked out covered in their own projection. You walked out silent. They walked out trembling. You walked out free. They walked out forever, branded as the fools who mistook your grace for weakness. And now, every time they see you, calm, confident, untouchable, it reminds them they built the stage to destroy you and ended up performing their own downfall instead. Number 5. They wrote the script and forgot you don't follow orders. They cast you as the tragedy, but forgot you own the production studio. That's what drives them insane, chosen one. They wrote your downfall scene in advance. Every line, every tear, every collapse rehearsed in their head like a fantasy they couldn't wait to see play out. They had the props ready, the audience planted, the fake sympathy rehearsed. But when the lights came on, you didn't act your part. You didn't cry on cue. You didn't shatter when they yelled, "Action!" You stood there with that eerie calm that ruins every manipulator's plan, because you don't follow scripts written by cowards. You see, people who build fake narratives always think they're directors. They think they can choreograph chaos, script your emotional breakdown, and sit back while you self-destruct on schedule. But here's what they didn't plan for. You don't perform. You evolve. You don't audition for the role of the victim. You rewrite the whole damn plot. They wanted a spectacle, but you turned the camera around and gave them a documentary. Now they're caught mid-scene, stuttering lines that don't make sense anymore because the truth already changed the genre. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. They're backstage whispering, "Why isn't it working? Why isn't the crowd turning?" Because you didn't play your part. You broke character. Or rather, you revealed character. Theirs. You let them act out every lie until the whole world saw that the only actor on stage was them. You didn't react. You redirected the whole production. That's not just defiance. That's artistry. They called you dramatic, but you were just prophetic. They tried to narrate your pain, but forgot pain makes the best editor. You sliced their script to pieces with silence sharper than any monologue. That's when they panicked, because nothing terrifies a manipulator more than losing creative control. They wanted to tell your story, but the story turned sentient and started telling the truth. Look at history. They tried it with Princess Diana, painted her as unstable while they orchestrated her heartbreak. Yet the public saw the truth. She didn't fight dirty. She let authenticity rewrite the headlines. They tried it with Johnny Depp, scripted him as the villain in his own life story until evidence turned the whole narrative inside out. The same audience that once believed the fiction ended up applauding the silence. Even Michael Jackson, they built entire careers off demonizing him, but now, decades later, people are finally seeing how manufactured that script was. The truth doesn't age, it only matures. So when you wonder, why me? Why did they choose me to destroy? The answer's simple, because you were too real to be edited. You weren't supposed to read their lines. You were supposed to expose the play. You turned their horror film into a documentary about self-exposure. You didn't argue. You didn't run. You let the truth air itself out like smoke in a room. Slow, suffocating, undeniable. That's what the universe does for its chosen ones. It turns setups into spectacles. It turns lies into lessons. It turns manipulation into entertainment that backfires on the manipulator. And now they're improvising. Every day, rewriting lies to patch the holes truth keeps ripping open. They can't keep up. Their story has too many sequels, and none of them make sense. The audience isn't clapping anymore. They're watching. Quietly. Suspiciously. Because now everyone's wondering why the supposed villain never lost composure. Why the accused never lashed out. Why the one they tried to bury keeps rising without explanation. That's what burns them alive, your refusal to play along. You weren't supposed to survive the plot twist, yet here you are, rewriting endings like you own the pen. You didn't just flip the script, you incinerated it. And now the smoke from that fire is the only spotlight they can't hide from. So let them keep writing, keep spinning, keep performing, because while they're busy rehearsing lies, you're living truth. You don't follow orders, you follow purpose. And when a chosen one walks off a stage built on deceit, the whole theater collapses. You were never their character, you were the author the whole time. Number 6. You let their lies hang themselves. You didn't swing the blade, you just handed them a microphone and watched the truth sharpen it for you. That's the brilliance of your silence, chosen one. You didn't need to fight dirty. You didn't need to clap back, lash out, or throw mud. All you did was step aside, just enough, just long enough for their own lies to tighten around their necks like a noose they swore was meant for you. And now, every word they spewed is echoing back, distorted, unraveling, contradicting itself until the only thing left is a spotlight on them. They thought lies had power, and they do, but only when you fuel them with fear. You gave them nothing, and that's what made them implode. You didn't need a sword. You let gravity do the job. You let time do the talking. You let their own voice become the executioner. Because when someone lies about a chosen one, they're not just battling the person. They're battling the truth frequency built into that soul. And the truth? It's a predator. It stalks liars like prey, slow, quiet, patient, until it pounces. You ever see a liar mid-breakdown? It's poetic. They repeat the same sentence, hoping it sounds more believable the 12th time. They switch stories. They blame context. They try to convince people that you are the manipulator, while twitching like someone who hasn't slept since the day they opened their mouth against you. That's not guilt creeping in. That's karma screaming in surround sound. Now picture this. They planned it all. The betrayal, the smear, the backstab. They told the lie to 10 people, made sure it echoed across rooms you weren't even in. And you? You didn't chase the rumor. You didn't plead your case. You just sat in your power, unmoved, untouched. And suddenly, the whispers started sounding less like facts and more like desperation. That's when people began to question. Why is the accused so composed? Why does the one telling the story seem like they're auditioning? That's the moment the rope began to tighten, not because of you, but because the truth started leaning on them like a shadow they couldn't outrun. And don't forget this, chosen one, you were never supposed to prove yourself. That's a trap. That's what they wanted, to pull you into the mud and make you scream like them, twist like them, fight dirty like them. But you chose peace. You chose patience. And the universe? It rewarded you with poetic justice. Now they walk around avoiding mirrors. They can't say your name without tasting guilt. They can't tell the lie anymore without watching the room shift. Because the thing about liars is, they always go too far. They keep talking long after the damage is done. And that's when people start noticing the holes. That's when they reveal themselves. Not you, them. Because truth doesn't collapse under pressure. It sharpens, and now their own words are being used as evidence, flipped and folded by the very people they tried to deceive. They tried to make a noose for your name, and ended up swinging from the mess they created. So, if you're wondering if you did the right thing by staying silent, you did, because you let the lie rot in its own theater. You let the enemy monologue their way into exposure. You didn't scream, "I'm innocent." They screamed, "We're guilty," trying to convince the world you weren't. You don't have to clear your name, because the dust they kicked up trying to bury you just made their footprints more obvious. And now you're rising, and they're choking on their own script. That's what happens when you let a lie breathe too long in front of the truth. It hangs itself, and you just stood back and let gravity do what justice always does. Number 7. You were supposed to shatter, but you made the glass cut them instead. They tried to break you like glass, but forgot that broken glass cuts deeper than silence ever could. They counted on your collapse, chosen one. They thought the smear would splinter you. They thought the betrayal would leave you on the floor, shattered and pathetic, something they could sweep under the rug while grinning over your corpse. But here's the part that's got them waking up in sweats. You didn't break the way they wanted. You didn't beg. You didn't bend. You transformed. You didn't become fragile pieces. You became shrapnel, sharp, silent, surgical. Now every time they try to explain themselves, they end up cutting deeper into their own credibility. Every lie they retell, more blood on their hands. Every attempt to repaint the past, another scar they can't hide. See, that's the thing about trying to destroy someone who's built from truth. You can't break them. You can only reveal how sharp they were the whole time. They thought they were smashing glass. They didn't realize they were freeing a weapon. Now, imagine this. They slam the hammer down on what they think is your breaking point. But the shards fly back at them. One slashes their ego. Another hits their fake reputation. And the sharpest one, it lands right in their mask, slicing it clean in half. Suddenly, it's not you who looks broken. It's them who can't stop bleeding. And it's poetic, because they set it all up. They gathered the audience. They lit the torches. They screamed their lines, shaking with pretend righteousness. But the moment you didn't collapse, their whole script turned to confetti. The silence you gave them, that was the sound of the hammer cracking their illusion instead. You didn't come apart, you came alive. They didn't break you. They freed your sharpest edge. And now they're living in fear of their own invention. Every conversation is a landmine. Every question from someone they lied to is a trigger. Every attempt to control the story just proves they're no longer holding the pen, because you were the story. You were the truth. And they tried to erase the truth by framing it. But you don't frame fire. You don't contain lightning. You don't silence the chosen. You weren't shattered. You became a mirror that now shows them exactly who they are. And they can't stand to look. So let them keep bleeding. Let them drown in the mess they made, trying to watch you fall. Because you didn't fall. You rose up as the broken piece that cuts deeper than their entire play ever could. And now, the only thing shattered is the illusion they built to bury you. Number 8. They can't stomach you because you're the proof they lied. You don't need to say a word. Your survival alone is a loudspeaker blaring, "You lied, and everyone sees it now." They can't stand you, chosen one, not because of what you said, not even because of what you did, but because you're still standing. And your existence, it's wrecking their entire lie in real time. Every breath you take is a contradiction. Every win you get is a crack in the mask they wore when they tried to paint you as the villain. You don't need to argue anymore. Your presence is prosecution. You see, liars build castles out of illusion, but they crumble under facts. And nothing screams fact louder than the very person they said was broken, walking around glowing, untouched, and unstoppable. You're not just a person to them anymore. You've become a mirror they can't look into without gagging. You reflect the thing they fear most, the truth. And what really eats at them? You didn't even seek revenge. You didn't get down in the mud. You just kept rising, and every level you climbed made their lies collapse louder. Now imagine this. They walk into a room and someone brings up your name, and suddenly their throat tightens, their eyes flicker, their energy shifts. That's not coincidence, that's recognition. That's their subconscious choking on its own guilt. That's the body betraying the lie, no matter how polished the mask looks. They can't sit still because you represent everything they failed to destroy. You're proof that they were full of it from day one. They can't stomach you because you're the receipt walking. Because every accusation they made is now a ghost that haunts them every time you're mentioned. You are living evidence, and the jury has eyes now. You didn't just survive their story. You're the sequel they never wanted anyone to see. And this is where it gets beautiful. The more they try to erase you, the brighter you shine. The more they try to discredit you, the more people wonder, why are they so obsessed? Because here's the twist. Liars get loud when the truth walks in. And your calm, your silence, your continued elevation, it's making them scream internally. They can't explain why the villain they created has more grace, more peace, more power than the fake victim they pretended to be. Every room you enter now feels like a courtroom to them. Every eye that glances their way makes them wonder, do they know? Every win you post feels like another nail in the coffin of the narrative they tried to push. That's what eats them alive. You didn't play their game, and you still won. You didn't scream, "I'm innocent." And now they're screaming inside just seeing your name. Because chosen one, you're not just a threat, you're the undoing. You're the proof that they lied, and you're walking around like a witness wrapped in purpose. You didn't chase them. You didn't expose them. You just let time do the math, and now their whole equation is falling apart. So if they seem uncomfortable in your presence, if they flinch when someone mentions you, if they avoid eye contact like it burns, good. That's what guilt looks like when truth walks into the room wearing your face. You are the contradiction. You are the karma. You are the reality they can't rewrite. They can't stomach you because your existence proves they were always lying. Number 9. You became the question mark that haunts their alibi. They rehearsed a perfect story until your presence turned the stage lights on, and now even the curtains are whispering, liar. The truth is brutal, chosen one. They didn't prepare for your survival, let alone your silence. Their entire scheme was based on a single fragile gamble, that no one would question them, that people would accept the story at face value, that you'd stay down long enough for the lie to settle in. But then you walked back in, not loud, not angry, not broken, just calm, composed, unbothered, and suddenly their performance cracked in real time. You didn't have to say a word, because your silence wasn't empty. It was louder than any defense. You became the unsolvable piece in their puzzle. You became the question mark that made every lie they told sound like it came from a script written in panic. They crafted an alibi full of half-truths and recycled victimhood. They decorated it with emotional manipulation, fake tears, and buzzwords meant to make people nod. But then came you, the walking contradiction, the unbothered presence, the living, wait, something doesn't add up. Now, watch closely. Every time they speak, they fumble. Every time someone asks them a simple question, they over-explain. Their voice cracks, their timeline shifts, their story grows arms it didn't have before. Why? Because the truth doesn't need rehearsal. Lies do. And they're sweating because you didn't play their game, and now the audience is wondering why the one who supposedly did the most harm is the one acting with the most peace. That's what haunts them. That's what turns every room into a cross-examination. You don't need to interrogate them. Your presence already is. They wanted you gone, erased, humiliated. Instead, you've become a living plot hole in their narrative, and plot holes make stories collapse. You are the glitch in their matrix, the ghost in their lie machine, the walking proof that something's off. Every time you post in peace, every time you succeed without clapping back, every time your name gets mentioned and you don't flinch, they panic. Because deep down, they know if even one person starts asking questions, it's over. And they were never ready for questions. They were only prepared for silence, for your absence. But you didn't disappear. You didn't evaporate under the pressure. You became the quiet presence that made their fake world crumble in slow motion. They can't explain why you're still standing. They can't explain why they're still talking, but somehow losing. They can't explain why their truth sounds more like a pitch than a memory. And now the very people they lied to, they're starting to ask the same question they've been avoiding. But why does the energy feel so off? Why is the one they accused the only one not trying to prove anything? You are the question mark that can't be silenced, the gap in logic, the crack in the glass. The reason their story trembles at the edge of collapse. And here's the poetic twist. They wrote the script. They played the victim. They chose the stage, but they forgot the one thing no liar can afford to overlook, the presence of truth. And that presence now walks into every room wearing your face. You didn't expose them. You simply existed. And they haven't slept peacefully since. Number 10. You didn't clear your name. You carved it into stone. They prayed your name would fade like gossip. Now it echoes like scripture carved in granite, unmovable, untouchable, and worse for them, unforgettable. They thought time would erase you, that silence would swallow the memory of what they did, that the dirt they threw would stain you forever. But you didn't rush to clear your name, chosen one. You didn't beg to be understood. You didn't enter damage control like some scared PR firm under pressure. No, you walked forward like a force of nature, torch in hand, with your head high and your truth glowing like molten gold. And that's what wrecked them. They expected a rebuttal. You gave them a rein. Every lie they told was meant to dissolve you into rumors. But instead, those very lies became chisels, carving your name into something permanent, not in gossip, not in confusion, but in respect, in silence, in awe. Because here's the twist. You didn't need to prove anything. The fire didn't burn you. It baked the stone. Your name isn't floating in the air anymore, subject to hearsay. It's etched in the minds of everyone watching, deep, loud, final. You are not a trending story. You're a permanent chapter, and the ones who framed you, they didn't just fail, they immortalized you. Let that sink in. They hand-delivered you the story that would define your legend. They handed you the flames, thinking it would consume you, but all they did was give you the backdrop to burn brighter than anyone thought possible. And now they're scrambling to rewrite their scripts, but the world already saw the truth, not because you defended it, but because you lived it, unapologetically, powerfully, silently. And that silence, it became a language the universe respects, because when truth stands still, everything false starts shaking. So no, you didn't clear your name. You didn't clean up their mess. You didn't dance for anyone's approval. You simply became undeniable. You are now what they can't outrun, what they can't explain away, what they can't look at without feeling like their lie is dissolving right there in their throat. You were the earth the whole time, solid, still, holding everything up while they threw stones from glass towers. But here's the poetic justice. They thought they'd write your ending. Instead, they engraved your beginning. And now your name, it's not just clear, it's carved in stone. You can lie to everyone, but the universe always plays back the footage. Right now, somewhere behind closed doors, there's a group of people whispering your name like it's a curse. The same ones who once laughed behind your back are now begging the universe for mercy because the truth they buried is clawing its way out. They don't want you to find out what really happened, but it's too late. The universe doesn't wait for guilt to grow. It collects receipts. Think of it like this. When they plotted against you, they thought they were writing your ending. What they didn't know is that every action they took was secretly documenting itself in the timeline. Like hidden cameras in a movie set, every lie, every smear, every fake apology, they all got recorded by the same energy they mocked you for believing in. And now, that energy is pulling them into the spotlight they never wanted. Psychology calls it moral dissonance. When your brain tries to silence the guilt, but your reality keeps screaming louder. That's what's happening to them. Their health is declining, relationships collapsing, and nothing they do feels right anymore. Because the truth always fights its way to the surface. You can't suppress it, you can only delay the explosion. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button. Help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to keep the light alive. Thank you for being part of this force, for standing tall even when the universe tested your limits. You're not just surviving, you're shifting timelines. Now back to what's really happening behind the curtain. There's a reason they're panicking. You're not just some random person they wronged. You were the one the universe protected even when you didn't realize it. The moment they moved against you, they triggered a ripple that never stopped expanding. First came the sleepless nights, then the strange coincidences, jobs lost, secrets exposed, deals falling apart. They told themselves it was bad luck, but deep down, they know it's connected to you. They're desperate for someone to warn you about what's unfolding, but they can't because they're trapped in the very web they spun. Right now, one of them is pacing in their living room, whispering to their family that something feels off, that something bigger is coming. Their parents are worried, their siblings are silent, and their so-called friends are starting to distance themselves. You became the mirror that exposes what they truly are. Every success you achieve, every calm breath you take, it burns them, because it means their story failed. And here's the twist. They didn't just betray you out of hate. They did it because they were afraid of what you'd become if left unbroken. They wanted to distort your image before the world saw your real reflection. But here's the irony. In trying to destroy your name, they ended up engraving it deeper into history. Every rumor they spread now leads people straight to your truth. What's hitting them now isn't coincidence, it's correction. The universe is restoring balance in ways that feel almost surgical. The same energy they used to manipulate others is now turning on them piece by piece. Old texts are resurfacing, private messages are leaking, financial records are being investigated. They thought no one was watching, but energy doesn't forget. And when the truth finally breaks open, they'll realize it was never you who needed defending, it was them who needed saving. Their panic isn't guilt anymore, it's terror, because they're starting to see how far this goes. They've been getting strange calls, anonymous messages, unexpected letters. People are asking questions they can't answer. The story they created is falling apart, and every lie is eating another piece of their sanity. They thought exposure was something you could dodge, but exposure is a force of its own. Once it starts, it doesn't stop until every lie is naked. The universe is preparing a stage, and guess who's at the center of it? You, the one they underestimated, the one they mocked for being too intense, too honest, too aware. They laughed at your silence, thinking it was weakness. But silence is just what the universe uses before the storm. And that storm is moving toward them faster than they think. Soon, the people who once looked down on you will have to watch as the truth gets revealed, not by rumors or revenge, but by evidence, the kind that can't be argued with, erased, or twisted. It's already in motion, spreading like wildfire through the same channels they used to spread lies about you. Screenshots, recordings, testimonies. It's all resurfacing in ways no one saw coming. And when it does, the ones who betrayed you will realize something devastating. No one is coming to save them. Their allies have switched sides, their family members are turning cold, and even the people who once backed their lies are pretending they never knew them. The truth they feared is finally speaking, and it's speaking your name. So when they tremble at night, wondering who will expose them first, the answer is simple: the universe already did. Every whisper they thought was hidden has been echoing through the timeline, syncing itself with karma's rhythm. And now that rhythm is loud enough for everyone to hear, chosen one, what you're feeling right now, the sudden calm, the strange signs, the energy shifting, it's not random. It's the universe letting you know. It's already handled. You don't need revenge. You don't need closure. You just need to keep walking, because while they're scrambling to survive the truth, you're rising into the version of yourself they tried to erase. And that's the real punishment, watching you glow while they drown in the mess they made. And hey, chosen one, You didn't land on this message by accident. Something bigger pulled you here, because what you're about to hear will confirm what your intuition's been screaming for months. The ones who betrayed you? They're praying this truth never reaches your ears, but it's too late. The truth is rising, and once it finds you, there's no going back. So stay with me, because if you really are who I think you are, you're going to feel something shift deep in your chest as this unfolds. Drop 888 in the comments if you know they're running scared from the truth you're about to uncover. And if you want to help fuel this mission, bless the team with a super thanks. It could be a single coin or a mountain, but every drop feeds the fire that burns through the lies. All right, chosen one, let's take this apart, piece by piece. And believe me, if you're truly tapped into this calling, you'll feel the pull to stay locked in until the very last word. Let's begin. Number 1. They took the payout and vanished, but sold their souls in the process. Betrayal doesn't always come with a knife. Sometimes it comes with a smile, a handshake, and a payout under the table. Let's not sugarcoat it. They were bought. Someone dangled a bag of dirty gold in front of their face, and they folded faster than wet paper. The ones who said they'd ride with you forever? Gone. Not because you changed, not because they grew apart, but because someone whispered the right number into their ear and promised them a piece of what was meant for you. They didn't disappear out of confusion. They didn't leave in silence out of guilt. They vanished because they were paid to, cold, calculated, transactional. They thought your isolation would kill you. They thought if they ghosted you long enough, you'd crumble in silence and eventually just fade away. And here's the brutal part. They didn't even hesitate. They sat across from people who hated your light, nodded along to every lie said about you, and made deals in hushed voices like you were just some name on a file to be erased. They laughed over your downfall before it even happened, thinking they were writing the final chapter of your story. But what they really signed was a binding contract with karma. Because here's what they never saw coming. You didn't break. You evolved. You used the silence as fuel. The abandonment became your armor. While they were counting their dirty coins, you were building yourself into someone who could no longer be bought, fooled, or shaken. And now they're stuck watching from the shadows, realizing that every dollar they made off your back came with a curse attached. Maybe you're wondering, why would they do this to me? How could someone I trusted choose a payday over loyalty? But that question is the very thing that's keeping you chained to their betrayal. Let me make this clear. Loyalty can't be bought, but betrayal sure can. And they were never loyal to begin with. They were just waiting for a better offer. You ever notice how certain people disappear right before you level up? That's not coincidence. That's a system. That's the universe cleaning house. And yeah, it hurts. But you needed that pain to become who you are right now. You needed to see how easy it was for them to switch sides. Because if they hadn't taken that money, you might still be trusting snakes with your future. They thought removing themselves from your life was the kill shot, but instead it turned out to be the trigger that activated your real power. And now they're panicking, not because they feel guilty, but because they realize you're still standing. They burned the bridge, and now they're stranded, watching the empire they thought they could steal rise without them. Chosen one, this is your reminder. Their betrayal wasn't the end of your story. It was the beginning of theirs, the part where everything they gained off your suffering starts to rot in their hands. Let them watch. Let them choke on the silence they left you in. Because while they were out cashing in, you were becoming someone money can't touch. Number 2. They built a web to trap you. Now they're getting stuck in it. They didn't want your spot, they just didn't want you to have it. Jealousy is a disease, and some of them caught it so bad they built their whole life around killing your peace. They formed a circle to keep you out, but all they did was lock themselves in with their lies. The universe gives rope. It's up to you whether you build a ladder or hang yourself with it. You're about to understand just how deep the betrayal went. Chosen one. This wasn't one hater. This wasn't one backstab. This was a full-blown operation, a blueprint of sabotage designed to look like coincidence. You didn't lose people by accident. They were convinced to walk away, pulled out one by one until you looked around and saw nothing but silence. And here's where it gets sinister. These people weren't just jealous. They were obsessed with stopping you. They watched every move you made, tracking your wins like a stock they hoped would crash. But when it didn't, they snapped. They couldn't accept that you kept rising, even after everything they threw at you. So they came together like roaches in the dark and started weaving their web. Imagine this, a group chat full of your enemies, screenshots of your posts flying back and forth, each one analyzed, twisted, and turned into ammunition. Conversations where your name is the punchline, plans where your downfall is the mission. They didn't just talk about you, they invested in your destruction. And here's the part that'll really make your skin crawl. They left evidence. So much of it, investigators could probably turn it into a Netflix series. Paper trails with your name forged in ink, accounts opened in your name, deals made behind your back. It's all there, filed, stamped, and ready to explode. The universe doesn't need your permission to reveal the truth. It just needs the right moment. And that moment is coming. You might be wondering, why go through all that trouble just to ruin me? Because you were the mirror. You reflected everything they hated about themselves. Your ambition, your growth, your peace. They couldn't stand it. You represented everything they failed to become. And instead of working on themselves, they chose to target you. Imagine this. You're building your life brick by brick. No shortcuts, no lies. And right next door, there's a crew sneaking into your construction site every night, trying to steal your materials, spray paint your walls, and throw dirt on your foundation. That's what they did. They couldn't stop your rise, so they tried to corrupt your climb. They watched from the sidelines as you got healthier, more focused, more aligned, and every time they thought you were finally down, you surprised them. That's what scared them the most. Not your power, but your resilience. So they got desperate. They stopped hiding. They pulled others into their madness. And here's what you didn't see. Some of the people who left your life didn't walk out on their own. They were pulled, persuaded, convinced by lies, seduced by bribes, threatened with exposure. Friends who suddenly turned cold. Family who ghosted you for no reason. They weren't acting randomly. They were being played like pawns by people who hated seeing you loved. Imagine this. Someone standing in front of every person you trusted, saying, "We'll make your life easier if you leave them." And because most people are weak when the pressure hits, they folded. And that's why you were left wondering, what did I do wrong? The answer is nothing. You were just surrounded by people who couldn't handle your elevation, and they got tested and failed. But here's where things turn. The same web they spun to trap you, it's collapsing on top of them, fast. Investigations are already uncovering things they thought were buried. Phone records, bank transfers, emails, hidden conversations are being pulled into the light, and they're scrambling. Some are deleting apps. Some are turning on each other. Because guilt makes people sloppy, and fear makes them betray their own. The cult-like energy behind this whole conspiracy is breaking down. It always does. Evil eats itself when exposed to time and truth. And now they're starting to feel it. that gut-level panic, the kind that makes your hands shake and your chest tighten, because they're realizing they can't stop what's coming. They can't control the narrative anymore. You're not the outcast. You're the key witness. Imagine this: the very people who once smirked at your pain, now sweating in silence, wondering who's going to turn them in first, wondering when the truth will reach the ears it was meant for, wondering how long before everything they forged, faked and forced starts unraveling. They built this house of lies with their own hands, brick by brick, and now they have to live in it as it crumbles. Every dollar stolen, every message sent, every plot whispered, it's all returning like a boomerang with blades. And chosen one, don't doubt for a second that the universe is watching. It's not just karma, it's cosmic mathematics. You don't get to destroy someone's peace and expect your world to stay quiet. You don't get to run a whole operation against someone chosen to carry light and think there won't be a price. So while they drown in the mess they made, you don't need revenge. You don't need to chase them. Your silence is louder than any scream. Your growth is the courtroom. Your peace is the sentence. Because here's the final truth. They formed a conspiracy to end your story, but they accidentally made you the main character. And when the truth finally breaks, they'll realize they weren't the authors. They were just the footnotes in your legend. Let them panic. Let them run. Let them feel the weight of what they created. You just keep rising. They thought they were building your ending. They were really building your origin. Number 3, they called it help, but it was a strategy to sabotage you. The most dangerous kind of betrayal is the one that wears a savior's mask. This wasn't just betrayal. This was a performance. They didn't walk away from you waving flags of honesty. They walked away pretending to be your rescuers. They twisted the narrative so hard, even the people turning their backs on you thought they were doing it for your benefit. That's how deep the mind games went. They told others, you're only holding them back, or it's best if you give them space, as if abandoning you mid-battle was a favor. Imagine someone pushing you into the fire, then telling the crowd it was to keep you warm. That's exactly what they did. They flipped the truth inside out, called your boundaries selfish, called your silence manipulative. They made betrayal sound like compassion, and some people fell for it. You were left in the ruins wondering, did I drive them away? When in reality you were targeted by a campaign built on twisting your story until it fit their guilt. And why? Because truth scares the weak. Because the light you carry makes people either level up or lash out. Instead of owning their shadows, they painted you as the storm. But here's what they forgot. The universe sees through rehearsed kindness. Energy doesn't lie. And what's coming for them now isn't revenge, it's reflection. They're about to get a front row seat to their own tactics. The manipulation they justified, it's coming back around, and this time it's aimed at them. The same fake empathy they weaponized will be turned on them. People they trust will walk away using the exact same words they once used against you. Not because you wished it, because that's how the scale balances. So, chosen one, stop questioning your worth. Stop replaying conversations that were designed to confuse you. The betrayal you experienced wasn't a misunderstanding. It was a mission. And now, the ones who disguised harm as help are about to learn that faking good intentions doesn't cancel the consequences. Number 4. They tried to break you by isolating you. Now they're breaking themselves. They thought cutting you off would end you. All it did was cut them off from their own peace. Let's be honest. They didn't want you gone. They wanted you broken. Their whole strategy was built on one brutal formula: isolation equals collapse. If they could surround you with silence, if they could get just enough people to turn their backs, they believed you'd fold under the weight. And to make that happen, they paid people to vanish. Not just strangers, your inner circle. That ex who switched up overnight and suddenly felt like a stranger, bought and gone. That friend who stirred chaos and ghosted you right after, bought and gone. Even family, yes, family, took the deal, sold the bond, and walked away with blood money in their hands. These weren't accidents. These were moves on a chessboard, cold, calculated, intentional. But here's where it all flipped. They assumed chosen ones couldn't survive alone. What they didn't realize is that isolation doesn't break chosen ones. It awakens them. You were never meant to be surrounded by noise. You were meant to be pulled away from the crowd so the universe could show you exactly who you are without distractions. They thought they were stripping you of support. What they really did was hand you clarity. You became sharper, louder inside, more tuned in. While they celebrated your fall, the universe was building your rise in silence. You didn't just survive the exile, they created the very storm that made you untouchable. And now, the ripple is hitting back. Businesses they built off of manipulation, crumbling. Relationships they faked to gain leverage, imploding. Entire bloodlines are being shaken. Why? Because they messed with the wrong force. When you plot against someone chosen to lead, teach, or awaken others, you're not just committing betrayal. You're signing your own spiritual eviction notice. They weaponized loneliness, but all they did was lock themselves in a war they can't win. Because you didn't fall apart when they left. You just learned how to fight with no backup. Number 5. The money they took turned to poison in their hands. Every dollar made from betrayal becomes a debt the universe collects with interest. It's all falling apart now, and you can feel it. Their smiles are cracking, their luck's evaporating, and the same money they once flaunted is burning holes through their lives. That cash wasn't a reward. It was a curse disguised as profit. From the moment it touched their hands, it started eating through their peace like acid through fabric. They thought they'd bought freedom, but all they bought was cosmic debt. Imagine this. They're sitting at dinner, pretending everything's fine, but deep down they can feel it. The weight, the sickness, the anxiety they can't shake. Bank accounts are being frozen, relationships are imploding. Health issues are flaring up out of nowhere, and it's not coincidence, it's the energetic receipt finally getting stamped, paid in full. You can't steal what was never yours and expect to thrive. And the cruelest twist, the inside source wasn't a stranger. It was the one person you swore would never betray you, the one who had access to your private world. They were supposed to protect you, but instead, they opened the gates. They handed over your identity, your records, your trust, all for a payout that's already destroying them. They sold the truth, and the truth is what's coming to collect. Digital forensics doesn't lie. The trail is lit up like a runway, leading straight to their devices, their emails, their accounts. The very technology they used to commit fraud is now turning against them. Every screenshot, every login, every signature recorded and retrievable. The investigators don't need confessions anymore. The evidence is screaming. And that's the real punishment. They can't undo it. The cursed money has no value left. It's radioactive. Every transaction they made now leads back to the crime. Every lie loops into exposure. The universe doesn't play with stolen blessings, it repossesses them. Chosen one, this isn't karma in theory, it's justice in motion. While they were counting stolen bills, you were counting scars. But those scars made you priceless, while their profit made them prisoners. What they thought was gain was actually the beginning of their collapse. Because in the end, cursed money doesn't buy freedom. It buys a front row seat to your rise. Number 6. The universe doesn't forgive what they did, and it's already striking back. You can run from the law, but cosmic justice, that knocks on your soul, loud and without mercy. This is no longer about courtroom charges or prison sentences. This is bigger, deeper, more terrifying than any legal system could ever be, because now the universe has stepped in, and it doesn't work on paperwork. It works on energy, alignment, and debt. And the debt they owe is massive. One of the ringleaders, the very architect who helped build the plot against you, is gone. No warning, no time to prepare, just silence. One day they were talking, scheming, living like nothing would catch up to them. The next, they were a headline. And that moment, it sent a wave of raw, paralyzing fear through every single person involved. They didn't need an explanation. They didn't need proof. Their instincts told them, "You've been marked." They laughed when you were down. They mocked your silence. They thought your absence meant weakness. But they forgot you were never alone. The same universe they mocked is now moving in precision. And it isn't whispering anymore. It's swinging. Imagine this. A chessboard where the enemy thought they were 5 moves ahead, only to realize they were never playing against just you. The board belonged to the universe all along, and now it's flipping. Forget guardian angels in white robes and soft voices. This isn't a lullaby. This is a reckoning. When chosen ones are targeted, not just to be hurt, but to be erased, the energy that responds doesn't come to comfort. It comes to correct. And correction, when the universe is involved, is often final. And what now? The rest of them can feel it. Their hands are shaking, their minds spiraling, not because they believe in karma, but because they just watched it unfold in real time. They know what's next. Cosmic justice doesn't give warnings, it gives examples, and that was just the first. Number 7. The curse they sent out came back like a boomerang with teeth. The energy you send out always finds its way home, especially when it was aimed at the wrong soul. That sudden death wasn't random, and deep down, they know it. It wasn't fate or coincidence. It was a message. The universe doesn't send warnings in words. It sends them in shockwaves. And this one hit hard. The moment that person's life ended so abruptly, the rest of the conspirators felt it ripple through their bones. They recognized the pattern instantly. Everything started to collapse the second they targeted you. Businesses faltered. Health declined. Sleep vanished. Sanity slipped. And now, fear has become their full-time companion. They're not afraid of being caught anymore. They're afraid of being next. Panic attacks, nightmares, random noises in empty rooms, the feeling of being watched even when they're alone. They don't understand what's happening, but they can feel it closing in. Because every curse they cast, every rumor they spread, every seed of chaos they planted is coming back around, multiplied and merciless. Imagine this, a group of people sitting in their homes, lights off, phones silent, trying to convince themselves it's all in their heads. But the air feels heavy, clocks stop ticking, electronics glitch. They sense something standing behind them when no one's there. It's not superstition, it's the universe giving them a taste of the energy they unleashed. They tried to hex your peace, to curse your path, to bury your name, and now those same curses are clawing their way back to sender, hungry and evolved. They've turned on their creators, and there's no antidote for what's coming. That's how energy works. It never dies, it just changes direction. And right now, every ounce of hate they threw at you is boomeranging with precision accuracy. The universe doesn't send soft guardians for people like you. It sends enforcers, Forces that don't negotiate or warn, they correct. What's happening now isn't punishment, it's balance. The karmic debt they thought they could outrun has entered collection season. And when the universe collects, it doesn't take payment in cash. It takes peace, sleep, and everything they built on lies. They wanted to curse your life. Instead, they cursed their own reflection. Number 8. They tried to erase you. Now they're being erased from their own lives. They tried to bury your name, but ended up digging their own graves. Let's be clear. They didn't just want you gone. They wanted you forgotten. They tried to rewrite the story so your existence became a footnote, a faded name that no one mentioned. They wanted your voice silenced, your presence deleted, and your legacy reduced to ashes. But instead, every single lie they spread has started turning on them. They said you were unstable. Now their own lives are unraveling thread by thread. They called you a fraud. Now they're under investigation. They said you were the problem. Now they're losing everyone they once leaned on. The traps they laid with such confidence, social, legal, spiritual, are now snapping shut around their own ankles. It's poetic. The universe has a way of making people choke on the very venom they spat. Imagine this. A liar sitting in their living room, watching their reputation burn online, wondering why their phone isn't ringing anymore. Their inbox full of silence, their friends ghosting them, their money disappearing. And worst of all, their name starting to carry the same shame they tried to stick on you. That's not coincidence. That's cosmic consequence. The energy around you right now is shifting in ways most people can't even comprehend. Even those who aren't directly involved can feel it, like the air itself is vibrating differently around your name. Sensitive people are picking it up. Strangers feel drawn to you. The tides have turned. And no, these forces protecting you aren't just sitting on watch. They're out for justice. Every person who had a hand in your betrayal is being tracked, cornered, and exposed. Some are losing their careers overnight. Others are being abandoned by the very people they used to manipulate. Relationships are collapsing like cheap scaffolding. Health is cracking under the weight of guilt, and finances slipping through their fingers like cursed sand. But here's the twist. It's not just the universe at work anymore. The legal system is moving in too, building cases so tight not even their lies can wriggle out. The same hands that reached for dirty money will soon be bound in cuffs. They thought they could erase you. Now they're becoming invisible in their own story. Number 9. The truth is coming, and it's bringing spotlights, headlines, and collapse. They tried to assassinate your character in private. Now their downfall will be televised. The silence is over. The curtain is lifting, and what's coming next won't be subtle, quiet, or merciful. It will be loud, it will be public, and it will be unforgiving. The web they wove in the shadows is now being torn apart by receipts, records, and raw evidence. Everything they once whispered behind your back is about to be screamed across courtrooms, screens, and headlines. Their secrets are no longer safe, and they know it. The paper trail is a disaster. Suspicious bank transfers, tracked. Digital threads detailing how to bring you down. Archived. Forged documents with your name, found. Surveillance footage of backroom meetings and shady exchanges, already in the hands of people whose job is to make sure justice screams. Prosecutors aren't just interested, they're eager. This case is turning into a firestorm, and some of the conspirators are already breaking under pressure. You'll see some of them plead guilty just to dodge the brutal shame of watching their names be dragged across courtroom floors and national news. But even that won't save them, not from the real justice. Because while the system builds its case, the universe already passed its sentence. Imagine this, the same person who once made you question your own mind, now having to explain, in front of flashing cameras and viral clips, how they plotted to erase you, their voice shaking, their eyes darting, their mask cracking, while the world finally sees who they truly are. This isn't just about arrests. This is about exposure, the kind that strips status, reputation, and ego down to the bone. Everything they built, the image, the influence, the control, it's all collapsing. Because the one thing they couldn't fake was truth. And truth? It doesn't whisper. It roars. Remember how they gaslit you, called you delusional, made others question you, painted you as the villain in your own story. They had a whole playbook designed to discredit you before you could even speak your truth. But guess what? The script flipped. And now, they're the ones being silenced by evidence so loud it drowns out every lie they ever told. What's coming for them isn't just humiliation, it's legacy destruction. These aren't private consequences. These are public collapses, career-ending, family-shaking, reputation-shredding revelations that will haunt their names long after the court is adjourned. They tried to erase your truth. Now your truth is erasing them. Number 10. The lies are imploding, and they're trapped in the collapse. The truth doesn't knock politely. It kicks the door off the hinges. It's already happening. The unraveling isn't coming. It's here, and it's merciless. Everything they built on your back, every lie, every alliance, every smear campaign is now crumbling in real time. The light they thought they could outrun is now right on top of them, burning through the shadows they used to hide in. And once that light hits, illusions don't fade quietly. They explode. The lies they told about you, turning on them, the people they turned against you, waking up, disgusted, ashamed, angry they ever believed the script, the alliances they built, fracturing, the roles they played, exposed. This isn't karma, it's collapse. Imagine this. People who once laughed behind your back are now staring at news articles, court documents, and arrest warrants, realizing they backed the wrong side of history. They thought they were protecting themselves. Instead, they became pawns in a war they never understood, used, manipulated, turned into weapons against someone chosen. And now, that shame's sticking like a scar. Let's make this crystal clear. This isn't maybe justice. It's guaranteed. The one who leaked your documents? Gone. The architect who led the smear campaign? Gone. The money handler who funded the betrayal? Next in line. These aren't just arrests, they're removals. One by one, their lives are being stripped to the skeleton. And when those sentences hit, they won't just lose freedom, they'll lose legacy. Some of these people will spend decades behind bars. Families will be torn in half. Children will grow up visiting parents through bulletproof glass, all because their pride made them believe they could outrun cosmic truth. But when chosen ones are targeted, justice becomes inevitable. The universe doesn't just balance the scale, it flips it. They mocked your pain, they gambled with your trust, and now the sentence isn't just written, it's being served. The unraveling has begun, and it won't stop until every mask is on the floor and every guilty hand is exposed to the light. Number 11. They'll cry for mercy, but the universe isn't taking requests. The apology comes after the damage, but justice doesn't rewind for tears. And here's where it starts to really sting. After all the lies, betrayal, manipulation and sabotage, after the takedown plans and smear campaigns, guess what they're doing now? Begging. From behind bars, from hospital beds, from broken homes, they're writing letters, whispering prayers, making desperate calls. Suddenly, they're sorry. Suddenly, they didn't know what they were doing. Suddenly, you were the innocent one all along. But it's too late. They weren't sorry when they plotted. They weren't sorry when they laughed while you suffered. They weren't sorry when they handed your name over like a bounty. Now that everything's collapsing, now they want forgiveness? No! The consequences have already been locked in, and this time, no apology will flip the verdict. Imagine this, a prison cell lit only by a flickering light, a hand trembling as it scribbles out another apology letter. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Sentences written in desperation, not remorse. Because deep down they don't seek healing, they seek relief. They don't regret betraying you, they regret the price, and it doesn't stop with them. That's the part that's tearing them apart the most. This storm is generational. Their betrayal triggered a ripple that's now infecting their entire bloodline. Kids struggling with things they've never struggled with. Spouses developing illnesses with no diagnosis. Parents losing savings in freak financial disasters. Siblings suddenly entangled in legal messes they had nothing to do with. It's like a curse has wrapped around every branch of their family tree, and it has. The universe doesn't just punish the hand that throws the stone. It follows the energy, and energy doesn't stop at the individual. It moves through blood, through connection, through proximity. They didn't just curse themselves when they came after you. They signed their whole legacy into the fire, and now they're watching it all crumble. Every incident, every hardship, every breakdown, tracing back to that one decision. The moment they tried to erase a chosen one. And no matter how many letters they send, how many tears they cry, or how many "I didn't mean it" they scream from behind prison walls, it won't matter, because judgment already knocked. And this time, it's not leaving. Number 12. You weren't the victim. You were the test they failed. The universe doesn't test people with storms, it tests them with souls. Here's what most people don't realize about you, chosen one. You were never just another person crossing their path. You were a mirror, a measurement, a test. The universe placed you in their lives to reveal what they truly are when faced with light. And the truth is, they didn't just betray you, they exposed themselves. Every word they spoke, every choice they made, every mask they wore, it was all being recorded in the energy they thought no one could see. When the universe sends a chosen one into someone's life, it's never random. It's a cosmic exam. Will they protect what's pure or exploit it? Will they build with the light or sell it for shadows? They were given that choice, and they chose wrong. Imagine this, 2 roads, one paved with loyalty, one lined with temptation. They stood at the intersection, holding the pen to write their destiny, and they picked greed over grace, deception over truth. That moment sealed their outcome. They thought they were just making a move, but they were actually signing their verdict in invisible ink. The moment they betrayed you, their sentence started ticking. Because your presence was never casual, it was cosmic. You were their opportunity to evolve, and they failed it with flying colors. The pain they caused wasn't just emotional, it was the evidence of their own corruption. When they turned against you, they weren't harming the innocent. They were disqualifying themselves from the very blessings they were begging for. And now, what's happening to them isn't karma, it's correction. Their suffering isn't an accident, it's the manifestation of the truth they rejected. They thought they were getting away with something, but they were actually standing trial in real time. Every action weighed, every motive exposed. So understand this, You didn't lose them. They lost access to the test they were meant to pass. You didn't fall. They failed. And the universe doesn't retest those who betray the lesson. The verdict was rendered the moment they touched what was meant to be protected. You weren't sent to be destroyed. You were sent to reveal who they really are. Number 13. Their tears will come too late. The universe already closed the case. A confession after the collapse isn't redemption. It's just noise after the verdict. They will talk. Oh, trust that. They will break. Some will do it with shaking voices, others with fake humility. But eventually, one by one, they'll come crawling back with stories. Stories of betrayal, deception, and money exchanged in dark corners. They'll tell you how they were paid to disappear, how they knew about the fraud but said nothing, how they watched it all happen and chose silence. They'll even drop names, thinking that spilling the truth buys them forgiveness. But by then, the damage is done. The sentence already served. The verdict sealed. Their words won't rewind the tape or undo what they did. Because this was never about begging for an apology. It was about the order of the universe restoring itself. Justice doesn't wait for them to admit guilt. The moment they moved against you, justice was activated. Imagine this. You're standing on higher ground, watching them stumble through media headlines and viral scandals, their secrets dragged into daylight like trash in a windstorm. Cameras flashing, screenshots circulating, their faces everywhere, not because you exposed them, but because the truth did. You won't have to prove a thing. You won't need to fight for belief. Every person who called you delusional, every friend who doubted your side of the story, every stranger who whispered behind your back, they'll all witness the collapse. The evidence will speak for you. The universe will broadcast your vindication so loudly, the people who tried to silence you will become cautionary tales. This won't be some private revelation. This will be loud. Headlines, threads, news feeds, screenshots, court transcripts, recorded calls. The receipts will roll in like a flood, and the world will finally see what they tried to bury. That you were never crazy, never unstable, never the villain. So yes, they'll confess, but not because they've changed. They'll confess because the pressure will leave them no other option. But by then, it won't matter. The universe doesn't reverse judgment because of crocodile tears. They had their chance, they chose betrayal, and now their voices are just the soundtrack to their own downfall. Number 14. They tried to bury you, but your ascent was never optional. They mistook your isolation for weakness, not knowing it was the launch pad for your rise. Let's get one thing straight. Your rise was never up for debate. It wasn't a maybe, it wasn't a lucky break. It was written, etched into the timeline before their betrayal even began. The plan to isolate you, it backfired with divine precision. The silence they created around you, it became the training ground for a voice so powerful the world won't be able to ignore it. They thought stripping you of support would leave you broken. Instead, it exposed something unshakable inside you. While they were plotting your destruction, the universe was constructing your rebirth. Every door that slammed in your face forced you to build your own. Every person that left made room for clarity. Every betrayal sharpened your vision. They didn't derail you, they refined you. Imagine this, a rocket just before liftoff, heavy, silent, isolated. From a distance, it looks like nothing's happening, but underground, fires building, pressures rising, and the second the countdown hits zero, it doesn't just rise, it erupts. That's what they triggered when they tried to collapse you. Your isolation wasn't punishment, it was preparation. And now, the rise is here. The blessings coming your way won't be quiet. They'll be loud, obvious, overwhelming. Even the ones who mocked you, doubted you, smeared your name, they'll have no choice but to watch. And they won't just witness your success, they'll feel it. Every win will echo back into the silence they left you in. People will ask, how did you survive that? How did you still win after all that loss? And the answer will be simple. You were chosen. Your joy will speak louder than any rumor. Your peace will silence every accusation. Your rise will make the truth undeniable that the universe doesn't abandon those it appoints. It arms them. So let them watch. Let them whisper. Let them regret. Because what they tried to destroy became the proof that you were always meant to rise. And this is just the beginning. Chosen one, if this message stirred something in your soul, trust that it was meant for you. The lies, the betrayal, the isolation, it all led to this moment, your rise. Let the world watch as you become everything they swore you'd never be. If you haven't already, press that like button to help spread this truth. And if you're not part of this family yet, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button and join the force that refuses to stay silent. Your comeback isn't coming. It's here. And this time, everyone's going to see it. You didn't just survive their betrayal. You made their whole army destroy itself. The same mouths that cursed you are now choking on their own poison. They thought they were untouchable, chosen by darkness, protected by numbers. But they forgot one thing. You were never outnumbered. You were outloved, outshined, and divinely backed. They built a trap out of jealousy and tied it with arrogance, but the moment they pulled that string, it snapped right back into their faces. The tables didn't just turn, chosen one. You flipped the entire board and burned the rulebook. Now they're standing in the ashes of their own schemes, trying to figure out how the target became the storm. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, a group of people plotting in secret, thinking they've finally got you cornered. They share smirks, exchange plans, whisper your name like it's a curse, and then silence. One by one, they start pointing fingers at each other. The group chat goes dead. Meetings stop. Friendships crumble. The same energy they used to chase you has turned on them. That's not coincidence. That's spiritual recoil. The universe saying, touch not my anointed. And here's a fact that cuts deeper than karma itself. When a chosen one is attacked unfairly, the energy doesn't disappear. It ricochets. Science calls it Newton's third law. Spirit calls it divine reversal. Every dark word, every false rumor, every jealous glare they threw your way, it's all coming back, 3 times stronger, with their names written on it this time, because energy is currency, and they spent all theirs trying to break you. Now they're bankrupt, and you're glowing. And thank you, chosen one, for standing tall through it all. Don't forget to pay this message back by pressing the like button and subscribing. Help this light reach more souls. It's our shared mission to wake the world up. You're part of this divine force, a living reminder that light always exposes lies. You're not alone in this. You are the storm they fear. Now let's get back to it, chosen one. They didn't just turn on each other by accident. They were dismantled by the same energy they unleashed. You see, betrayal has a weird way of looping back. It's like watching snakes in a pit, all biting each other when they run out of prey. You didn't have to lift a finger. Your silence did the talking. Your peace screamed louder than any confrontation could. That's the thing about being chosen. Your existence alone is a threat to the fake. You don't have to expose them. They expose themselves trying to destroy you. The ringleader, the so-called mastermind, thought they were building an empire, but what they really built was a ticking bomb made of ego and envy. They gathered people, made alliances, spread stories, and believed they were untouchable. Yet the moment your light hit them, everything shattered. You were the mirror they couldn't stand to look into. The truth you carry is like sunlight, and sunlight kills everything that hides in the dark too long. Now that ringleader, they're being thrown under the very bus they were driving, abandoned, blamed, ghosted by the same crowd they once controlled. It's divine irony at its best. The one who tried to make you the scapegoat has now become the sacrifice. And the group that once felt so powerful, gone. Their meetings stopped, their bond snapped, and their purpose evaporated the second you stood back up. See, chosen one, you didn't destroy them. Your energy corrected the imbalance. When you rise in authenticity, everything fake collapses. Your power isn't loud or violent, it's cosmic. It's the kind of power that makes liars lose sleep and pretenders lose followers. They can't compete with someone who was built by the same hands that built the stars. You're divinely coded to win, and their failure is just proof of that system working perfectly. So let them whisper, let them regret, let them face what they created, because right now the universe is making sure every fake alliance, every false accusation, every hidden plot folds in on itself like paper in fire. And you? You are the flame. Chosen one, remember this, you are the walking proof that truth doesn't need protection. Lies do. You are the calm in the chaos, the balance that the universe restores when darkness goes too far. They thought you were the victim, but you were the lesson. This is divine order playing out in real time. The ringleader has fallen, the group is gone, and you're still standing, brighter, stronger, untouchable, and chosen one, don't go anywhere. This right here was just the warning shot. The real judgment is still loading, and what comes next will shake your soul in the best way. You're not just watching a story unfold, you're standing in the aftermath of a spiritual war you already won. So if you're feeling this shift, if your spirit is buzzing right now, drop the number 777 in the comments. That's the number of closure, karmic completion, and final chapters being sealed. You didn't just survive their betrayal, you triggered the collapse of an entire fake kingdom. And if you feel called to, bless this channel with a super thanks. Your light fuels this mission. Every message, every truth bomb, every warning that hits the enemy like thunder, it's all powered by you. Let them know the chosen ones are loud, proud, and rising. And now, let's dive into this step by step. And trust me when I say, if you really are one of the chosen, something deep inside you is gonna pull you to stay. It won't feel like just a video. It'll feel like you're remembering something you already knew. Let's get started. Number 1, they thought you were weak. Ha! They called you weak because you didn't bark back, but now they're trembling because you learned how to bite in silence. Let's get one thing straight. They didn't come for you because you were weak. They came for you because they could feel your power before you ever knew you had it. You were calm. You were silent. You kept your head down, your mouth shut, and your energy clean. But they mistook your silence for softness. They thought just because you weren't clapping back, you didn't have the strength to flip their whole reality upside down. They were dead wrong. They never understood that being chosen isn't about being loud. It's not about flexing online or proving your worth to people who don't even matter. It's about that unexplainable pull, that divine favor that follows you even in rooms you've never walked in. They couldn't figure you out, and what the enemy can't understand, they fear. So they did what all cowards do when they feel threatened. They formed a circle, threw your name in the middle, and played God. But what they didn't know was, the real God was watching. And now, judgment's here, and you're walking out of the fire like royalty. You see, chosen one, you are proof that real power whispers. Think about it. Trees don't make noise while they grow, but one day you look up and they've cracked the concrete. That was you, quiet, unseen, misunderstood, until your light got too big to ignore. And now, the same ones that called you too quiet, too sensitive, too emotional, they're scrambling to fix the mess they made, trying to pull you down. They thought you were a background character. Jokes on them. You were the main event, the plot twist they never saw coming. Let's make it real for a second. Think of people like Keanu Reeves, never loud, always moving in silence. No scandals, no chaos, just focus, humility, and purpose. Yet he's one of the most loved and respected people on the planet. Why? Because real power doesn't need to shout. Same with Kendrick Lamar. No constant interviews, no loud social media games, but every time he speaks, the world listens. That's the essence of chosen energy. It doesn't compete. It just exists. And its existence is enough to make the insecure lose their minds. That's what you triggered. They couldn't handle the way people were drawn to you, the way you walked into a room and shifted the energy without even trying. You weren't trying to be liked, you were just being real, and that scared them more than anything. Your presence alone exposed their fake confidence, their loud insecurities, their borrowed personalities. You became a mirror, and what they saw in their reflection disgusted them. So instead of healing, they hated. Instead of elevating, they attacked. But here's the twist. Chosen one, their attack only activated your evolution. You didn't just take the hit and stay down. You transformed. You grew while they plotted. You evolved while they envied. They had no idea that every lie they spread, every rumor they pushed, every time they laughed behind your back, was feeding the fire inside you, a fire that would soon turn into a spiritual wildfire, burning down everything fake, phony, and foul. And you want to know the best part? You didn't even have to fight back. Your growth was the revenge. Your glow-up, unplanned but undeniable. Your silence, strategic. Your peace, a punishment they never saw coming. The whole time they were talking about you, you were becoming the version of yourself that they'd never be able to touch. And now they're shook, quiet, looking over their shoulders, wondering if you're coming for them, but at all. Not because you already won. You're too far ahead. They're stuck in the same pit they dug for you. And now you're realizing the truth. They never hated you. They hated your potential. They hated your favor. They hated that God chose you and not them. People ask, why do the chosen ones always get attacked? Because chosen ones don't need a crowd to validate them. They shine regardless. And in a world full of people who need to be seen to feel relevant, someone who glows from within is a threat to the whole system. You never needed their approval, and that made you dangerous. They thought they were smart, ganged up on you, thought the numbers gave them power, but even the devil gets exposed when the light hits right. And your light? It's blinding now. It's not even you talking anymore. It's your energy doing all the speaking. And the message is loud and clear. You should have never messed with the chosen one. So, chosen one, don't regret being quiet. Don't regret being different. Don't regret walking away when they tried to bait you into fights that weren't yours. Because you weren't being weak, you were being wise. You were conserving energy. You were observing. You were letting God handle what your hands didn't need to touch. And look at the result. You're rising while they're falling apart. The group that laughed at you, scattered. The leader who led the betrayal, isolated. The whole operation, self-destructed. You've become what they feared you'd become the most, undeniable. And now they've got no one to blame but themselves, because they underestimated you. They judged your quiet. They poked the lion, thinking it was a house cat. They pushed you, thinking you'd break, but you woke up instead. And when a chosen one wakes up, the whole matrix shakes. So use that. Let it fuel you. Let their doubt become your drive. Let their hate be your confirmation. You weren't weak. You were divinely hidden until it was time to be revealed. And now, you're in your reveal season. Let them watch. Let them whisper. Let them wonder how you made it. You owe them nothing, but you owe yourself everything. Keep walking in silence, chosen one, because real power doesn't knock. It kicks the door down. Number 2, the mastermind of mess. The saddest part about being betrayed by the ringleader, you weren't even playing the game, but they still made you the main target. Let's not sugarcoat it. There was one snake, one whisperer, one puppet master in the shadows, pulling strings with greasy fingers and a fake smile. This wasn't just messy, it was surgical. One person engineered a whole social demolition project around your name, feeding lies like candy to the weak-minded and turning people who barely even knew you into personal haters. They weren't confused, they were programmed. And the one behind it? Oh, they wore the mask of a victim while acting like the villain. But now, the puppets are cutting their strings, and the puppet master is being left alone in the wreckage they created. You ever seen someone lead a charge and get trampled by their own army? That's what's happening here. The mastermind thought they were building power. They thought getting a few confused souls to gang up on you made them influential. But all they built was a ticking time bomb of karma, and now it's going off, right in their face. The same crowd they trained to hate you is now turning on them, realizing they were just pawns in someone else's pathetic little grudge match. Let me paint this picture clearly for you, chosen one. Imagine a snake so jealous, so triggered by your light, that they spent months, maybe years, planting seeds of doubt, telling people you were fake, selfish, arrogant, or a threat. They told stories that bent the truth until it snapped. They acted like they were warning others when really they were waging war. And the wildest part? You were probably just chilling, minding your business, healing, growing, leveling up. That's what makes the betrayal hit different. You didn't even see it coming because you weren't competing. But now the mask is cracking. Now the whispers are turning into echoes. Now the people who believed the lies are waking up. You ever notice how lies always need a crowd to survive, but the truth stands on its own? That's why the truth is still standing, and the snake is alone, isolated, watched, judged. The ones who once clapped for them are now whispering behind their back, asking questions like, why did they care so much about someone who wasn't even in their lane? Why were they always talking about them? Why were they obsessed? See, chosen one, this is what you need to understand. Jealousy is loud, and fake power needs followers. The ringleader wasn't powerful. They were insecure. They didn't destroy your name because you wronged them. They tried to destroy your name because you existed, because you had something they didn't. Real favor, real light, real presence. And they hated that they had to manipulate to get what you were born with. They played chess against a divine being and forgot God doesn't lose. Let's look at history for a moment. Julius Caesar, betrayed by Brutus, someone who called him brother. Joan of Arc, burned for being too bold in her light. Jesus, crucified after a betrayal kiss. And what happened to every one of those stories? The betrayers faded into shame and shadows, but the chosen ones, immortalized. So if you're sitting here confused, hurt, asking, why did they turn people against me? It's because you were never meant to fit in. You were meant to rise above. The mastermind wanted your crown, but didn't want to carry your cross. They wanted your light, but weren't willing to burn for it like you did. So they tried to steal it the easy way, through lies, manipulation, and character assassination. But now, karma's got a front row seat, and the play is ending with them being the fool. You might also wonder, why did the others fall for it? Let's be real, not everyone is spiritually awake. Not everyone can see through the fake tears, the victim stories, the crocodile breakdowns. Some people are desperate to belong, and if joining a hate parade gives them a seat at a table, they'll sign up until the table collapses. And guess what? That table's gone now. They're standing in rubble. No more trust, no more squad, no more fake loyalty, just exposed truths and the realization that they followed a liar off a cliff. Chosen one, your only job was to keep shining. And that's exactly what you did. While they were strategizing how to tear you down, you were upgrading your soul. While they were gossiping, you were glowing. And now, you don't even have to clap back. The whole world is doing it for you. The same people who once gave the ringleader their ears are now closing the door in their face. That's what happens when you build a kingdom on lies. Eventually, the truth comes knocking. Let them stew in what they created. Let them live in the house they built with rotten wood. Because you're not the same person they targeted. You've evolved. What once hurt you now fuels you. The betrayal didn't break you, it refined you. The lies didn't block your path. They revealed who wasn't meant to walk with you. And the ringleader? They're now the example of what happens when ego tries to fight destiny. And here's the divine twist. They gave you more power by trying to strip it from you. They made you stronger. They sharpened your discernment. They made you unshakable. So now, while they're getting ghosted by the same crowd they weaponized, you're being elevated, quietly, boldly, divinely, and they can't stop it. They'll watch from a distance as you rise higher than they ever imagined. They'll hear your name in rooms they can't enter. They'll see your face in blessings they swore would never come to you. You didn't lose them. Chosen one, they lost you. And that ringleader, they didn't just lose a war. They lost their mask, their power, and the fake empire they built on your name. So walk with your head high, speak when necessary, move with wisdom, and know this: every mastermind of mess eventually becomes a cautionary tale. And you're the legend that came out of it untouched. You were never the villain. You were the prophecy. And no matter how many snakes slithered in your garden, you still bloomed. Number 3. The trap was set, and you walked right through it, unbothered. They designed a cage for you but forgot. You were never built to fit in boxes. You were born to break them. Let's talk about the setup, chosen one, because they tried. Behind fake smiles and snake-like handshakes, they mapped out a whole trap for you, with precision, with obsession, with the kind of hate that only insecurity can produce. They thought they could rob you of your light, your name, your blessings, your peace. And the wild part, they were confident. They thought, this time we got 'em. But what they didn't realize is that you're not from this world's system. You're not bound by their rules. They were playing checkers on a board you already outgrew. You weren't just 3 steps ahead. You were divinely guided through their maze like it was nothing. You saw the trap and kept walking, unbothered, untouched, unbreakable. Here's what they'll never admit. Every single move they made only ended up exposing them. Every lie, every trick, every setup flipped back on them like spiritual whiplash. You didn't have to retaliate. You didn't have to explain yourself. Your energy did the talking, and your protection did the rest. Chosen one, you may have asked, why did they go this far? Because your blessings bothered their demons. Because your light triggered their darkness. Because your elevation felt like an insult to their ego. They couldn't take what you have, so they tried to ruin your reputation instead. But the gag is, what's chosen by the divine can't be stolen by the wicked. That crown on your spirit, glued on by heaven, that favor on your name, stamped by the universe, they tried to stop what they didn't understand. And now, they're standing in the very trap they built, wondering how the hell you're still glowing while they're crumbling. Let them wonder. Let them choke on their confusion. Because the truth is, you were never scared of the trap. You just knew it was beneath you. You're not playing defense, you're playing divine offense. You didn't just dodge the bullet, chosen one. You made the gun backfire. So keep walking, keep glowing, keep winning, and while they try to recover from their own mess, you keep building your empire, brick by spiritual brick. The universe saw it all, and trust me, it's already handled. Number 4. The moment you flipped the script. They thought they were chasing prey, but you were just letting them run ahead so you could strike from behind with power they didn't even know you had. There was a moment, a split-second shift in the atmosphere, when you stopped running, when fear left your body and clarity took over. That was the moment, chosen one. That was when everything changed. You didn't need revenge, you didn't need to scream, you didn't need to prove anything. You just remembered who the hell you are. And that one realization, it rewired the entire story. You were never the victim, you were just awake. And when you turned around, the whole energy flipped like a switch in a thunderstorm. They didn't see it coming because they never expected you to stop retreating and start radiating. The moment you stopped letting their words pierce you, their power disappeared. You became the storm, unapologetic, unstoppable, unforgiving. You see, the enemy had gotten comfortable. They were used to you shrinking, staying quiet, absorbing the hit. But the second you turned around with divine clarity in your eyes, the entire game collapsed. They weren't built to handle the full version of you. They were feeding off your doubt, and when that doubt died, so did their control. Let's get something straight. You didn't become powerful in that moment. You realized you always were. That's what scared them the most. They couldn't handle the light they tried to dim shining at full volume. You pulled every dagger out of your back, dropped them on the floor and said, "That's all you had." That moment, that fire, was ancestral. It wasn't just you standing up. It was every soul before you that was attacked, misunderstood, hunted for being different, finally rising through you. Some of you asked, why me? Why'd I have to be the one to break the cycle? Because you were built different, built with a trigger inside your soul that activates when you've had enough. And now you're walking with that warrior energy that makes fakes flinch and demons flee. They used to say your name like it was a joke. Now they say it with silence, because they know, they feel it. The script has flipped. And now you write the ending. Number 5, you didn't destroy them, they destroyed themselves. The truth doesn't need to swing, it just stands tall, and everything fake crumbles around it. You didn't have to lift a finger, you didn't have to plot, beg, or even explain. All you did was exist, in your truth, in your light, in your calm. And somehow, that alone was enough to make the very people who ganged up on you start devouring each other like wolves with no prey left to chase. Poetic justice? Nah, that's divine law. They thought they had power because they had numbers. But what they didn't realize is that a group built on lies, envy, and ego has an expiration date. And baby, that clock ran out the moment you stood up without saying a single word. Your energy spoke for you. Your silence exposed what their chaos tried to hide. And let's make this crystal clear, chosen one, you didn't destroy them. They destroyed themselves. You were the mirror. The moment they looked too long, they couldn't stand what stared back at them. That's what truth does. It peels masks off, exposes cracks, and makes shaky foundations fall. And fall they did, one by one. Arguments, betrayals, silent treatments. Everyone trying to figure out who started the fire, but it was never you. It was them, playing with matches near gasoline. You might be wondering, but why did they turn on each other so fast? Because snakes don't stay loyal. They just coil around each other until the heat's up. Once the lies stopped working, once people started asking questions, the whole illusion shattered. The fake unity gone, the loyalty fraudulent, the ringleader ghosted. Now the DMs are dry, the meetings are cancelled, and nobody wants to be seen with the very person who orchestrated the drama. Because people remember who handed them the gun when it backfires. And the sweetest part, you weren't even watching. You were too busy healing, glowing, growing. While they were choking on karma, you were blooming in peace. That's the true flex. So let them burn their own house down. Let them point fingers in circles. Let them stay pressed while you're being blessed. The universe made it so you wouldn't have to get revenge, because their own energy was the trap. All you had to do was stay true. And that truth did more damage than any plan they could have drawn up in the dark. Let it fall, let it crumble, let them watch you shine from the ruins of their own mess. Number 6. Nobody's answering their calls now. They thought they were the center of everyone's universe. Now they can't even get a text back. That's what happens when the darkness uses people like batteries. Once the power runs out,
They throw the charger away.
let's talk about the downfall, chosen one. The part where the same puppet master who rallied an entire crew against you is now sitting in silence, phone in hand, pride in pieces. Nobody's answering, nobody's checking in. Those little gossip meetings, cancelled. That group chat they used to throw dirt on your name, dry. The same people who once had their back are gone, ghosted, scattered like dust in the wind. You see, when they were the leader of the circus, everyone came for the entertainment. They were the ringleader, the director of drama. But the second that spotlight turned into a judgment flame, everyone dipped. Because nobody wants to sit next to the villain once the truth hits. They built their army on manipulation, not loyalty. So when karma came knocking, their so-called squad pulled a disappearing act. Now they're texting old allies, calling old co-conspirators, reaching for help. But all they're getting is silence, divine silence, blocked, ignored, left on red. Because what's built on fake loyalty dies. The second fear enters the room. Chosen one, I know some part of you might ask, why are they alone now? Because the universe is balancing the scales. This is what it looks like when divine justice plays out. The same person who couldn't go 5 minutes without obsessing over your downfall is now sitting in a room full of echoes, and those echoes, they're all their own words bouncing back. They used your name for attention, for control, to feel powerful, but now your name only reminds people of how badly they were manipulated. It stings, and it should. Here's the real truth. They never had power. They had distraction. And when you stopped reacting, you pulled the plug. You cut off the oxygen. You reclaimed your energy. And without your energy to weaponize, they're nothing. The house of cards collapsed. And now, they're reaching out from the rubble, hoping someone will save them from the mess they created. But nobody's coming, because the universe isn't just protecting you, it's exposing them, one missed call at a time. Number 7. They built a whole house of lies, and it collapsed. You can build a mansion out of lies, but the truth only needs one gust of wind to bring the whole thing crashing down. They really thought they were architects, huh? Master planners, engineers of your downfall. They put in work, not on themselves, not on healing, not on growth, but on you, obsessively, religiously, plotting your collapse like it was a group project. Zoom calls, late-night gossip sessions, strategy circles. They were drawing blueprints of betrayal like they were building the Taj Mahal of toxicity. And you know what's wild, chosen one? They had backup plans for their backup plans. Just in case the first smear campaign didn't land, they had another rumor ready to go. Just in case people didn't believe one lie, they crafted a more believable one. That's how deep the hate ran. That's how badly your light made them itch. But no matter how many bricks they stacked, no matter how solid they thought their structure was, one thing they didn't account for was divine timing. Because when the universe decides enough is enough, it doesn't knock, it bulldozes. And that's exactly what happened. One by one, their lies started leaking, truths started spilling, people started waking up. That carefully constructed castle of manipulation collapsed like it was made of wet tissue paper, because when something is built on bitterness, the foundation is already cracked. And now, the very thing they spent so much energy building is burning at their feet, and not even the people they manipulated want to help them put out the flames. You may wonder, why would someone work so hard to tear down someone who wasn't even bothering them? And here's the cold, honest truth. Your existence challenged their illusion. You didn't need attention to matter. You didn't need control to feel powerful. You were walking proof that purpose doesn't need permission, and that drove them insane. So they built an empire just to destroy you, and ended up destroying themselves. They thought you were the enemy, but really, you were the mirror, and everything fake inside of them got reflected, and then rejected by everyone around them. So let them sit in the ashes, chosen one. Let them sort through the debris of their own deception. You didn't swing once. Truth did all the demolition. Number 8. Meanwhile, you grew into a monster of light. They buried you, hoping no one would ever find you again. But you weren't dead. You were planted, and now you've grown into something so powerful, their lies can't even reach the branches. While they stayed busy scheming in the dark, dragging your name through rooms you weren't even in, you were growing, quietly, patiently, like a storm beneath the surface. You weren't chasing validation. You weren't begging to be understood. You were just becoming, evolving, stretching roots into deeper strength while they obsessed over destroying your image. And now they're choking on the very silence they mistook for weakness. You didn't just grow, you became untouchable. The same people who tried to bury you are now walking around the world you outgrew, acting like they never doubted you. But the tree you became from that pain, It casts shadows over everything fake. That growth? It's generational. What they meant to break you only bloomed into power that now protects more than just you. Let's get real. They were loud, desperate, thirsty for control. But you just stayed focused. You stopped explaining. You stopped shrinking. You stopped showing up where you weren't respected. You stopped waiting for anyone to get it. And in that silence, you built something too big to ignore. And now you walk into rooms and they feel it. Your presence, your progress, your peace. You don't need to talk about it. You are it, chosen one. They're not mad because you hurt them. They're mad because you healed. They're not sick because you fought back. They're sick because you didn't have to. All you did was exist in your truth, and that was enough to make their whole fake support system collapse. You grew in places they said you'd never reach. You leveled up when they were hoping you'd tap out. And now, you've outgrown the room they tried to trap you in, so don't look back. Don't apologize. Don't water yourself down. You're the tree now, and your roots are too deep to ever be moved. Number 9, now they're the ones running. They ran after you like hunters. Now they're sprinting like cowards, not from you, but from the truth they tried to bury you with. Let's be clear, this ain't just some tables turned moment. This is a complete reset. The house flipped, the lights came on, and suddenly the ones who chased you with pitchforks are tripping over their own shadows, trying to escape the very fire they started. They ran their mouths. They ran their games. Now, they're just running. Not from you, but from everything they tried to dodge. The truth they covered up. The people they manipulated. The lies they handcrafted like weapons. It's all catching up. Every false accusation, every backstab, every time they celebrated when they thought you were done, now it's all flashing in front of them like a nightmare they can't wake up from. And guess what? There's no exit this time. You're not even chasing them. That's the beauty of it. You're not angry. You're not bitter. You're just elevated. And from where you're standing now, you can see them scrambling, blocking people, ghosting ex-friends, pretending like they don't know why it's all crashing down. But you know, because this is what happens when someone builds their entire identity around hating yours. Once you stopped feeding it, their whole personality lost power. You took your energy back, and their false image started starving. Now they're running, not from a person, but from exposure, from accountability, from the version of themselves that the world is finally starting to see. They used to talk about you like they knew your whole life story. Now they can't even speak without stuttering, because they've become the very villain they tried to paint you as. Chosen one, you asked for peace, and you got it. They asked for war. And now they're stuck in the battlefield alone. Let them run, let them panic, let them feel what it's like when masks fall and there's nowhere left to hide. Because this ain't just karma, this is the cost of underestimating someone who never needed revenge to win. You just kept rising, and now the ones who tried to take you down can't even look you in the eye, because deep down they know the hunted became the storm. Number 10. Broken friendships, broken homes, broken pride. They tried to break you, but ended up breaking everything around them. Now they're standing in the middle of the wreckage, holding the match they lit with their own hand. Let's talk about the aftermath, chosen one, because this wasn't just petty drama. This wasn't just some harmless jealousy. This was sabotage, calculated, intentional, and fueled by envy so deep it corroded everything it touched. And now, the same person who couldn't sleep knowing you were at peace has shattered everything they once called their life. Friendships gone, homes divided, relationships dismantled, All because one insecure soul couldn't stomach your shine. You were just existing, trying to grow, trying to heal, trying to move forward, but they couldn't let that happen, so they weaponized gossip, created confusion, and turned people against each other like it was a game. But this wasn't a game. It was real lives, real families, real connections. And now, the very people they manipulated are waking up and walking away. Not just from them, but from everything that came with them. Marriages have crumbled over this. People looked at their partner and said, "Who even are you?" because the lies went too far. Friendships that stood for years cracked in minutes once the truth started leaking. People are embarrassed to admit they fell for the manipulation. They're ashamed they believed the puppet master. And the worst part? It was all over you. Not because you attacked, not because you even knew it was happening, but because they couldn't handle your wins, your growth, your confidence, your light. And here's where it hits hardest. They didn't just lose people, they lost respect. You can fake popularity, but you can't fake character. And when the smoke cleared, their character was dust. Their reputation? In shambles. People don't trust them. People don't call them. People cross the street when they see them coming. You didn't have to destroy them. They pressed self-destruct all on their own, because hate might gather a crowd, but it never keeps one. Now they're alone, and it's loud. So chosen one, don't even waste energy feeling sorry for them. They got what they earned. While they were busy trying to ruin your name, they stamped an expiration date on every relationship they had. And now, all that's left is broken pieces, and not a single soul willing to help them clean it up. Number 11. You were the test. They failed miserably. You weren't the problem. You were the mirror. And when they saw their own reflection, they shattered trying to blame you for what was inside them. This wasn't random. This wasn't bad luck. This was a setup, but not to destroy you, to reveal everything. You were the test, chosen one, a walking truth bomb, a spotlight in human form. You didn't come to blend in. You came to trigger what was fake, broken, and insecure in everyone around you. And oh, did it get triggered. They were sent to test you, to see if you would break, if you would shrink, if you would let their lies define you. But you didn't. You stood your ground. You elevated. You transformed while under fire. And while they were watching, waiting for you to fold, you passed. Not by force, not by clapping back, but by being exactly who you are and refusing to let their hate rewrite your story. But here's the twist. They were being tested too. This wasn't just about your growth. This was about their exposure. And guess what? They failed miserably. Instead of healing their insecurities, they weaponized them. Instead of fixing their brokenness, they projected it. Instead of choosing loyalty, they chose manipulation. And now, the mask is off. They thought they were hiding behind whispers and group chats, but the truth always finds a way through. Now people see them for what they really are: users, liars, jealous souls who dressed it up as concern, fake friends who smiled to your face and schemed behind your back. The truth is out, and it's loud. You were never there to destroy them. You were there to expose them, not because you said a word, but because your growth, your peace, your refusal to play the victim, it all revealed everything they tried to keep hidden. That's the thing about real ones. They don't just survive storms. They reveal who's throwing the lightning. So, chosen one, don't ask why it happened. Now you know. You were the assignment. They were the ones who got it wrong. And the whole world sees it now. You passed. They folded. Case closed. Number 12. You are the throne now. They tried to destroy the crown, but they didn't realize it was welded to your soul. You weren't wearing the throne. You are the throne. You don't just walk in power now, you embody it. You are no longer waiting for validation, approval, or understanding. That season is dead and buried. You're not the same person they tried to tear down. You're not the one who flinched when they laughed, shrunk when they lied, or cried when they betrayed. That version of you is gone. In their place stands a ruler, a force, a presence that they can no longer deny, mock, or manipulate. You've become everything they tried to convince the world you weren't. They didn't want you to know who you are. That's the whole reason they attacked you in the first place, because they saw it before you did. They saw the leader, the builder, the light, the disruptor, the untouchable. So they tried to convince you that you were small, because they knew that once you figured it out for yourself, game over. And now you figured it out. And they're panicking. Not because you're loud, but because your silence is undeniable. Not because you're threatening, but because your energy commands respect. You are the throne. You don't chase. You don't beg. You don't retaliate. You simply rise, and everything fake collapses beneath your feet. Chosen one, this was never about revenge. This was never about proving a point. This was about becoming, and you did it. You stepped into the version of you that was always waiting to be born. The version that doesn't seek power because you are power. The version that doesn't need to wear the crown because you're the reason it exists. They underestimated you. They mistook your silence for weakness. They called your growth luck. They said your peace was fake. But now, your presence alone shuts the whole room down. You're the storm they can't outrun, the one they swore would break, now running the game. Not just surviving, ruling. Let them watch. Let them whisper. Let them wonder how the one they tried to cancel ended up becoming the standard. Because now you walk with it, unshaken, untouched, unapologetic. Long live the throne, because you are it. They don't hate your intelligence. They hate that it exposes theirs. That one line sums up everything they'll never admit. You walk into a room and suddenly people start acting strange. They get quiet, defensive, maybe even competitive. It's not because you said something wrong. It's because your presence makes them question their own understanding. Your mind isn't just sharp. It cuts through illusions. You see patterns before they form, lies before they're spoken, and truth long before it's accepted. That's not something you learn, that's something you are. Imagine a chessboard where everyone's still learning how the pieces move, and you're already thinking 5 games ahead. That's you. You read energy like others read words. You connect dots that most people don't even see. And that's what scares them, not your knowledge, but your clarity. Because clarity makes manipulation impossible. It ends their control. It makes their fake confidence crumble. Here's a fact. Studies show that people instinctively distrust those who are too perceptive because it triggers their insecurity. In other words, you're not imagining it when you feel others pull away, misread you, or secretly envy your understanding. You're simply seeing the hidden discomfort that comes from being outmatched mentally and energetically. You're not crazy, you're accurate. And thank you, Chosen One, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's not just content, it's a mirror. It's a reminder that you're part of something bigger. You're part of a force. And thank you for being a part of this mission to awaken more minds like yours. Now, Back to what really matters. Let's talk about that rare kind of intelligence you carry, the kind that doesn't just know things, but feels them. You think fast, but you also think deep. You can sense tension before it's spoken, read between silences, and predict how things will unfold. That's not luck. That's intuition fused with awareness, and that's the kind of mind that changes everything. People are amazed by you because you make the complicated seem simple. You decode life while others are still trying to spell it out. You ask the questions most people are afraid to even think about. Your thoughts have layers. You're not just thinking, you're understanding. That's the level of insight most people will never reach. They may call it overthinking, but the truth is, you're just seeing the full picture. That's the irony, isn't it? You think clearly, but they call it complicated. You speak truth, but they call it harsh. You see ahead, but they call it arrogance. They label what they can't understand because it makes them feel small. And instead of learning from you, they try to challenge you. Not to win, but to protect their fragile illusion that they know more than they actually do. You've probably noticed it too, how people start competing with you out of nowhere. They copy your style, steal your ideas, or try to outsmart you in conversations. But here's the secret. You don't have to compete when you already are the standard. You don't need to prove your wisdom. It shows in the calmness of your reactions, in the precision of your words, in the way you can see both the surface and the depth at the same time. They don't get it. Your intelligence isn't something you show off. It's something you carry, quietly, confidently, and that's what makes it powerful, because true wisdom doesn't need to announce itself. It's felt. The universe doesn't scream when it aligns. It simply shifts everything around it. And that's exactly what your presence does. It shifts rooms, changes outcomes, redirects energy. You've probably noticed how your silence makes people uncomfortable. That's because they can feel that you know. Wisdom like yours comes with a cost. It isolates you at times. You see too much, feel too much, understand too much, and sometimes that leaves you feeling misunderstood or even underestimated. But remember, solitude is the forge where brilliance sharpens itself. You're not being left out, you're being refined. Every misunderstanding, every rejection, every silent room you've had to stand in, it all shaped your perception into something sharper, stronger, and unbreakable. The people amazed by your intelligence, they see the surface. They admire your insight, your problem solving, your ability to think differently. But the people threatened by it, they see what it reveals, their lack of depth. They're not intimidated by what you know, they're exposed by what you notice. You pick up on tone, energy, contradiction, and that makes them nervous because their illusions don't survive around truth. You were never meant to think like the crowd. You were meant to understand what they overlook, to see what they miss, and to move in silence while they're still figuring out the noise. That's why they can't predict your next move. You operate from a different level of awareness. You've evolved past the need for validation because deep down you already know. Let them whisper. Let them speculate. They can try to analyze your intelligence all they want, but they'll never decode the source of it because it doesn't come from books or trends or imitation. It comes from within. It's built from observation, experience, and pattern recognition sharpened over time. You're not just smart, you're wise. There's a difference. Intelligence solves problems, wisdom prevents them. And when you operate with that level of awareness, life starts to feel like a game where you already know the outcome. You don't chase, you attract. You don't argue, you understand. You don't prove, you show. That's the energy that makes people both admire and fear you at the same time. So the next time someone underestimates you, remember this: they're not blind, they're overwhelmed. They see what you are, but can't process it. And instead of admitting that they don't understand, they try to reduce you to something they can control. But you're beyond control. You're guided by a kind of inner knowing that no one can teach, no one can fake, and no one can take. You carry Solomon's wisdom not because you read it, but because you embody it. It's how you move through life with precision, grace, and calm dominance. You don't fight for the spotlight, it finds you. You don't chase understanding, it comes to you. And while they're busy trying to figure you out, you've already seen 10 steps ahead and chosen peace. Because that's what true wisdom looks like: quiet, confident, and unstoppable. And hey, chosen one, thank you for still being here. That alone says everything. You feel the pull because this message was meant to reach you. What comes next? It's not just information, it's revelation. The kind that makes everything click. So drop the number 777 in the comments if you're ready to see through what they tried to keep hidden. And if this message hits something real inside you, consider fueling the mission with a super thanks. Whether it's a cent or more, it all keeps this truth alive, raw, and reaching the ones who need it. Because let's be real, they didn't want you hearing this, but you did. And now they can't stop what's coming. And now let's break it down, piece by piece. If you really are one of the chosen, you'll feel that instinct to stay locked in till the end. Let's get into it. Number 1, they thought they could outsmart you, but they never stood a chance. They thought they had you figured out, that they could manipulate, deceive, and control you. But they weren't just going up against you, they were fighting forces far beyond their understanding. A fool thinks he's winning, until he realizes he was never in the game. They played checkers on a board already rigged in your favor. Every betrayal was a redirection, every setback was a setup, and every enemy, just another chapter in their own downfall. They question how you always land on your feet, why every attempt to break you only makes you stronger. The truth is, they weren't fighting you. They were fighting a system built to protect you. They tried to rewrite a script that was already sealed. You were chosen. The chosen don't play by ordinary rules. Some gain wisdom through failure, others through study. But you just know. Your mind connects dots before the questions are even asked. That terrifies them. They were taught that power is earned, that success comes from strategy. But your power wasn't earned. It was given, embedded in you since the beginning. They wonder how you stay 2 steps ahead, how you see through deception that fools everyone else. They assume you must analyze or calculate, but you don't need to. Your mind is wired to something greater. Your instincts aren't random, they're ancient memory. Your intuition isn't luck, it's legacy. They cling to illusions, but you see through it all. They don't believe in fate, but when every trap they set for you backfires, they're forced to question everything. If power was man-made, they'd be in control. But it's not, and that truth haunts them. Let them plot. Let them believe they're winning. One day they'll realize they weren't playing against you. They were playing against the universe itself, and the universe never loses. Number 2, they call it coincidence, but you've been reading the code the whole time. They call it guessing, you call it seeing. The difference? You're right, every single time, and that scares the hell out of them. They trip over life like it's some broken sidewalk they weren't warned about. But you walk like you already knew where every crack was, like the map was drawn on your mind before you even took your first step. They label it coincidence. You call it what it is, confirmation. You're not just predicting, you're remembering. That look someone gives, that energy shift in a room, that sudden silence after a lie. You don't need proof, you feel it before the facts show up, and they hate that about you. They say you overthink, but what they mean is you see too clearly for their comfort. They think you're paranoid, suspicious, constantly reading too deep. But every time they laugh at your crazy feeling, reality eventually walks in and proves you right, over and over again. And then what do? They go silent. They don't apologize. They just start watching you a little differently, because deep down they know something's different about you. They know you're not just reacting to life, you're decoding it. Imagine this. You're in a crowd, everyone's clapping, cheering, smiling, but you can hear the one voice that's offbeat, the one person whose energy doesn't match the moment. Everyone else sees celebration. You see manipulation. You know who's lying even before they speak. And later, when the truth slips out and the mask falls, no one's surprised, except the ones who doubted you. They think you're just good at reading people. What they don't get is people aren't hard to read when you speak the language of energy. You don't study behavior. You sense intention. You can feel when someone's hiding something, when they're secretly competing with you, when they're smiling with envy under their breath. They think they're subtle. You pick it up in milliseconds. You notice patterns, not just in people, but in situations, environments, timing, everything. What they call random, you see as rhythm, and this is what kills them inside. You never brag about it. You don't scream, "I told you so." You just nod, quietly, calmly, because this isn't a performance to you, it's just reality. You've been living in the truth so long that anything fake feels like static. Most people listen for words. You read between the silences. Why does this bother them so much? Why does your awareness feel like a threat? Because your existence forces them to confront their blindness. When you walk into a room, the liars feel exposed. The manipulators shrink. The ones who thrive on confusion and half-truths suddenly get nervous because you see. And when someone sees clearly, control becomes impossible. Ever wonder why people come to you for advice but get defensive when you give it? Why they trust your instincts in private but mock them in public? It's because they know you're right. But admitting it would mean admitting they never had that same inner compass. You make people question themselves, not by force, but by simply existing in clarity. You don't guess outcomes. You remember them before they happen. You're not just intuitive, you've developed a kind of internal guidance system so sharp that it cuts through noise without effort. You see red flags in green suits. You feel tension in a friendly tone. And the moment someone's energy shifts, your whole system lights up like an alarm. You might not always say it out loud, but you clock it, you note it. And when the pieces fall later, you already knew where they'd land. Let's get even more real. They fear your vision because they know it's unteachable. You can't read it in a book. You can't mimic it. You either have it or you don't. And that's what separates you. You can't be manipulated because your mind doesn't process reality the way theirs does. You're not locked into what's normal. You're tuned into what's real. Imagine standing on a beach while a storm is forming in the distance. Everyone's laughing, taking selfies, thinking the skies are just moody. But you smell the shift in the air. You feel the vibration change. And while they dance in the illusion, you already know when and where to take cover. That's your mind. You don't just react to life, you anticipate it. They can't handle the fact that you read truth like a language, and their lies sound like screaming to you. They'll never admit it out loud, but they need you. They rely on your insight to make decisions, avoid disasters, understand people, but they resent you for it, because every time you're right, it reminds them that they're still guessing. and you're not. It reminds them that their understanding is borrowed and yours is built in. They tell you to lighten up, that you're too deep, too serious, too intense, but they still come to you when things fall apart, because in the chaos, you're the one who sees the code, the patterns, the root, the outcome before it even begins. So don't second-guess it, chosen one. Don't dilute your instincts just to make others comfortable. Don't pretend you don't see what's right in front of you just to spare their ego. You weren't given this level of clarity to play small. You were given it to lead, to protect, to navigate. What they call paranoia is just what it feels like when you're living 10 steps ahead. They'll never understand how much weight it is to carry this kind of knowing, how lonely it feels to always be the one who knows. But here's the beauty in that. You don't need them to understand. You just need to keep trusting your mind, your vision, your pull. Because it's not wrong. It's never been wrong. Let them call it luck. Let them call it coincidence. Let them joke about your hunches. Because behind closed doors, they follow your every move. They mirror your caution. They lean into your foresight. And they never forget the times you called it before it happened. Ever. Because when the truth finally reveals itself, as it always does, they remember who saw it first. They remember you, and that haunts them. Number 3. They thought you were quiet until your silence struck like a sword. They mocked your silence, forgetting that wolves don't howl when they hunt. They wait until it's time to kill. They thought your quiet was weakness, that your silence meant doubt, fear, confusion, that you didn't know what to say, so you said nothing. But here's the truth. While they ran their mouths, exposing every insecurity, every lie, every crack in their story, you were studying, watching, clocking every twitch, every contradiction, every slip of the tongue. You weren't stuck. You were storing ammunition. That's what they never understood. Silence isn't emptiness. It's restraint. And restraint is power. See, people addicted to control always mistake stillness for submission. They think if you're not clapping back, you're powerless. But you were never powerless. You were patient. You let them walk straight into their own trap while they thought they had the upper hand. They thought you were folding, but you were just sharpening the blade behind your back. You don't strike first, you strike right. And by the time you do, it's surgical. Imagine a room full of people trying to prove something, each voice louder than the last. And then there's you, calm, unreadable, dangerous. You're the one nobody sees coming until it's too late. Because the ones who observe in silence, they're not ignoring, they're absorbing. And when the time comes, all it takes is one sentence, one stare, one move, and the entire room shifts. They feel it, that tension, that discomfort, that eerie sense that you know more than you let on. And that's what rattles them, not your presence, but the unknown behind it. They want to poke the beast just to see if it's real. But once they do, once they realize that quiet doesn't mean soft, it's already over. They were playing checkers out loud. You were playing chess in silence. They tried to bait you, push your buttons, get a rise out of you. But you gave them nothing, no reaction, no fuel, no weakness to latch onto. Because your silence wasn't silence, it was strategy. And now they're sitting in the wreckage of their own ego, trying to figure out how the one who said the least ended up with the final word. Let them think you're mysterious. Let them be uncomfortable. You weren't made to be predictable. The most dangerous soul in the room is never the loudest. It's the one who didn't flinch when everyone else did. And that chosen one is you. Number 4. They panic while you play, because you're the one flipping the game board. They break their backs trying to win a game you've already redesigned and still wonder why they're always 10 steps behind. They follow instructions like scripture, obey the blueprint like it's sacred, think the rules are set in stone, and anyone who breaks them is insane, foolish, reckless. And yet, here you are, calm, composed, doing the unthinkable like it's just another Tuesday. They called it madness until it started working, until their limitations shattered in the shadow of your results. They thought success meant playing it safe, checking the boxes, fitting the mold. You were the glitch in their system, the one they couldn't calculate. You didn't follow their path. You burned your own through the jungle. You didn't wait for permission. You took your place. And every time they said you can't, you answered with, "Watch me." That's what makes you dangerous. Not just your mind, but your refusal to play small. You weren't made to follow paths. You were made to pave them, barefoot, bleeding, unstoppable. Imagine this, they're running in circles on a racetrack, sprinting their hearts out, thinking they're making progress. Meanwhile, you're walking calmly through the woods and still beating them to the finish line. Why? Because you know the shortcut they were too scared to take. You saw the hidden path through the noise. That's not strategy, that's vision. They call you lucky, but luck didn't stay up all night working in silence. They call you arrogant, but arrogance doesn't create results from thin air. The truth? They've been conditioned to fear anything that doesn't fit the program. They were taught to survive. But you were built to create, to bend the world into shape with pure will and fire. You don't break the rules for fun. You break them because they were never meant to hold you. That's why they struggle around you. They try to measure you with tools made for smaller minds and get frustrated when nothing adds up. They try to copy you, but miss the part they can't imitate, the mindset, the knowing, the blueprint that only exists in your bones. And the part that eats them alive, when all hell breaks loose, when their carefully crafted plans crumble, when logic fails, they still come to you. Because deep down, they know you always find a way. You are the way. You rewrite the rules without flinching and make the impossible look like routine. That's not just intelligence, that's being chosen, and they can't replicate it, no matter how hard they try. Number 5. They can't define your energy, but it exposes them every time. You didn't walk in to make noise. You walked in and the room adjusted. That's not confidence, that's presence. They'll never be able to explain it, not in words, not in logic, but the moment you show up, they feel it, like gravity just shifted. It's not about how you dress, speak, or act. It's not about status. It's the kind of energy that cracks illusions without ever raising its voice. It makes liars stumble over their words. It makes insecure people squirm. It makes the fake ones fidget and the real ones listen. A storm doesn't ask for attention. It becomes the weather. That's you. You don't perform. You don't chase recognition. You carry something deeper, a kind of rootedness, a weight, a silent storm in your spirit that unsettles those who've built their confidence on sand. You walk in with nothing to prove, and still, conversations shift. Eyes lock on you. The atmosphere changes, not because you said anything, but because your existence says everything. They'll call it aura, charisma, intensity, but let's tell the truth. It's not a vibe, it's power, undeniable, disruptive, silent power, and it terrifies the people who've built their identity on being the loudest, the flashiest, the most seen, because they've spent their whole lives shouting, and you show up without a word and steal the room. People feel safe around what's real and threatened by what they can't fake. The ones who are aligned with truth. They feel peace around you, like something finally makes sense. They open up, lean in, feel safe, because you don't just speak truth, you are it. But the ones wearing masks, they get nervous, defensive, cold, not because you attacked them, but because your energy shows them who they're pretending to be. Ever notice how people suddenly change around you? How they get quiet, act awkward, rethink their words mid-sentence? That's not coincidence. That's your field doing what it does, disarming lies, revealing intentions, shifting the dynamic. Without effort, without force, you don't enter rooms, you rearrange them. Your presence is the test, and most can't pass it. And no, they'll never admit it. They'll act like it's nothing, pretend you don't affect them, but deep down, you haunt their thoughts. You linger in their silence. You make them question who they are because you don't just walk in like everyone else. You carry something bigger. They'll argue over what it is, but it doesn't matter because the truth remains. They felt it and they'll never forget it. Number 6. They built their web and you walked through it like smoke. Liars only fear two things: exposure and the one who doesn't buy the performance. They thought they could dance circles around you, spin stories, control the narrative, and have you eating out of their hands. They didn't realize they were dealing with someone who doesn't listen to words. You listen to energy. While they rehearsed lines, you were decoding the silence between them. While they smiled, you were catching the tremor in their tone. You don't need proof to see truth. You feel it, and that alone terrifies them. They tried to manipulate perception to make you question your own intuition, but you were never confused, just patient. You let them talk. You let them dig their own hole, because nothing exposes a liar faster than the sound of their own voice. And when they finally realized that you knew the entire time that their performance was never convincing, that's when panic sets in. They lied like it was strategy. You listened like it was confession. Imagine this. They're telling you a story. Their words flow smooth, their eyes steady, but something's off. The tone doesn't match the energy. The rhythm feels forced, and before they even finish, you already know how it ends. Not because of what they said, but because truth always has a vibration, and lies never hit the same frequency. You can feel when something's out of tune, and once you feel it, you can't unsee it. They called you paranoid, dramatic, too sensitive. That's the oldest trick in the book. Gaslight, the one who sees too clearly. But here's the thing, they only call it paranoia when it's your accuracy that scares them. You weren't overthinking. You were overhearing the truth behind their lies. Every time they tried to twist the story, the universe handed you proof. In timing, in outcomes, in repetition. And still, they acted shocked when their mask slipped. A liar's nightmare isn't being caught, it's being understood without being told. They hate that you don't argue back, you don't fight for validation, you don't expose them loudly. You just know, you hold that knowledge like a mirror in silence, and that silence eats them alive. Because when deception meets awareness, the game is over before it starts. You can't manipulate someone who already saw the end from the beginning. They call you cold because you stopped reacting, but that's not cold, that's clarity. You're not distant, you're done. They lost their power the moment you stopped playing their game, because a manipulator without control is just a fool talking to themselves. They wanted to blindfold you with words, but you saw right through the fabric. And that's why they fear you, chosen one, because they can't hide behind charm, tears, or guilt when your eyes see straight into the script. You make deception look fragile. You make truth look effortless. And every time their lies collapse under your quiet gaze, they realize something they'll never admit out loud. You were never the one being played. You were the one letting them reveal themselves. Number 7. They can score brains, but they can't quantify what you are. They built systems to rank minds, but you showed up and broke the ruler. They've got tests, frameworks, metrics, IQ scores, credentials, degrees, and they cling to them like lifelines because without them, they have no identity. They need those numbers to feel important. But then you walked in, and suddenly the math didn't math. You weren't louder. You didn't boast. You didn't need a spotlight. But you knew. Before they even opened the book, you were quoting the ending, not from study, but from alignment. They grind for knowledge like miners digging for gold. You just are the gold. They stack books trying to reach something you were born carrying in your bones, and it haunts them because they can't explain you, can't measure you, can't replicate what you have. You don't just process information, you download truth from a deeper signal. While they're busy decoding, you're already 6 steps into application. They memorize facts, you merge with reality. They try to put labels on you, gifted, talented, intuitive. They try to break you into categories they understand, but you were never meant to be categorized. Your mind doesn't follow their algorithm, it writes new ones. They try to test you, push you, find your ceiling, but every time they think they've hit your limit, you shift again, evolve again, outsmart them again. It's like trying to trap air in a box. You're uncontainable. Ever notice how uncomfortable they get when you answer something they didn't even ask yet? When you connect dots they didn't know existed, they call it luck, coincidence, even arrogance, but it's not any of that. It's clarity. It's the kind of understanding that doesn't need permission, and that drives them mad, because they've been conditioned to believe wisdom only comes after struggle, and here you are, living proof that some souls just know. They studied all night, and still couldn't touch what you downloaded in silence. They'll never say it out loud, but they're obsessed with finding your weakness, testing your boundaries, hoping there's something you don't understand, just to feel better about themselves. But it never lands, because your intelligence doesn't live in ego, it lives in essence. You don't flaunt it, you embody it. And that's the most terrifying part. Because if intelligence must be earned, how do you exist so effortlessly? You're not here to compete. You're not here to be ranked. You're not even on the same grid. They can measure intelligence all they want. But you broke the scale and you're still rising. Number 8. They wear masks for the world, but they unravel under your gaze. They lied with perfect words and perfect smiles, but your silence made the truth scream out of them. They can fool almost everyone. With charm, performance, curated expressions. They wear masks so well, they start believing them themselves. But then you enter the room, and suddenly the act starts to slip. Their confidence gets shaky. Their energy feels off. The mask? It doesn't crack, it melts. Because when your eyes meet theirs, they don't feel seen. They feel exposed. You were never watching their face. You were reading the static behind their words. You were listening to the friction between their story and their soul. And that's the part they never prepared for. They rehearsed what to say, but they forgot what it feels like to stand in front of someone who sees them anyway. They trained their mouth to lie, but their soul betrayed them the second you looked too long. You don't interrogate, you don't accuse, you don't even have to speak. You are the confrontation, and they feel it in their skin. You see the guilt in their grin, the tension in their tone, the cracks in their charisma. Most people fall for what someone presents, but you catch what they hide. And that, to a liar, is a death sentence. They won't say it, But it's why some people avoid you, why they act weird, defensive, or throw shade behind your back. It's not because you're rude, it's because they don't feel safe wearing masks around you. And for people who only know how to be fake, that's terrifying. You don't destroy illusions with force. You destroy them by being real. You didn't reveal their truth. Your existence made their lie impossible to maintain. And still, some people will love you for it, because being around you is like finally breathing without pretending. They can exhale, be seen, be real, because you don't judge. You recognize, you see them without distortion. And for someone who's been hiding their whole life, that's powerful, that's rare, that's healing. But the ones who thrive in illusion, they'll try to turn others against you, say you're too intense, too much, too cold. But the truth is, you're just too clear, and clarity is the enemy of anyone living in disguise. You don't need to call them out. You don't need to prove a thing. You are the proof. And your presence alone is their unmasking. Number 9. They fought for the crown, but you were the kingdom all along. They built castles out of ego, climbed ladders made of lies, and still couldn't rise higher than the calm in your presence. They claw, they beg, they posture. Every move they make is a scream for validation. They want to be seen, worshipped, obeyed. They want people to fear them and call it respect. And still, you walk in, calm as ever, say nothing, and they feel smaller. That's the wound they can't patch. You didn't fight for power. You are power. Not earned, not borrowed, inherited. They wear titles like armor, flash their achievements like currency. But you don't need status to be seen. You don't need noise to be heard, because people don't follow words, they follow frequency. And yours hits different. It's that grounded, effortless authority, the kind you can't fake or force, the kind that makes people quiet down without even knowing why. They chase thrones. You carry the gravity of one wherever you stand. Imagine a room full of people performing, competing, shouting to be recognized, and then imagine the moment you step in, without effort, without theatrics, and suddenly all that noise starts to feel irrelevant. It's not magic, it's presence. It's the weight of knowing who you are. That's the part they can't manufacture. That's what breaks them. You never played their game, and still, you keep winning. They try to outshine you with confidence, but theirs is synthetic, built on fear, inflated with attention. Yours is quiet, rooted, ancient, and that silence, that stillness, it speaks louder than their entire performance. You don't lead by force, you lead by resonance. That's why people trust you without needing to be convinced. You don't demand loyalty, you attract it, because truth attracts truth. Their power is a costume, yours is your skin. They get mad when people listen to you over them, when rooms shift in your favor, when your calm dismantles their chaos. But what they don't get is, you're not trying to compete. You're not trying to dominate, you just exist, and your existence alone pulls things into order. People gravitate toward what feels real, toward what doesn't try so hard, and that's what threatens them most, your effortlessness. They've spent their whole lives building a pedestal. You became the mountain. They don't hate your power. They hate that no one had to give it to you, that it came from somewhere they'll never access. Not because it's locked between but because it requires truth, and they're still hiding from theirs. So let them scramble, let them put on the crown, flash the title, play the king. You never needed a throne to rule. You were the storm, the compass, the force behind it all, and they know it, even if they'll never say it out loud. Number 10. They drown in study while you drink from the stream. They chase knowledge like prey. You just breathe, and the truth walks to you. They treat wisdom like a prize, something to fight for, prove, and possess. They build towers out of textbooks, cram theories like code, obsess over credentials and certifications, thinking the next lecture, the next book, the next guru will finally unlock it. But you walk into the room and it's already in you. Like the moment arrives and your mind doesn't learn it, it remembers. They try to explain you. You must have studied somewhere. You probably read a lot. You're just naturally gifted. But the truth? You don't learn the way they do. You absorb. You don't memorize formulas. You merge with concepts. You don't decode reality. You embody it. It's in your wiring, your design, your rhythm. That's why when you speak, it lands. Not as theory, but as truth. You didn't climb the ladder of knowledge. You are the sky it reaches for. Imagine them hunched over desks, studying for hours, repeating what they were told to believe. And now picture you, watching, observing, breathing in life, and somehow understanding more than they ever could. They chase clarity with noise. You find it in stillness. They download information. You integrate meaning. That's the gap they can't close, no matter how hard they try. They need data. You just need silence. They think you're lucky. But deep down, they know. Luck can't explain how you read between the lines of a situation you've never even seen before. How you sense shifts in people before the signs appear. How you connect dots from different worlds like it's second nature. It's not magic. It's not mystery, it's alignment. The universe streams information to the ones who are tuned in. And you, chosen one, are tuned in deep. And yes, they resent you for it. Because you break their formula. You challenge their belief that wisdom must be earned through suffering and years of grind. You are the exception they can't swallow. You exist as living proof that some people came here ready, that some minds don't wait for knowledge, they are the knowledge. They study from books, you study from existence, and that's why they copy you, mimic your tone, echo your thoughts like they discovered them, but no matter how close they get, they never become it. Because what you carry, it's not transferable, it's not teachable, it's soul-level intelligence. That's why people don't just listen to you for advice. They study your energy. They lean in, not because they want information, but because they crave clarity. You hold a vibration that cuts through confusion like a blade. You speak, and the noise goes silent. You don't chase truth. You are what truth gravitates toward. And that's why they'll always come back. Not for knowledge, but for you. Number 11, they never stood a chance, and now it's too late to catch up. By the time they realized what you were, they were already beneath your feet. They didn't just underestimate you, they bet their entire identity on the belief that you were ordinary, that you were like them, breakable, predictable, trapped by the same fears and boundaries they obey without question. But you weren't. You never were. You didn't move like them, think like them, or need what they craved. And while they were busy fighting for scraps of attention and fake status, you were building in silence, watching, growing, evolving. You didn't need applause. You didn't need the crowd. Your presence alone broke their illusion, because you weren't trying to be noticed. You were simply undeniable, and that's what made them panic. The loudest ones in the room suddenly fell silent around you. The self-declared leaders stumbled over their own egos. The fake ones got exposed just by standing next to you, because your existence alone showed them what they weren't. They never stood a chance because they were playing for recognition. You were becoming the reason people would recognize truth. You weren't chasing power, you were channeling it. You weren't seeking validation, you were already chosen. Built different from the inside out, and they tried to keep up. They mimicked your tone, stole your style, quoted your words as if they could inherit the wisdom behind them. But imitation has a limit. Essence doesn't. They studied your moves, but couldn't handle the silence that made those moves powerful. They ran their mouths, threw shade, tested you, all hoping you'd crack, react, fold, but you never bit. You let their games play themselves out while you stayed grounded, unmoved. Their need for attention exposed their desperation. Your calm exposed their emptiness. And when the dust settled, they weren't just defeated, they were revealed. They thought they could wear crowns made of ego and expect the world to kneel. But you wore none, and the world still listened. Why? Because you weren't operating from fantasy. You were built on truth. That's the difference. They think power is volume. You know power is gravity. It pulls, it doesn't scream, it doesn't plead, and it never explains. Imagine this. They're sprinting on a treadmill, thinking they're racing ahead. Meanwhile, you're already at the summit, watching the sunrise. That's the level of difference we're talking about. They were chasing trophies. You are the reward. They kept trying to prove something, and you were simply living it. You didn't skip steps. You became the staircase. Let them try to catch up now. Let them scramble to rewrite the story, pretend they were never threatened. Deep down, they know. They felt it. In the way people turned to you instead of them. In the way the spotlight bent your way. Not because you asked for it, but because it couldn't ignore you. That kind of presence can't be bought, can't be faked. It's real, it's rare, and it's earned in silence. They thought they had time, that you were harmless, that if they just kept the pressure on, you'd break eventually. But they were playing checkers while you were designing the whole board. You let them think they were ahead, right up until they realized you weren't even running the same race. You were building a kingdom while they were busy clapping for themselves on borrowed stages. By the time they saw the throne, you'd already outgrown it. And now, it's too late. You've outpaced them mentally, spiritually, energetically. They're still chasing trends. You're shaping timelines. They're still trying to get picked. You picked yourself long ago. And they can't stand it, because nothing is more threatening to a fraud than someone who never had to fake it. So let them talk. Let them compare. Let them pretend they're in the same league. You don't need to defend your brilliance to people who can't even define it. You don't need to stoop down to their level to show you've won. The scoreboard is in your silence. The proof is in their obsession. They'll replay your words, copy your energy, study your presence like it's a manual. But no matter what they do, they'll always be behind. Not because you tried to outdo them, but because you were never meant to be matched. Some people are built to follow the rules. Others are born to rewrite them. And you walked into the room they controlled and rewired the entire frequency. Now they're stuck playing a game you already finished. While you're on to the next level, they'll never reach. And that's what will haunt them forever. Not that they lost, but that they never even had a chance. If this message hit something real inside you, don't let it end here. Press the like button if you haven't already. It helps push this truth to those who need it most. And if you're still not part of this growing force, now's the time. Hit that subscribe button and step into the space where the chosen ones rise, awaken, and remember who they are. You didn't find this by accident. You were meant to hear it. Stay sharp, stay aligned, and we'll see you in the next one. The mission continues, and you're part of it now. They built the stage for your downfall, but forgot you were the director the whole time. They thought they were slick, They studied you like a lab rat, mirrored your tone, copied your kindness, and moved their chess pieces with fake confidence. To them, you were predictable, the perfect target. But here's the part that eats them alive. You played along just long enough to let them think they were winning. Every fake smile, every breadcrumb they dropped, every accidental compliment, you clocked it. You didn't just see the trap, you memorized the pattern. And when the moment came, you didn't flinch, you let it collapse under its own weight. Here's the psychological truth they never saw coming. People who operate from manipulation always assume others are naive because they project their own emptiness onto everyone else. Studies show that narcissists genuinely believe their victims are too emotional to notice the setup, but they didn't account for one thing: awareness. Once a person learns to read behavior, manipulation becomes a silent comedy, and you, chosen one, turned their masterpiece of deceit into their public embarrassment. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. You are part of a force that's changing the way this world sees energy, intention, and truth. Thank you for standing in it. Now let's talk about why their trap failed so beautifully. See, people like them don't build traps out of logic. They build them out of ego. They wanted control. They wanted to feed off your reaction, your confusion, your fall. But when you didn't break the way they expected, it shattered something deeper in them. They realized you weren't predictable anymore. You weren't operating from emotion. You were operating from awareness. And that's the scariest thing for someone who thrives on control. Because when awareness enters the room, manipulation stops working. They built this whole setup like a movie scene, every character rehearsed, every prop in place, every line timed to hit just right. But they forgot the one thing no actor can fake: energy. You can dress lies in politeness, you can mask deceit in empathy, but you can't hide your vibration. You felt it. You didn't need proof. You didn't need evidence. You just knew. That gut instinct that made you pause before replying, that chill that ran through your body when something felt off, that was your inner radar screaming, "This isn't real." And while they were celebrating your downfall, you were quietly upgrading your perception. Every trap you've ever survived made you sharper. Think about it. People who constantly face manipulation develop micro-awareness. That ability to read tone changes, delayed responses, fake laughter, and sudden interest out of nowhere. It's not paranoia, it's pattern recognition. You learn to see beyond words, and that's why you walked out untouched. Now, they're furious, not because you fought them, but because you didn't. They built a battlefield, and you refused to show up. They crafted chaos, and you chose calm. That's what truly destroys people like that. When they realize you won by doing nothing. Silence is the new revenge. Stillness is the loudest answer. When you don't react, they lose control over the narrative. And that's what kills them. Your peace became their punishment. Let's get real. Most people never recover from this kind of setup. The emotional bait, the fake concern, the twisted loyalty, it's all designed to drain you. But chosen ones have this weird resilience that confuses manipulators. They expect you to fall apart. Instead, you observe, you process, you grow quieter, stronger, more precise. You don't chase closure, you create it internally. And that's how they lost power over you. You're not paranoid, you're perceptive. You don't overthink, you oversee. There's a difference. Overthinking is fear-based, but overseeing is awareness-based. You started seeing patterns instead of people, energy instead of excuses. And when that switch happened, you became untouchable. They're furious because they can't study you anymore. You stopped being predictable, and they don't know what version of you they're dealing with now. The one who used to explain, defend, justify, gone. The one who used to internalize blame, buried. The new you observes in silence, responds strategically, and disappears when needed. That kind of power doesn't just scare enemies, it exposes them. You didn't just see through the trap, you made it your classroom. Every failed betrayal became a lesson in human psychology. Every fake friend became a mirror showing you who you'll never be. You learned that people don't destroy what they don't envy. And that's the truth that burns them most. They set the trap because they wanted to feel powerful, but your awareness turned their whole setup into their own humiliation. Now they're stuck replaying everything, wondering how you knew. That's the part that eats them alive. They can't figure out how you saw it coming. They think someone warned you. They think you got lucky. But no, it was just you being you. Observant, intuitive, calm. You're not mystical. You're just paying attention in a world where most people don't. So next time you sense a setup, don't panic. Smile. Let them think their performance is working, because when the curtain drops, the truth always steps into the light, and it never needs to raise its voice to be heard. They built a perfect trap, chosen one. But what they didn't know is that you're the architect of awareness, and no trap can contain a mind that already saw the blueprint. And thank you, chosen one, for locking in and seeing through this message just like you saw through them. You already know what's coming next isn't just content, it's confirmation. Every part of this breakdown will feel like someone finally put your experience into words. If you've ever questioned your sanity after sensing a setup, this is where it all clicks. Drop a 444 in the comments if you're done second-guessing your instincts and ready to own the fact that you saw everything. And if you'd like to support this message, even the smallest gift keeps this mission alive, because exposing traps like these takes more than just time, it takes real energy. Whether it's a comment, a like, or a super thanks, it all helps push this truth further into the light. You're not just watching, you're part of the movement. And now, let's break this trap apart, step by step, from how they built it to how you silently destroyed it. If you really are who we know you are, the chosen one, you'll feel it in your bones to stay with this till the end. Let's begin. Number 1. They thought you were an easy target until you became their worst mistake. You underestimated me so badly. You actually trained me how to destroy you. They looked at your softness and saw an opening, a weak spot, an easy win. They told themselves you were too emotional, too forgiving, too gentle to ever catch on. You see, manipulators don't go after the loud or the loud-minded. They target the quiet ones, the ones who listen more than they speak, the ones with soft eyes and big hearts. They thought your silence was stupidity. But what they didn't realize is that your silence was surveillance. You were never asleep. You were watching everything, every fake smile, every staged compliment, every sudden interest in your life. You weren't clueless. You were collecting data. They kept performing, and you kept recording. You let them dig their own graves while they thought they were outsmarting you. Like a lion pretending to sleep while its prey gets comfortable, you waited until the perfect moment. Then you struck. Not with noise, but with precision. Now they're not just confused, they're haunted. Because the trap they set for you didn't just fail, it exposed them. Let's get one thing straight. Your empathy was never a weakness. It was a scanner, a lie detector, a spiritual X-ray machine. You weren't naive, you were just giving people the benefit of the doubt while analyzing their energy in real time. You picked up on the passive aggression, the guilt trips, the shifting tones. You heard what they didn't say. You felt what they tried to hide. They thought you were soft, but softness with awareness is lethal. That's what they never saw coming. And now they're mad. Not just because they got caught, but because they got caught by you. The one they mocked, the one they underestimated, the one they swore would never catch on. They're embarrassed, exposed, furious that you didn't just survive, you outsmarted them with the very traits they thought made you weak. They're asking themselves, how did we not see this coming? And the answer is simple, because ego makes you blind, arrogance makes you loud, and both make you overlook the quiet ones. That's the danger of targeting a chosen one. We evolve through betrayal. We grow teeth through silence, and we learn everything we need to know in the shadows you think we're lost in. They trained you without knowing it. Every fake moment sharpened your instincts. Every lie refined your intuition. Every manipulation built your emotional IQ. You didn't just walk away, you leveled up. You're not paranoid, you're not sensitive, you're sharp. They saw kindness and assumed ignorance, but kindness without awareness is innocence, and you lost that a long time ago. So now they're spinning, confused, panicking, because you're not giving them a reaction, you're not chasing, you're not explaining. That silence, that distance, that's your power, and it's driving them insane. They don't know what you're thinking, they don't know what you saw, and worst of all, they don't know what's coming next. Let them sit in that. They earned it. Number 2, you let them set the stage, then you made them perform their own downfall. The smartest revenge is letting a liar finish their speech, then replaying their words back as proof. They thought they had you on a string. They thought you were too quiet, too soft, too trusting to question what they were building behind the scenes. But you weren't confused. You were calculated, and instead of stepping in early and blowing your cover, you leaned back, observed. You let the show go on. You watched them put up the lights, arrange the props, rehearse the lines, and you waited until the curtain dropped, because real exposure needs a full performance. That's what burns them the most. You didn't stop them. You didn't interrupt. You didn't give them a chance to shift blame or deny the setup. You let them play the game until they ran out of moves. And now their whole plan is sitting in the open, tangled up in their own hands. Exposure isn't about shouting first. It's about letting people prove who they are with their own actions. Imagine this. Someone's digging a hole right in front of you, convinced you don't see it. Every day, deeper and deeper, smiling in your face while stacking the dirt behind them. You could stop them. You could scream, call them out, throw it all into chaos. But instead, you let them keep digging. Why? Because you knew the minute they thought they'd succeeded, that's when their mask would drop. And when they finally invited you to step forward, they fell into the pit they dug. All you had to do was nothing. And that's what shook them. They couldn't read you. They expected tears, arguments, drama. But you gave them stillness. They assumed you were clueless, unaware that your silence was the sound of strategy. You were building something too, but yours was internal. You were gathering facts, watching patterns, noting behavior. And when the mask finally slipped, there was no debate. They were exposed, not by accusation, but by their own actions. Never expose a snake mid-shed. Let it think it's safe, then catch it when it thinks it's invisible. This is what master manipulators never understand. Real intelligence isn't loud. It doesn't need to shout, doesn't need to prove. It watches, it studies, it allows chaos to complete itself, because truth doesn't need force. It just needs time. And you gave them all the rope they needed. While they smiled in your face, you were taking mental screenshots. While they staged their kindness, you were listening to the tone behind the words. And when their trap finally revealed itself, you didn't scream, "Gotcha!" You just stepped back and let them trip on their own blueprint. Now they're scrambling, confused, panicking, wondering how it all fell apart when they did everything right. That's the irony. They really believed they were smarter than you. They thought your silence was stupidity. But silence isn't weakness. It's just delayed thunder. You don't have to set people up when you already know they'll self-destruct on schedule. Imagine being in a room where someone is carefully building a bomb, assuming you don't understand the wires. Every move they make is for show, exaggerated kindness, overcompensating interest, suspicious timing. They're laying it all out like a magician setting up for a trick. But you're 5 steps ahead. You're not stopping them, not warning them, not reacting. You're just letting them build, because you know that once it's done, they won't be able to hide their fingerprints anymore. That's how you flipped the setup. You turned their illusion into evidence. They can't twist it now. The trail is too clear. Every text, every fake gesture, every copied emotion, it's all there. And here's what really stings. They didn't just fail to trap you. They walked into the very snare they designed. That's why they're furious. That's why they're quiet now. Because once someone sees they've been seen, it changes everything. The silence before a betrayal is loud if you know how to listen. They underestimated how long you'd sit with discomfort. They thought you'd need instant validation, a fast fix, or some kind of reassurance. But you were willing to wait in silence, in confusion, in pain, just to get the full picture. You weren't desperate for the truth. You were prepared for it. And now that it's come, you're not even surprised. Just validated. Let's be honest, part of you always knew. You felt the weird energy. The timing didn't add up. Their interest came too quickly. Their compliments felt rehearsed. You weren't paranoid. You were perceptive. But instead of panicking, you watched it unfold. Like a detective who lets the suspect talk too much, you let them speak freely, knowing every word was just digging the hole deeper. And now they're the ones who feel trapped. Not because you exposed them publicly. You didn't need to. You didn't go loud. You went deep. That's what's killing them. You didn't give them a scene. You gave them silence. And in that silence, they were left alone with their own guilt, their own fear, their own unraveling. Sometimes the most brutal revenge is to do absolutely nothing and let them destroy themselves, wondering what you know. They're looking over their shoulder now, not because you said anything, but because you could. They're rereading messages, backtracking conversations, wondering when you caught on. They don't know which part exposed them. Was it the slip in their tone, the change in their patterns, the shift in your energy? They're haunted by the fact that you saw them the whole time and just never said a word. That's your power, chosen one. Not just the ability to see through masks, but the patience to let people keep wearing them until they can't anymore. You don't chase truth, you attract it. You don't force exposure, you allow it. And you don't seek revenge, because watching their illusion collapse is satisfying enough. And they'll never admit it, but deep down, they're scared of you now. Not in a physical way, but in a spiritual way, because once someone sees you're unshakable, once they realize their best manipulation couldn't break you, once they feel the mirror you held up to their soul, they know they can't ever lie to you again. Not successfully. You didn't just survive the setup, you used it. You turned the whole thing into fuel, into wisdom, into confirmation, and now you walk with receipts they can never erase. You didn't need to prove anything, you just had to watch. and let them reveal it all. That's what makes you dangerous now. You don't panic, you pause, you don't confront, you confirm, and you don't react. You record. That's not weakness, that's emotional mastery, and they will never, ever underestimate your silence again. Number 3, they came for the old you and got wrecked by the upgrade. They built a trap for your past, not realizing your evolution burned that version to ashes. They did their homework, but they studied the wrong textbook. Every move they made, every guilt trip, every strategic silence, every emotionally loaded sentence, it was all aimed at the version of you that no longer exists. They were banking on your old wounds, counting on your past patterns, assuming you'd fold the same way you used to. But what they didn't see coming was the upgrade. You see, the trap they designed, it was built for the person who used to over-explain, who tolerated fake peace, who stayed in rooms where respect was optional and apologies never came. They thought you were still that person, the one who would swallow pain just to keep the vibe smooth. But you're not a peacekeeper anymore. You're a truth wielder now. And truth doesn't bend for comfort. They tried to weaponize your empathy, dangle nostalgia like a leash, bait you with memories they thought still had power. But the truth is, you already grieved that version of yourself. You buried the old you in silence, rebuilt in private, and resurrected as someone they've never met. The new you doesn't flinch at guilt, doesn't chase closure, doesn't return to pain just because it's familiar. Imagine trying to unlock a door with a key that no longer fits. That's what they did when they tried you. They set a trap for a ghost, and ghosts don't bleed. You didn't just survive your past, you outgrew it. You learned your patterns, broke the loops, upgraded your boundaries, and chose discomfort over disrespect. So when they made their move, they triggered nothing. No reaction, no confusion, just a wall of stillness that screamed, "You're too late." And now they're sitting with their useless blueprints, wondering how their perfect plan collapsed. Simple, because they underestimated your healing, and once you heal, you become uncatchable. Number 4. They used your scars as weapons, but you turned every wound into armor. They thought they had ammunition, not realizing you already disarmed the bomb inside yourself. They went digging through your past like vultures looking for leftover pain to feed on. Every trauma you shared, every mistake you admitted, every insecurity you once whispered, they kept it all like bullets in their back pocket, waiting, planning, thinking that when the time came, they could fire those shots and watch you break. But what they didn't know is that you already walked through that fire and came out flame-proof. They were counting on the old triggers, the guilt, the shame, the spirals of self-blame you used to fall into. They wanted to press the same emotional buttons that once had you unraveling, but this time, nothing happened. Why? Because while they were preparing manipulation, you were preparing mastery. You studied yourself harder than they ever could, faced the dark corners, healed the cracks, and owned your story with no apologies. Imagine trying to blackmail someone with secrets they already made peace with. That's what their entire strategy was based on, outdated leverage. They expected chaos, you gave them calm. They expected you to cry, rage, defend, beg, but you just stood there, unbothered, unreadable, unbreakable. And that silence, that peace, that's what shattered them, because nothing terrifies a manipulator more than a person who is no longer controllable by their own pain. You didn't need revenge. You didn't even need to explain. Your energy alone told the truth. I know what you're trying to do, and it doesn't work here anymore. That's what crushed them, not being called out, not being exposed, but being ignored by the very person they thought they could still bend. You don't heal to prove them wrong. You heal so they can never use you against yourself again. They tried to turn your story into a weapon, but you reclaimed it as a shield. Now all they have is a playbook written for someone who no longer exists. And you walk forward, not with scars you hide, but with armor you earned. Number 5. You didn't just see the puppets, you exposed the whole stage. Once you trace the strings, the show stops being magic and starts looking pathetic. At first, it looked like a few people acting weird, a sudden shift in tone, strange coincidences, conversations that felt a little too rehearsed. But you're not the same person who takes things at face value anymore. You started connecting dots they didn't even know were visible. The timing, the patterns, the recycled tactics. It all pointed to something bigger. This wasn't just one person's betrayal. It was a coordinated dance, and every dancer thought they were leading. You saw through the choreography. They thought you'd focus on the noise, the gossip, the blame, the chaos. But you zoomed out. You realized someone was pulling strings, feeding narratives, planting seeds, and suddenly the whole illusion cracked. That's what happens when awareness enters the room. Manipulation loses its rhythm. You didn't just see who hurt you, you saw why they were sent. And that realization ended the entire performance. Imagine standing in an audience watching a puppet show, only to notice the shaky hands behind the curtain. You can't unsee it, and you can't fear it anymore. They wanted you emotionally hooked, distracted by faces, trapped in reactions. But you stopped reacting and started analyzing. Every move, every phrase, every coincidental encounter became data. And the more you watched, the more obvious it got. These people weren't strategists. They were pawns following emotional scripts written by someone with control issues, insecurity, or envy as their fuel. You didn't expose them with rage, you dismantled them with awareness. That's the part they'll never recover from, because once a chosen one identifies the source, the power dynamic collapses. Puppets lose their confidence once the audience sees the strings. You can't control someone who's no longer hypnotized by the performance. Now they're scrambling, confused why their usual tricks don't land. But you already flipped the script. You no longer play their game, you understand it. And once you understand manipulation, it stops working. Number 6. They rehearsed the lie, but you already knew the ending. When you know the script, every fake scene just confirms what you already suspected. They put on their best act, polished smiles, rehearsed sympathy, timed compliments, and picture-perfect timing. Everything about their performance was curated to look real, to feel sincere. But what they didn't know is that you already had the script. You've seen this play before, same lines, different actors. So you didn't interrupt, you didn't question, you just watched and waited. They were counting on your reaction, a breakdown, a desperate defense, but you gave them nothing, because truth doesn't need your help. It reveals itself on its own timeline, and you were never trying to fight the lie. You were studying it, documenting it, letting it walk straight into the spotlight and expose itself under the weight of its own performance. Imagine someone handing you a forged love letter, not realizing you wrote the original. That's what this was. By the time the final scene arrived, you were already gone, emotionally detached, spiritually sealed off, and mentally 10 steps ahead. They thought they were fooling you, but really, you were letting the evidence pile up. Their story fell apart before it ever reached the climax. You didn't owe them drama. You didn't owe them a reaction. Your silence was the closing statement, and that's what shredded them, because manipulators crave confusion. When you don't defend yourself, they're left performing to an empty theater. No applause, no audience, just a fading spotlight and the sound of their own lies echoing back at them. The greatest insult to a liar is your indifference to their script. You weren't part of their show. You were the observer, the one who walked away before the curtain dropped, the one who didn't need to call them out because reality did it for you. And now, the act is over. The mask is off. And the silence you left behind is louder than any final word they thought they'd get. Let them sit in that. You already knew the ending. Number 7. You let the snake slide in just to strike with surgical precision. I didn't miss the signs. I just let the snake get close enough to make sure it had no way out. They saw your calm and called it cowardice. They thought your silence meant submission, that your stillness was fear. But the truth? You were tracking every twitch, every fake gesture, every hiss hidden behind soft words. You weren't frozen. You were focused. Focused like a blade waiting for the perfect opening. And while they crept closer thinking you were asleep, you were mapping the strike zone. See, predators get cocky when they think you can't see them. They move louder, bolder, more confidently. That's exactly what you wanted. You needed them to feel safe, just long enough to reveal everything. Every lie, every motive, every hidden connection. You gave them space, not because you trusted them, but because you knew what was coming. Imagine watching a venomous snake slither closer, not because you're unaware, but because you're holding the machete behind your back. And when you finally moved, it wasn't chaos, it wasn't emotional, it was surgical, clean, final. One decision from you, one boundary, one truth, one exit, and their entire web collapsed. That's what shook them. It wasn't rage, it wasn't drama. It was the quiet, calculated cut of someone who had been awake the whole time. They thought they fooled you. What they didn't realize is that you were letting them hang themselves, slowly. And when the moment came, you didn't need to shout. You didn't need to justify. You just walked away and let the silence bleed truth. You don't kill the snake with noise. You kill it with timing. Now they're left choking on their own venom, not because you exposed them publicly, but because you ended it so calmly, so decisively, that it forced them to realize you saw it all. You were never blind, just patient, just sharp, just deadly in stillness. Number 8. They banked on your silence, but you gave them consequences instead. They thought your loyalty would cover their lies, not knowing your silence had an expiration date. They counted on your kindness like it was a contract. They thought you'd protect their reputation no matter what they did behind closed doors. They were so used to you absorbing damage, brushing it off, and swallowing truth just to keep the peace. But what they didn't know is that silence, when abused, turns into clarity. You stopped mistaking silence for maturity and started realizing that silence in the face of betrayal is protection for the enemy. You never wanted revenge. That's what separates you from them. You weren't trying to destroy their name, but once you saw the pattern, the disrespect, the lies, the entitlement, you knew protecting them would mean betraying yourself. You couldn't keep shielding people who would never take a bullet for you. That's when everything changed. Loyalty ended where self-respect began. Imagine holding up a crumbling wall for years, only to realize the people inside would have let it fall on you without blinking. They thought you'd take the fall quietly, smile through it, play nice, stay soft, but you outgrew the guilt. You woke up, and when you stood in your truth, calmly, firmly, without rage, it hit them harder than any scream ever could, because now they know you're no longer controllable. Guilt used to keep you quiet, but now truth keeps you free. They'll say you changed, that you flipped, but let's be honest, you didn't change. You just stopped choosing silence over self-respect. You stopped prioritizing their comfort over your own truth. And the most terrifying thing for a manipulator is when the person they silenced becomes the one who speaks with peace, not pettiness. Let them panic. You don't need to smear their name. The truth they tried to bury is now the only thing echoing when your name is mentioned. You didn't destroy their image. You simply stopped hiding what they built. And now, their lies can't breathe without your silence, and your silence is gone. Number 9. They tried to set you off, but you let them set themselves on fire. They wanted a reaction to blame you, but your calm turned their mask into a mirror. They were counting on the blow-up, the outburst, the breakdown. They needed it, not just to feel superior, but to spin the narrative in their favor. That's the trick, right? Push you hard enough, provoke you just enough, then stand back and act like the victim. Classic manipulation. They didn't want the truth. They wanted your reaction to bury the truth, but instead you gave them the one thing they couldn't handle: composure. You didn't flinch, you didn't scream, you didn't bite the bait, and that's what shattered them. Because when they couldn't provoke the chaos, they had to sit in the stillness, and in that stillness their lies got loud. Their contradictions came to the surface, their shaky tone, their fumbled justifications, their defensiveness, all of it exposed them without you having to lift a finger. Imagine handing someone a match, hoping they'll burn the bridge, but they just stare at you while the gas can in your hand starts leaking. You didn't need a meltdown to tell your side. Your piece did all the talking, and what people don't realize is, silence isn't always softness. Sometimes it's strategy. You chose not to react, not because you were weak, but because you already knew what they were trying to do. Weaponize your emotions to protect their reputation, but you've outgrown that game. You saw through the setup. You understood that whoever stays calm controls the narrative, so you held your line, and the more grounded you became, the more they fell apart. That's not just emotional intelligence, that's power. Your calm didn't just protect your image, it destroyed their illusion. Now they're the ones scrambling, stuttering, contradicting themselves in front of everyone. You didn't have to expose them. They exposed themselves trying to provoke you. That's what they'll never recover from. Not that you fought back, but that you didn't need to. Your stillness triggered their unraveling, and now everyone sees it. Number 10. They wrote you off, but the universe rewrote the whole script. They designed your downfall like a finale, not realizing the universe had you marked for a sequel they'd never survive. They thought they had the perfect plot twist, betrayal timed like a clock, lies lined up like dominoes, isolation served cold and calculated. They wanted the world to watch you crumble, to point at you, laugh, whisper, disappear. But here's what they never understood. Chosen ones don't collapse under pressure. We transform in it. The setup they designed wasn't the ending. It was the turning point. You didn't just survive the sabotage, you flipped it. While they were busy playing villains in a story they thought they controlled, the universe stepped in like a plot editor with a red pen and said, "Nah, this isn't how it ends." Suddenly, doors they tried to close on you cracked open again. People started questioning their version of the story. Truth had a strange way of resurfacing, not with a scream, but with undeniable timing. And it was loud. Imagine trying to trap someone in a scene and realizing they weren't the character, they were the author. They wanted the fire to consume you, but it refined you instead. The silence they forced on you gave birth to clarity. The loneliness they shoved you into became your sanctuary. And the same betrayal they thought would break you? It built your backbone. They expected your downfall to make them look bigger, but all it did was cast light on the desperation behind their moves, their entire plan. The manipulation, the exile, the performance didn't crown them as winners. It revealed them as frauds. You didn't need to expose them. Their obsession with control exposed itself. The harder they pushed for your ending, the more poetic your comeback became. Now you're not just back, you're better, elevated, unbothered, and untouchable. They don't know how you survived it all, how you came out glowing when they swore they dimmed your light forever. But that's the thing about universal justice. It's silent, it's precise, and it never loses track of the chosen. Number 11. You weren't sent to break. You were planted to expose. They thought you were collateral damage, but you were the surveillance camera they didn't know was rolling. They didn't just try to ruin you, they tried to erase you, strip your voice, your clarity, your sense of self. But what they never realized is, you weren't put in that situation to fall. You were sent there to see, to witness what no one else would have caught, to observe the snakes while they shed in plain sight, thinking no one noticed. Every lie, every shift in tone, every betrayal wasn't random. It was a system unraveling right in front of your eyes. And you? You were the evidence collector. You didn't fight dirty. You didn't sink to their level. You didn't even try to clap back, because you knew this wasn't about revenge. This was about recording. Every silence, every smirk, every setup was a red flag waving itself in your face, and you stood still, unmoved, watching it all like a storm through a window. They thought you were broken. What they didn't see was that you were documenting. Imagine thinking you're setting someone up, not knowing they're taking mental screenshots of your every move. You didn't walk away shattered. You walked away smarter, stronger, wiser, and the best part, you didn't need to prove anything. Your growth, your glow, your peace, that is the proof. You were protected the entire time, not by force, but by position. You were never supposed to blend in with the chaos. You were sent to observe it clearly, so you'd never be fooled again. And now, you're living, breathing proof that their scheme failed. You weren't buried. You were briefed. You didn't fall. You learned. And your ability to rise without retaliation is what truly exposes them. Because nothing haunts a liar more than the one who saw everything and chose healing over revenge. Number 12. You smiled through the setup, and it shattered their illusion of control. The calmest one in the room is usually the one holding the truth and the power. They designed the perfect trap, rehearsed every betrayal, and lined up the fall like clockwork. They expected the usual collapse, panic in your voice, fear in your eyes, a desperate scramble for answers. But instead, you smiled. Not a fake smile, not a mask. A real, quiet, all-knowing smile. The kind that says, I've seen enough, and I'm not afraid. That moment, that's what shook them to their core. Because manipulators need chaos to win. They thrive on your confusion, your overreaction, your desperation. But your peace? That was the plot twist they didn't prepare for. They were counting on emotional instability, and you gave them divine stillness. You weren't ignoring the trap. You saw it. You understood it. You watched it being set. And you smiled because you knew they weren't in control. You were. Imagine setting a fire for someone, only to watch them walk through it barefoot, unburned and unbothered. That smile wasn't weakness. It was strategy. It was awareness. It was the subtle flex of someone who's been through worse and came out sharper. and that's what unhinged them. Because when someone can smile through betrayal, it forces everyone to question who really held the power all along. Your calmness dismantled their confidence. Your silence became thunder. That unbothered look on your face, it was a mirror, reflecting back every ounce of their insecurity, guilt, and fear. Because now they knew you weren't the victim. You were the witness, the one who didn't break, the one who let it happen, took mental notes, and still chose peace. You don't have to fight for revenge when your composure becomes the thing they can't explain or erase. Let them wonder why you didn't collapse. Let them obsess over how you knew. That smile haunts them now, because it confirmed everything they feared. You weren't blind, you were ready, and they never stood a chance. Number 13. You read the energy long before the knife came out. The body can lie, but energy always snitches first. They thought they were slick, smiling in your face, pretending nothing had changed. But you felt it. Before the lies came, before the silence hit, before the betrayal unfolded, the energy told the truth before their words ever could. The warmth disappeared. The tone got weird. The check-ins stopped feeling real. That familiar spark between souls? Gone. And you knew something was coming. You didn't need receipts. You didn't need screenshots. Your intuition already whispered, this connection is dying. Betrayal always starts energetically. Always. Long before it shows up in action, it shows up in vibe, and most people ignore it. But not you. You watched, quietly. You began detaching, emotionally packing your bags without saying a word. So by the time the betrayal hit, the heartbreak, the lie, the shift, it didn't destroy you, because part of you had already left the room. Imagine watching a wave from a distance. You don't drown in it because you saw it forming. They wanted to shock you, to catch you off guard. But your soul was already steps ahead. You weren't confused. You were prepared. You were grieving while they were plotting, healing while they were smiling. That's the difference between chosen ones and the average person. We feel the unraveling before it happens. We don't just see betrayal, we sense it. We don't panic when the truth comes. We just nod and say, there it is. The gift of discernment isn't about paranoia, it's about peace through early clarity. That's why your reaction was so calm. You didn't explode, you didn't beg, you didn't even need closure, because your spirit gave you the answer long before they gave you the excuse. You had already made peace with their exit, already let go, already accepted the truth. So when the mask finally dropped, it didn't break you. It confirmed everything you already knew. Number 14. They bet everything on your breakdown and lost it all watching you rise. They didn't just fail to break you, they funded your glow-up with their obsession. They went all in on your collapse. Every move, every whisper, every alliance they formed behind your back was done with one goal in mind, your fall. They sacrificed their integrity, their peace, even their sanity, all to watch you lose. But what they saw instead, you standing, evolving, winning in silence. And that's what's eating them alive. They didn't just plan a betrayal, they orchestrated a downfall like a full-blown production. But instead of a breakdown, you gave them a breakthrough. You didn't shout, you didn't argue, you just stood still and let the weight of truth shatter every lie stacked against you. Now their stories are cracking, their fake alliances are ghosting them, the performance is over, and all they have left is the mirror and the haunting reality that you saw it all and still chose peace. Imagine plotting someone's burial and ending up watching their rebirth instead. They're furious, but not because you retaliated. You didn't have to. Their biggest punishment was watching you rise from the very pit they dug. And you didn't just survive, you leveled up. You outgrew the environment that tried to poison you. You became living proof that real power doesn't need revenge, it just keeps ascending. They can't sleep right. They can't look at you without being reminded of their failure. And that's the real justice, because nothing haunts a person more than realizing all their hate, all their effort, all their scheming ended up becoming the fertilizer for your growth. The trap didn't end you, it revealed you. They wanted to dim your light and ended up putting a spotlight on your strength. You didn't just escape their trap. You dismantled it with dignity. You exposed it by thriving. And now, they'll never forget the one they tried to destroy, because you're the walking proof that when you're chosen, protected by purpose and driven by truth, no setup, no betrayal, no lie can stop your rise. If this message hit home, chosen one, press that like button if you haven't already. It lets the world know you're still standing. And if you're not part of this family yet, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button and join the force. We're not just healing here, we're exposing, evolving, and rising together. Your growth is the proof their trap failed. And your presence here, it's power. Stay sharp, stay silent, and stay rising. This is just the beginning, and they have no idea what's coming next. You wanted dirt on them. All I found was depth. Now I question everything I thought I knew. That was the exact moment your enemies realized. They didn't just fail, they activated something. They went searching for your darkness and came back blind from the light. They wanted scandal, weakness, chaos. But the deeper they dug, the more it shook them, like trying to study a storm by walking into the eye, silent, still, and terrifyingly powerful. Imagine hiring a trained hunter to track a ghost. That's what they did. They brought in a professional, a shadow chaser with 2 decades of wins under his belt. Someone who once cracked billion-dollar frauds and exposed the kind of secrets that collapse empires. But when they turned him loose on you, something broke protocol. Something snapped in the pattern. He didn't return with proof. He returned with questions. Here's the fact they can't swallow. The harder they try to figure you out, the more they get lost. You're not hiding anything. You're just built different. Your strength isn't flashy. It's buried in the silence of your self-control, the restraint of not clapping back, the peace they mistake for weakness. And that drives them mad. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe buttons to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you again, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are not just watching this, you are the mission. You're a part of a force they can't measure, track, or even understand. So back to it. The moment that made their blood run cold. This investigator, who was supposed to rip you apart on paper, came back with nothing but awe and unease. He didn't hand them a folder. He didn't play the usual power game. He just sat down, slowly, with that quiet, shaken look only a man who stared into something unexplainable could wear. And then he dropped the truth like a bomb. This one doesn't make sense. They don't fit the profile. I found strength where I was told I'd find shame. I found discipline where I expected damage. I found truth. That's rare. That's dangerous. You see, chosen one, what they don't understand is that you're not hiding from your past. You faced it, made peace with it, and walked forward with scars that became armor. They assumed your calm was cowardice. Your silence, guilt. But what the investigator found was the real reason they fear you. You're not broken, you're whole. In a world where everyone's trying to wear a mask, you've already accepted your face, your truth, your path. That scares the hell out of people who've been running from themselves their whole lives. What scares them isn't that you might win, it's that you already did, internally. They just couldn't process it. So they tried to outsource their doubt. They brought in someone to confirm their delusion, hoping for a weakness to exploit. But they got a mirror instead, and it didn't show you falling apart. It showed them. The private investigator said something else before he left. You're not dealing with an ordinary person. You're dealing with someone who's survived psychological warfare and still walks with empathy. That's not just strength, that's evolution. Let that sink in. They tried to weaponize information, but when truth is your weapon and you've got nothing to hide, their tactics fall flat. You didn't flinch, panic, or fold. You watched. You let them do what cowards do. Scheme, poke, investigate. And the result? Even their own hire couldn't join the attack, because there's nothing to attack. They didn't just lose the battle, they embarrassed themselves trying to start it. You, chosen one, are what happens when a soul goes through fire and doesn't come out bitter, but sharper, quieter, and 100 times more grounded. They tried to dig up evidence of weakness, but all they found was resilience, a pattern of growth, a timeline of healing. Not the kind of healing that posts about it for clout, but the kind that bleeds in silence and blooms when no one's watching. You are not a file, you are a force, and now the people who thought they were investigating a problem are staring at something they can't label, so they freeze. That silence, that stunned look, that's fear, dressed up as confusion. You made them question everything because your life, your presence, your strength, it breaks their rules. You are proof that not every quiet person is hiding. Some are waiting, watching, studying, growing. So here's what you need to know, chosen one. You weren't found out. You were confirmed. The enemy knows now. You're not built for drama. You're built for destiny. You're not avoiding destruction. You outgrew it. You don't scream to prove your power. You walk into rooms and make the loudest one question themselves. You've become a paradox that breaks small minds, a soul that's been through hell, yet still radiates peace. A heart that's been betrayed, yet still shows compassion. A mind that's been hunted, yet remains sharp, still, and unshaken. The investigator didn't find dirt. He found discipline. He didn't uncover secrets. He uncovered silence, a silence so loud it shook the very people who thought they were in control. And now, they don't know whether to attack you or study you. You didn't win the war by fighting. You won it by being undeniably, unapologetically you. And that's the truth. No file, no report, no investigation can ever capture. They wanted proof you were fake. Instead, they got confirmation you're the realest thing they've ever encountered. And thank you, chosen one, for showing up to this message, not just to hear it, but to feel it. What we're about to break down next isn't theory. It's the real stuff they don't want getting out. The investigator may have frozen when he saw the truth about you, but you're just getting warmed up. So don't even think about scrolling away now. If this message found you, it's because it was meant to. Drop 777 in the comments if you know deep down this isn't just a video, it's a mirror. And if you feel called to support the mission, whether it's a cent, a word, or a click, just know it helps us keep this truth alive and spreading. This isn't content. This is disruption. And now, let's crack this open step by step. If you truly are who I think you are, if you're one of the rare few walking around with a past that can't be read, a silence that can't be decoded, then trust me, You're going to want to stay until the final word. What's coming next will shake more than just your enemies. Let's get into it. Number 1, they sent a hunter to expose you. He came back, hunted. You sent me to dig up their dirt. All I found was everything you're afraid of becoming. That's the moment the energy in the room flipped. The investigator wasn't supposed to come back spooked, but he did. He wasn't supposed to hesitate, but he couldn't even hold eye contact. They wanted a report that would ruin you. Instead, they got a reality check that ruined them. And that's the part that burns the deepest. They spent money to see you fall, and all it did was confirm you were everything they never had the discipline to become. Let this be known, chosen one, they didn't fear your flaws, they counted on them. They bet everything on the idea that you were just like them underneath the surface, messy, hollow, fake. But when the report came back, it didn't expose anything ugly. It revealed something rare. It showed depth. It showed discipline. It showed growth. And just like that, their whole narrative fell apart. That's why they froze. Because they realized you weren't the one wearing a mask. They were. Imagine hiring a sniper only for him to come back saying, "This target? Untouchable." That's what happened. They sent a professional, a man who's made a career tearing reputations, limb from limb, and for the first time in decades, he hit a wall. You. Your past wasn't perfect, but it wasn't shameful either. It was real, raw, evolved, and what shook him wasn't just your strength. It was the fact that you didn't need to advertise it. It just was. That investigator saw it, the way you carry the weight of betrayal but still keep your back straight, the way your eyes don't flinch even when they try to poke at old wounds, the fact that you never once defended yourself, because truth doesn't panic. It just waits, and it watched them unravel. You're not just hard to read, you're hard to break. You live in a world they don't understand, a world where peace is earned through fire, not favors, a world where power isn't loud, it's consistent, and that scares the hell out of people who rely on gossip, image, and manipulation to feel important. They expected you to be weak because you're quiet, but real ones know it's the quiet ones that hold the most chaos under control. They paid to see your fall and ended up face to face with your rise. Chosen one, you don't need to speak for yourself. Your life already did. Every time they expected you to break and you didn't, that was your answer. Every time you healed in silence and came back stronger, that was your proof. And now? Now they know the truth. You're not their victim, you're their reminder of what they could have been if they had your resilience. Let them sit with that. Let them stare at that one-page report, shaking in their chairs, trying to figure out how you exist without shame, without guilt, without weakness, because that's what the investigator saw. Not a target, but a force. Not a scandal, but a standard. You weren't exposed, you were revealed, and now they can't unsee it. Number 2, they pointed the finger at you, but it was always themselves they feared. Every time they accused you of being fake, toxic, selfish, they weren't describing you, they were confessing their own reflection. This is the part that rips the mask off. Every accusation they flung your way wasn't a revelation. It was a confession. When they screamed you were manipulative, it was because they knew they couldn't control you. When they whispered that you were unstable, it's because they feared the quiet storm you'd already mastered inside. When they tried to paint you as dangerous, they were warning others about the very traits they saw in themselves. You were never their enemy. You were their mirror, and mirrors make liars panic. Imagine a person standing in front of a glass window, convinced they're watching someone else, but it's just their own shadow moving. That's what happened when they tried to expose you. They stared so hard into your life, hoping to uncover dirt, only to get haunted by the reflection of their own filth. It wasn't you that scared them. It was the way you forced them to see themselves. If they keep talking about your demons, it's probably because yours look a lot like theirs, only you've learned to tame them. Let that sink in. They thought this would be easy. Send out a few lies, twist some words, turn people against you with half-truths and shaky narratives. But when the investigator walked in and started matching the claims to your actual life, the math didn't add up. Why? Because every story they told started to sound like a projection of their own guilt. It was almost laughable. They weren't describing you, they were describing themselves with your name stamped on it. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why their stories about you felt so off, so cartoonishly exaggerated, so desperate to stick? That's because lies require drama to survive. But truth? It sits calm, collected, and unshaken. The louder they got, the more obvious it became. They weren't testifying against you, they were venting their own insecurities. They threw mud at your name and were shocked when it didn't stain, because your story had already weathered storms they couldn't survive. That's why the investigator froze, not because they found something disturbing about you, but because they didn't, and that made everything else suspicious. The stories, the rants, the constant blaming, all of it suddenly looked like one big anxious cover-up. That's when the energy shifted. The spotlight turned off of you and onto them. Now imagine this. A courtroom where every piece of evidence submitted against you ends up being about the prosecutor instead. That's what unfolded in real time. And the investigator, a man trained to sniff out deception, picked up on it quick. He wasn't just uncovering truth about you, he was unintentionally uncovering them. He saw that your strength wasn't performative. You weren't going around flashing your pain for sympathy. You had healed in silence. You had rebuilt in isolation. You had grown without announcing every step. And that is the exact kind of presence that scares people who rely on performance to feel powerful. They mistake your silence for guilt because they've never experienced peace that didn't come from control. This is why they kept poking you, not because they had dirt, but because they were hoping you'd break and confirm their narrative. But when you stayed grounded, calm, and consistent, they panicked. So they doubled down, accused more, spread more lies, and each one was secretly a confession. She's a liar. I've been lying, and I hope nobody notices. He's dangerous. I'm scared of what he knows and how calm he is with it. They're fake. I wear so many masks, I can't recognize someone who's real anymore. Every insult was a GPS signal pointing straight back to their own soul. And now, they can't escape the consequences. The very investigator they paid to destroy you walked away with a map of their projections. They handed him a list of red flags, and every single one traced back to their behavior. The irony is brutal. They exposed themselves trying to expose you. That's the thing about real strength. It doesn't need defense, it just exists, and the investigator saw it instantly. No smoke, no panic, no evidence of the chaos they described. Just you, unbothered, holding your peace like a blade they couldn't grab without cutting themselves. They studied your silence and called it suspicious, because they've never seen someone who didn't need validation to feel whole. And now they're scared. Because once someone like that, someone neutral, outside the circle, trained to find flaws, confirms you're not who they said you were, the whole illusion breaks. The web they spun starts to dissolve, and what's left? Their reflection, their lies, their exposed fears. Chosen one, you don't even need to retaliate. You being you is enough. Your growth, your discipline, your ability to move forward without bitterness, that's your revenge, that's your power. And now it's documented. Let them sit with that report. Let them reread every line that disproves their lies. Let them feel the burn of being seen for what they really are. People who tried to break someone they couldn't understand. People who hoped you were broken so they wouldn't feel so alone in their mess. But you weren't broken. You were reborn. They confessed, chosen one, and now they can't undo it. You didn't lift a finger. The truth handled everything. And that truth, it's echoing louder than any accusation ever could. Number 3, they dug for dirt and found a blueprint they couldn't decode. They weren't ready for the day their investigation turned into admiration. They thought this would be simple. They followed the manual. Start with your past, break apart your digital life, dig up the scars you tried to bury. But what they didn't expect was order. What they didn't prepare for was precision. The deeper they went, the more their hands came back empty. Not because you were hiding, but because you had nothing to fear. They combed through your life with forensic gloves, school files, work logs, tax history, deleted texts, court records, old devices. Even software designed to resurrect data long buried couldn't deliver a hit. What did that tell them? That maybe you were never the mess they prayed you'd be. Imagine chasing someone into a forest expecting chaos, but finding a perfectly paved path. Each step thoughtful, every turn deliberate. That's what shook them, because they realized this wasn't luck. This was intentional living. What they saw as too clean wasn't suspicious, it was surgical. You weren't hiding skeletons, you were busy building systems. See, chosen one, when someone's operating from jealousy, their assumption is always, no one can be that stable unless they're faking it. But your consistency wasn't fake, it was forged. And that's what messed them up. You weren't erasing your past, you had already healed from it, structured it, and learned how to use it. That's when they hit the real problem. The deeper they investigated, the more it made them feel exposed. They thought they'd catch you slipping. Instead, they found proof you were 10 steps ahead before they even laced their boots. You're not a mystery. You're a manual, but only for those who've earned the right to read it. They came to bury you in evidence. They left buried in realization. And now, that flawless report they were hoping to weaponize is a monument to your discipline. Number 4, they asked around, hoping for scandal, but all they heard was legacy. They went digging for gossip and found a trail of gratitude. They assumed your past had whispers waiting to surface, so they widened the net. They started calling people, teachers, neighbors, ex-co-workers, childhood friends, thinking someone, somewhere, had a bitter story to spill. But instead of hearing chaos, they heard consistency. They didn't get the dirt they wanted. They got respect. Quiet respect. The kind that doesn't chase attention. The kind that lingers long after you leave. Story after story painted the same picture. You never begged to be seen. You just showed up, helped, lifted, disappeared. You weren't performing. You were impacting, softly, without an audience. And that's what scared them most. Because it meant your strength wasn't a phase or a trend. It was your default setting. The ones who move in silence leave echoes louder than screams. They thought they'd find people ready to tear you down. Instead, they found people still carrying the wisdom you left behind. People whose lives changed just by crossing your path. That's not a red flag. That's a legacy. And the investigator? He started to see the pattern. Not of scandals, but of alignment. Now imagine this. They were hoping for testimonials of drama. Instead, they got testimonies of depth. You didn't make noise. You made waves. Waves that carried people further, steadier, without ever asking for credit. That's why no one had anything ugly to say. Because you didn't live to impress. You lived to impact. They wanted a past that would haunt you. They found a trail that honors you. And here's the irony. Everyone who tried to harm you in the past ended up falling on their own sword. You didn't curse them. You didn't chase revenge. You just moved forward, and karma handled the rest. That's what real power looks like. So now the question isn't, what are you hiding? It's, how the hell did they miss your worth for this long? Because everyone who really knew you already saw what they're just now figuring out. Number 5, they searched the system for you, and the system glitched. You weren't hidden. You were erased from where chaos had no authority. At this point, they were desperate. The surface gave them nothing. Interviews gave them awe. So the investigator went deeper, way deeper, past the public, past the protocols, into the shadows of the internet. Encrypted databases, old government logs, surveillance networks, secret archives built to track and contain threats. And what did they find? Nothing. Not cover-ups, not redactions, absences, like parts of your life had been swallowed whole, not erased manually, but never recorded in the first place. Cameras that glitched the moment you passed. Medical records that began normally, then devolved into cryptic remarks. Things like, patient has patterns we've never seen before. They don't respond to traditional models of behavior. Presence triggered unexpected silence in others. Imagine being so rare that even digital systems can't process you. This wasn't just strange, it was unsettling, because these weren't people forgetting you. It was systems failing to contain you. Files that should have tracked every second of your life, empty. Notes from officials meant to observe and report, vague. You were in the machine, but the machine couldn't render your code. Some people break rules. You broke the algorithm, and chosen one, that's the real power. They wanted a record of your flaws, but the system couldn't even keep up with your presence. You don't fit the templates. You don't follow predictable timelines. You move differently, and everything around you bends to compensate. That's why they panicked, because when a world built on surveillance and prediction can't define you, you become dangerous to it. Not in the way they try to sell danger, but in the way revolutionaries disrupt comfort. You don't crash systems by force. You crash them by not conforming. You weren't missing. You were misfiled under not of this pattern. Now they're not just questioning who you are. They're questioning what else is possible, because you exist. Number 6, they tried to destroy you, and the universe cashed their own check. They called it coincidence, but coincidences don't hit like clockwork. By this point, even the investigator couldn't explain it. The data didn't align with logic. Every single person who tried to smear your name, twist your story, or sabotage your peace fell apart within months. Not because you lifted a finger, not because you plotted revenge. It just happened. Like reality itself had a response system that auto-corrected when someone crossed your line. They called it luck. But mathematicians hate luck when it repeats with precision. 6 months, over and over. A pattern that shouldn't exist, yet kept happening. The investigator started charting it out, and it looked less like chaos, more like code. Every betrayal triggered a quiet storm, one that didn't roar, didn't announce itself, just rearranged the pieces until truth stood on top again. You don't chase revenge when the universe already keeps receipts. Imagine this. They spread lies about you online, expecting to watch you crumble. Instead, their credibility crumbled. They laughed behind your back, and months later, they were the ones explaining why everyone suddenly stopped trusting them. You didn't curse them. You didn't expose them. Reality just did what it does around clean energy. It purges contamination. The investigator saw the pattern and froze, because patterns this consistent aren't random. Every timeline ended the same way. The liars lost their voice, the betrayers lost their mask, and the chosen one walked forward untouched. It was too poetic to be coincidence, too precise to be luck. The truth doesn't defend itself loudly. It just waits for lies to collapse under their own weight. They thought they could destroy you, but when you're aligned with truth, destruction becomes self-inflicted. The energy they used against you had nowhere else to go, so it rebounded. That's what the investigator realized. You don't fight back, you reflect back. And now, every enemy that once laughed at you has learned the same hard lesson. You can't break someone who was built from what already broke them. You can't ruin a soul that stopped running from itself. And you can't outplay balance when the universe itself is keeping score. Number 7. Where you walk, systems fall, and they're finally noticing. They called it coincidence until it kept happening in your shadow. By now, the investigator wasn't just curious, he was unsettled. Every city you passed through left behind a trail that couldn't be rationalized. Power grids flickered out, corrupt systems froze mid-operation. Surveillance networks glitched like they'd seen something they couldn't process. 5 cities, 5 collapses, no evidence, no fingerprints, just your name circling the perimeter of every unexplained event. They wanted to call it coincidence, but math doesn't like repetition. Coincidence breaks after the 3rd time. By the 5th, it's a signature. You weren't causing these events. You were coexisting with them. Like truth itself moved through you, and everything false around you short-circuited. You don't fight corruption by shouting. Sometimes your presence alone scrambles their signal. Imagine this. An empire built on lies running smoothly until you walk through the door. Suddenly, deals fall apart, files vanish, systems lag. Not because you said anything, but because your energy doesn't sync with deceit. You're not a hacker, but your frequency breaks their code. That's what terrifies them, the fact that you don't need to do anything. You just exist, and falsehoods start malfunctioning. The investigator tried connecting dots, but there weren't lines. There were ruptures, no signs of tampering, no suspects, no trails, just a consistent truth. You were always there when things that needed to fall finally did. He looked at the data, and the story told itself, not through proof, but through pattern. You don't chase chaos. You reveal it. That's the part they'll never admit out loud. The world bends differently when you're near. Systems that exploit, people that deceive, structures that harm. They crumble under their own weight the moment you pass by. You are not the cause. You are the catalyst. The universe simply refuses to let rot stand in your frequency. And now, those who once mocked your stillness whisper about your name like it's classified, because every time you show up, something dark shuts down. Number 8. They spoke your name, and reality shifted around them. You didn't curse them. Your silence just made their lies echo louder. The investigator thought he'd wrap it up here. One last round of testimony, a few more human perspectives to tie the story together. But what he found shattered logic again. Every person who crossed paths with you in the present had a story that didn't make sense on paper. No preaching, no grand speeches, just you showing up, looking at them, existing, and their entire life trajectory shifting. He met your friend who said, "They didn't even tell me what to do. They just looked at me once, and I realized how fake I'd been living." Another said, "Your silence made them confront years of denial in a single week." No advice, no lectures, just energy. A presence that dismantled illusions people had worn for decades. You didn't demand change, you triggered it. And then there were the ones who tried to hurt you. The jealous co-worker who spread lies, found those exact lies rebounding into their own reality. They accused you of things they secretly feared about themselves. And then became the living proof. The one who tried to turn others against you ended up isolated, surrounded by the same distrust they created. And your ex, the one who built an entire false narrative just to bury your name, couldn't handle the weight of their own fiction. Their minds started to fracture under the burden of pretending to be the victim. The truth doesn't chase. It just waits until the lies collapse under their own weight. Imagine this: you're a mirror that doesn't reflect their face, but their soul. That's what unsettles people about you. You don't punish them, you reveal them. You don't expose anyone, you just exist with such clarity that whatever's false can't survive near you. The investigator wrote it down in disbelief. No retaliation, no manipulation, yet everyone who betrayed them met their own undoing. They tried to play the chosen one story like a game, forgetting the board flips itself when truth is involved. That's when it hit him. You weren't a person who did things to people. You were an event that happened to them. You're not the cause of their collapse. You're the catalyst of their realization. Every encounter with you forces a recalibration. Some evolve, some implode. And that's why they freeze now when they hear your name, not because of fear, but because they remember how their own reflection looked when you were standing in front of it. Number 9. They called it prediction, but it was just you seeing what they refused to notice. You weren't ahead of time, you were just paying attention in a world that sleeps through warnings. When the investigator's colleague leaned in and said they knew things before they happened, it sounded like myth, but it wasn't mysticism. It was pattern recognition, sharper than science, quieter than logic. You spoke of collapses, scandals, and breakdowns days, sometimes weeks before they unraveled. Not because you saw the future, but because you saw the truth. And truth always breaks first at the weakest points. You notice the hairline fractures in people's masks long before they split apart. To the untrained, it looked supernatural, but really it was awareness, the kind born from surviving enough chaos to sense its smell before it arrives. When you've been betrayed, studied, and dissected, you start noticing the energy shift before the blow lands. That's what they mistook for prophecy. You weren't predicting the storm, you were just the one who could smell the rain before thunder. You didn't bend reality. You just stopped lying to yourself, and that alone changes probability. Imagine walking through life like it's a simulation that occasionally lags. You see the glitch first, while everyone else is still hypnotized by the illusion. That's how it felt around you. Systems would twitch before collapsing. People would stutter mid-lie before their world imploded. You didn't intervene, you observed. And that's what terrifies them. Because observation, when paired with truth, shifts outcomes. It's called probability distortion, and the investigator wrote it down like a confession. They operate in real time, but their awareness rewires future events. Everywhere you went, digital traces failed to follow, messages disappeared, data went inconsistent, not from hiding, but because algorithms rely on predictability and you defy patterns. They can track chaos, they can track conformity, but consciousness that stands still in a storm, it bends their math. You weren't off the grid. The grid couldn't render you. Chosen one, that's your gift, not prophecy, not luck, not magic. Perception. You see before others believe. You sense before they admit. You adapt before they collapse. That's not paranormal, that's evolved awareness. And when awareness reaches that level, reality doesn't lead you anymore. It follows. Number 10. They tried to weaponize the internet against you, but the signal fought back. You didn't go viral, you went vital to souls stuck in lives that didn't fit them. What started as whispers turned into full-blown digital footprints, strangers on forums, hidden threads, comment sections across platforms, all telling the same story. They didn't know me. We didn't even speak. They just replied, liked, or dropped a word, and something shifted in me. People were calling you an algorithm glitch, a digital ghost, an unseen force that wrecked their illusions and rebuilt their clarity. And you didn't even try. It was never about clout. You weren't loud. You didn't play the influencer game. You simply typed truth, and that alone made people confront their own fiction. Some said their fake lives began to fall apart after one reply from you. Others said the lies they'd built online started feeling unbearable after you showed up in their feed. That's not a trend. That's a trigger. You weren't commenting. You were activating. While others curated content, you curated correction. And the people who hated you the most? The ones who tried to breach your accounts, leak your data, stalk your digital life like cowards behind keyboards, they got eaten alive by their own tech, devices bricked mid-task, suspicious account locks, IP bans, sudden crashes and corrupt files. It's like the very platforms they tried to weaponize rejected their access. You don't need firewalls when the truth carries its own encryption. Imagine this. They clicked send on the lie, and their own internet shut down. Not because of magic, but because energy travels even through code. When your signal is clean, systems that run on chaos simply can't digest it. You don't hack platforms. Your presence glitches the ones misused by liars. The investigator noted it in silence. Every attack directed toward them digitally reversed course. What does that tell you? That your signal, your presence, your voice, even in pixels, holds frequency. It doesn't ask permission. It vibrates through screens and disturbs the false realities people thought they were safe inside. You weren't protected by the internet. You became part of its immune system, and now the people who once laughed behind screens are ghosting their own accounts, scared of the very echo you left behind, because even the digital world knows not to play with someone this real. Number 11. They tried to diagnose you, but found a blueprint that broke the system. You weren't a case study. You were the exception they stopped trying to explain. When facts failed and patterns collapsed, they turned to psychology. Desperate to make sense of what they couldn't destroy, the investigator called in a profiler, someone trained to break minds down to predictable behavior, motivations, trauma loops. They studied you for weeks, expecting to find triggers, cycles, weaknesses wrapped in intellect. But the report? It didn't just confuse them, it shook them. Because nothing about you matched the textbook. You had trauma, but no trauma responses, no defense mechanisms rooted in fear, no bitterness poisoning your tone. You'd been betrayed, yet carried no venom. They looked for anger and found peace. They looked for guilt and found clarity. Your strength didn't come from control. It came from surrendering the need to prove anything. They searched for damage and found design. The profiler's words were sharp. This subject doesn't retaliate. They reflect. They don't forgive like a performance. They transcend like it never attached to them in the first place. Imagine trying to map a mountain using city streets. That's what it felt like to study you. You didn't fit their behavioral models. You weren't seeking closure. You already were closed, complete, whole, finished within yourself. No loops left open. No need for revenge arcs or victim narratives. Just presence. Just peace. The kind that can't be shaken because it isn't built on validation. Your mind didn't flinch. It observed. You didn't rise through ego. You evolved through awareness. And that's why their systems broke, trying to analyze you. You don't follow the cause-effect blueprint they use to predict behavior. You skipped the loops. You walked out of the maze and let it collapse behind you. That's the part that left them rattled. You weren't unpredictable because you were chaotic. You were unpredictable because you were free. And freedom doesn't have a file. Number 12. Reality doesn't protect you. It enforces you. You weren't blessed by luck. You became the law that luck obeys. The final line of the report didn't sound like analysis. It sounded like surrender. Do not engage. That was the investigator's conclusion. Not because you were violent or volatile, but because reality itself seemed to bend in your defense. Every force that tried to harm you eventually imploded, not from your retaliation, but from the laws of cause and consequence snapping back like elastic. They realized something terrifying. You don't exist within luck. You exist aligned with structure. The same framework that governs chaos, time, and truth seems to side with you. You're not protected in the mystical sense. You're simply too synchronized with the rhythm of balance for deception to coexist with you. You move through life like a natural law in motion, consistent, quiet, and undefeated. They can break rules, but they can't break reality, and reality stands with you. Imagine pushing against gravity. That's what it feels like when people try to attack you. The harder they push, the harder they fall. Because you don't fight through force, you fight through alignment. Every action that violates truth meets its correction, instantly, brutally, inevitably. It's not revenge, it's rebalancing. You are the center of that equation. The investigator couldn't categorize it, so he called it a cosmic immune system, an invisible order that identifies corruption the moment it approaches you and neutralizes it, not through miracles but through mechanics. The truth you embody isn't passive, it's reactive. When lies touch it, they dissolve. When manipulation nears it, it collapses. You don't need protection when you've become part of the pattern. Reality protects. Chosen one, understand this. Reality doesn't bend for you because you're special. It bends through you because you're aligned. You operate where energy, logic, and integrity intersect, a place few can survive for long. And those who try to harm you? They're not punished by fate. They're corrected by consequence. That's why the final instruction in that report wasn't out of fear. It was respect. Do not engage. Because engaging with you means challenging the law itself. Number 13. Your bloodline didn't just survive history, it rewrote it. They tried to trace your roots and found a glitch in time itself. When nothing in your present made sense, they turned to your past, not to understand you, but to explain you away. But the deeper they looked, the stranger it got. This wasn't just family history. This was a myth disguised as DNA. Your lineage didn't read like a record. It read like a legend. They found ancestors who were never where they were supposed to be, people who vanished during wars and returned years later untouched, those declared medically unsavable, healed without explanation, names tied to moments in history that defied logic, births with no pain, deaths with no body. One government file said it outright: subject does not follow expected biological decline. Doctors scribbled patterns inconsistent with known genetics. Further testing inconclusive. You weren't born from survival, you come from interruption. The kind that history tries to skip over because it can't explain. Imagine a family tree where the branches don't just grow, they bend timelines. Your bloodline didn't evolve by adapting, it evolved by refusing confinement. The people before you weren't anomalies, they were precursors, beings out of sync with the limitations of their era, people whose existence questioned the rules, simply by obeying none. You weren't the beginning of something strange. You're the continuation of something unclassified, and that's why every investigation into your ancestry ended the same way. Observation terminated. No further action recommended. Not because there was nothing there, but because they knew they were looking at a line they couldn't control. A thread of reality that slipped through structure, refused narrative, and outlived scrutiny. Chosen one, your strength isn't just yours, it's inherited, but not in the way they teach it. This isn't about wealth or name or nobility, it's about frequency, about ancestral code that's been bending reality in silence, waiting for you. The one built to carry it forward louder, stronger, and untouchable. They weren't anomalies, they were blueprints, and now you're the upgrade. Number 14. They set out to expose you and ended up exposing themselves. You weren't the case, you were the cure, and they weren't ready for what healing demands. What began as a mission to dismantle you ended in something they never anticipated: reverence. The final report wasn't a file, it wasn't bullet points or timestamps, it was a confession, a slow, reluctant unraveling of someone who came to break you and ended up waking up instead. The investigator had entered this cold, objective, trained, emotionally distant. They didn't believe in anomalies. They believed in data, in evidence, in predictable patterns. But you shattered the equation. You didn't fight them. You didn't hide. You existed in your stillness, your clarity, your defiance of every broken system they thought was universal. And little by little, they cracked. Not because you convinced them, but because truth has a pulse. And once you stand near it long enough, your own starts sinking with it. That's what happened. You didn't win them over. You reflected them back to themselves, and they couldn't look away. Stop mistaking fear for evidence. If you don't like what you see, it's not the mirror that's broken. It's you. That's what they wrote. Not to warn others, but to warn themselves. Because what they realized finally was that you weren't their target. You were their reckoning. You didn't carry danger. You carried consequence. You are the moment where illusion ends and clarity begins. They didn't end the case because they found nothing. They ended it because they finally found everything and weren't ready to face it. The termination wasn't due to failure, it was due to understanding. For the first time, someone who came to dissect you chose to respect you instead. That's the shift, that's the impact. And now, somewhere in a vault they'll never open again, sits a report that doesn't read like surveillance. It reads like scripture. You changed the game without touching the board. You didn't need to defend yourself. You just needed to be undeniably you. Case closed, not out of fear, but because truth doesn't need monitoring. It needs witnesses. And there it is, chosen one, the truth that rattled systems, froze investigators, and exposed the ones who thought they were above consequence. If this message hit you in the chest, if it echoed something you always knew deep down but couldn't explain, then don't scroll past like it didn't matter. Press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of this family, hit that subscribe button. We're not just building an audience here, we're building a force. And your presence, it's part of this frequency now. Stick around, it only gets louder from here. The scariest thing to someone who tried to break you is hearing you're doing better than ever. They thought you'd fall apart. They thought your silence meant defeat. But what they didn't realize is you weren't breaking. You were upgrading, quietly, dangerously. And now they're hearing things, whispers, updates, posts, signs. You're moving different, stronger, sharper. Not seeking attention, but getting all of it. And that's why they're running back to mutuals, nose deep in conversations they got no business being in, asking the same desperate question on repeat, like it's gonna change the answer. Are they okay? They don't ask because they care. They ask because you're haunting them now. You're not in the same place they left you. You're not even the same species anymore. Imagine this, they buried a seed thinking it was a funeral, but forgot that some seeds need darkness to grow. And now, what sprouted from that silence? A force they can't touch, track, or talk over. You stopped playing the character they knew, and now the plot is completely out of their hands. Let me give you a fact that screams truth in their face. 90% of people secretly keep tabs on the ones they lost, not because they miss them, but because they're scared they'll outgrow the pain. That's what you did. You're no longer the lesson, they are. You became the proof that someone can walk through hell, not only survive it, but come out with glowing eyes and a blueprint. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this truth to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thanks for being part of this mission. You're not just here, you're part of a force. Now back to the message. Let's be real. They never expected you to rise like this. They thought silence meant suffering. They thought distance meant defeat. But what it actually meant was danger. The type of danger that creeps in with stillness. That unnerves people because it doesn't beg for attention. You weren't asking for closure. You were building an empire. You weren't explaining your pain. You were using it as fuel. And now that you're moving again, they're not celebrating, they're studying. They're studying your aura, your glow, your strategy, your silence, and most of all, your composure. Because what freaks people out the most is when someone they swore was broken doesn't come back loud. They come back unbothered. And look at them now, fumbling to reconstruct a version of you they can understand, because the real you is past their level. Their questions aren't curiosity, they're fear in disguise when they ask, are they okay? What they're really saying is, how the hell are they still standing after everything? Because let's not forget, they weren't just expecting your downfall, they were counting on it. They wanted you to crack. They needed to see you stuck so they could feel superior. But here you are, breathing proof that growth is the best revenge, that your pain had a purpose, that disappearing wasn't weakness, it was preparation. You're not the underdog anymore. You're the outlier, the exception, the glitch in their system. And that scares them more than anything. Let's go even deeper. The same people who tried to erase you are now the ones stalking the trail you left behind. They're not watching out of nostalgia, they're watching out of confusion. Your existence is now a mirror they can't look into without flinching. You reflect everything they lack, and they hate that. They didn't expect you to be unreachable. They didn't expect you to be free. When someone tries to control your narrative and fails, they panic, because your rise proves one thing: you don't belong in their little world anymore. You outgrew it. You outgrew them, and now you're unstoppable. See, the universe doesn't let a soul like yours get stuck in loops forever. It doesn't let warriors rot in places they've outlived. It forces the shift. And when you finally listened, everything changed. You leveled up so silently, so spiritually, that even you don't fully recognize who you're becoming yet. But they do. They feel it in the way their chest tightens when your name comes up. They feel it in how they second-guess themselves after seeing your shadow move past them online. You're not an ex, a friend, a mistake, or a phase. You're a reminder that they had a chance with something rare and blew it. The funny thing is, they were right about one thing. You're not okay. You're way past okay. You're legendary now. So don't shrink, don't explain. Let them wonder, let them ask, let them spiral. Because for every time they try to make sense of you, they just expose how little they understand: growth, healing, and power. The old version of you would have tried to clarify everything, would have tried to prove something. But the new you doesn't owe a single explanation. You are the proof. Just you, walking around breathing, is a threat to their entire worldview. So when they ask mutual friends, are they okay? Let that question sit, let it echo, because the truth is, you're not just okay, you're unstoppable. And hey, chosen one, before we go deeper, take a breath and feel this moment. The fact that they're even asking about you means you're already shaking the room without saying a word. That's power. And what's coming next? It's not just more words, it's the blueprint for staying unshakable. So if you're ready to own that energy, drop the number 777 in the comments to let the universe know you're not looking back. And if this message lit even one fire inside you, consider fueling the mission. Your support keeps this truth alive, whether it's a like, a share, or a super thanks. Every drop of energy you give here is a ripple that reaches another soul who needs this. You're not just watching, you're part of this. You're the proof. You're the echo they hear when they ask, are they okay? And now, let's break it down, step by step. If you're truly one of the rare ones, you'll feel it. You won't be able to click away. Let's get into it. Number 1. They call it checking in, but it's really just obsession in makeup. Oh, they don't miss you. They miss their power over you. Let's strip it bare. What they're doing isn't care, it's control. Obsession wrapped in weak disguises, fake smiles, random texts to mutual friends, casual curiosity that reeks of desperation. Don't fall for it. They didn't just wake up one morning wondering if you're okay. They woke up haunted by the fact that you're thriving, and they weren't invited to the after party. You became the question they can't answer, and the reality they can't escape. They'll ask mutuals, hey, have you heard from them lately? But what they're really saying is, why do I still feel them winning without me? It's not about checking in, it's about checking your progress. They'll refresh your socials like they're watching a live countdown. They'll replay your story 5 times, but act like they haven't seen you in months. They'll ask, "Are they okay?" But you'll hear the tremble beneath their voice, because deep down, they know. You're more than okay. You're a whole new species now. Here's the brutal truth. They don't know how to process your silence. Your peace is louder than anything you ever said to them. It screams, "I don't need you to heal." And that right there, that's what's killing them. Because they thought your worth would collapse the moment they stepped out of the picture. They thought you'd beg, chase, explain. But instead, you went ghost and came back legendary. You didn't need their advice to grow. You didn't need their applause to evolve. You didn't even need to clap back. You just moved different, quietly, strategically, like a shadow that no longer plays in the light of their approval. And now, they're addicted to the mystery of you. They're obsessing over your evolution like it's an unsolved crime. How did they do this? Who are they even anymore? That's the part they can't stand. You became untouchable on your own. Here's what's really eating them alive. Your glow-up didn't ask for permission. It didn't seek validation. You upgraded without their fingerprints anywhere on the blueprint. That's the ultimate insult to their ego. Because people like them? They survive off being needed, off knowing you're not okay without them. But you flipped the script. You turned isolation into preparation, pain into precision. And now they don't recognize the version of you walking around like the past never even scratched you. Let me give you something raw. The people who once laughed at your breakdowns are now choking on your breakthroughs, and the ones who thought they were the main character in your story, they just found out they were a side note in your origin. And now you're dangerous, not because you're violent, but because you're indifferent. You're not watching them. You're not lurking their profiles. You're not just checking in. You're busy, living, building, healing. And that's the kind of power no stalker energy can handle, because nothing scares the insecure more than someone who moves on, for real. So let them keep asking mutual friends. Let them dig through old convos. Let them watch you from the shadows, terrified to admit that your peace burns their ego like acid, because obsession doesn't always scream. Sometimes it hides behind just wondering how they're doing. But you know better now. You're not a memory. You're the one that got away and never looked back. Number 2, they thought you were suffering in silence. You were reloading. Sometimes the loudest scream is the silence of someone who no longer gives a damn. They thought you disappeared. Nah, you were just upgrading where their ego couldn't reach. Real ones don't announce growth. They show up one day and make the whole room uncomfortable. Silence isn't weakness. It's strategy, and yours was surgical. Let's get one thing clear. Your silence wasn't surrender. It was a setup, a blueprint, a quiet war plan drawn in the shadows. While they were busy counting your absence as a loss, you were counting the lessons. You were cocooned, yes, but not broken, not lost, just occupied, evolving. They convinced themselves you were spiraling, that you were somewhere stalking their page, crying over what used to be, that you'd be back, apologizing, explaining, shrinking. But you didn't give them that. You gave them nothing, and that was everything. Imagine this. A chess master doesn't rush moves. They sit in silence, stare at the board, and make their enemies uncomfortable with patience. That's what you did. You didn't respond. You didn't react. You let them wonder, let them assume, let them talk. And all the while, you were learning how to destroy the version of yourself they could manipulate. Now they don't know what to do with you. They mistake your calm for emptiness. But it's not emptiness, it's focus, controlled, composed, dangerous. You're not scrambling for closure anymore. You're operating like someone who knows what they're worth, knows where they're going, knows that silence makes the loudest enemies panic. Because silence means you stopped playing by their rules. And now they're confused, frustrated, because they don't know how to reach you anymore. You didn't give them a dramatic meltdown to feed off of. You didn't throw breadcrumbs for them to follow. You just vanished, quietly, like a storm pulling back before it levels the entire coast. Here's what they don't get. Silence is sacred. It's where the real shift happens. You weren't avoiding the world. You were reinventing your place in it. In that silence, you saw things for what they were. You reconnected with yourself. You stopped looking for outside validation and realized you were the damn source the whole time. Let me ask you something. Have you noticed how they get louder the more distant you become? That's not coincidence. That's panic, because nothing triggers someone like realizing they no longer have a seat at the table they took for granted. And you didn't flip the table, you built a new one and locked the doors. Your silence was your weapon because it stripped away their power. Every time you didn't respond to the bait, you took back control. Every day you didn't post some vague quote, they got more desperate for proof you were hurting. But it never came, because you weren't performing pain anymore. Imagine a boxer walking away mid-fight, not because they lost, but because the match was beneath them. That's you. They wanted drama. They wanted chaos. You gave them stillness, and in that stillness, they drowned in their own noise. They couldn't comprehend that someone could rise without revenge, that you could level up without throwing shade. They expected a show, but you gave them growth. And real growth is boring to people who crave control. Real growth doesn't clap back. It builds in silence, then shows up one day with energy they can't match. They thought you ghosted them. Truth is, you ghosted the version of yourself who tolerated them. You stopped arguing. You stopped explaining. You stopped breaking yourself into pieces just to keep their ego warm. And the silence, that was you stepping out of the chaos and into your power. You know what's wild? They're still checking for you, still hoping for a signal, still praying for a sign that you're stuck. But you're not stuck. You're sovereign. They don't know what you're thinking, where you're heading, or who you're becoming. And that kills them, because people like them survive off predictability. And you burned the blueprint. Imagine this, they're in a maze they built for you, and you flew out the top while they're still running in circles. That's what your silence did. It elevated you, above the noise, above the manipulation, above the desperate grasp of people who swore they had you figured out. You didn't ghost them, you outgrew them. And now, let's answer the question that's been creeping up in the back of your mind. Did I do the right thing staying quiet? Yes, absolutely yes. Because silence isn't just the absence of noise, it's the presence of peace. And real peace makes the wrong people uncomfortable. If they can't handle your stillness, they were never built for your storm. You're not the same. You walk slower now, not because you're unsure, but because every step is intentional. You speak less, not because you're weak, but because your energy is too expensive for small talk. You observe more, not because you're scared, but because the old you would have reacted. The new you calculates. And look, not everyone deserves to witness your evolution. Some only saw you as useful when you were doubting yourself. And now that you're sitting silent, fully aware of your worth, you're a threat, a problem, a mystery. They don't know how to categorize you anymore, and that's the point. Let them wonder, let them ask, let them spiral in the silence you gifted them. Because the truth is, your silence wasn't a cry for help. It was the calm before the takeover. And now that you're here, unbothered, unreachable, unshaken, they're the ones making noise. You're just making moves. Number 3. Your calm isn't confusion, it's power they'll never decode. They thought your silence meant you were stuck, but stillness is what legends look like before they strike. They don't get it, and that's exactly why they're panicking, because you're not loud, you're not messy, you're not scrambling for closure, clapping back or proving anything. You're calm, and that calm, it's not weakness. It's controlled chaos. It's nuclear stillness. It's what power looks like when it no longer needs to announce itself. They expected drama. They expected pain. They expected a meltdown they could feel superior to. But you gave them silence, distance, composure. You gave them nothing to dissect. And that's what's driving them insane. Because they can't figure out what version of you they're dealing with now. And spoiler, they never will. Imagine trying to decode a song when you're deaf to the frequency it plays on. That's them. They're watching, listening, stalking your evolution like it's a cold case. But you're not a mystery to be solved. You're the glitch in their pattern, the one that escaped the simulation and rewrote the code. They want answers, but the version of you they once knew doesn't exist anymore. Let's hit a truth that hurts. The old you was predictable, easy to manipulate, easy to read. You cared too much, explained too much, forgave too quickly. And now, you've outgrown the scripts they tried to trap you in. You don't rise to their bait anymore, because you've realized your peace costs more than their chaos is worth. You're not glowing because you're trying to look healed. You are healed. That unbothered walk, that grounded energy, that zero response vibe, that's what true self-possession looks like. And they can't stand it. Because people who thrive on control crave a reaction. When you give them none, you starve their ego. So when they whisper, "Why aren't they reacting?" the answer is simple. Because the version of me you want a reaction from is gone. What's walking now is the upgrade, and the upgrade doesn't speak their language. Number 4, you were the gift, and now they're paying the price. Nothing haunts a person like realizing they lost someone they thought they had forever. Let's call it what it is. They fumbled. Bad. They mishandled something real, your loyalty, your presence, your time. And now that it's gone, they're waking up to a truth they never wanted to face. You were the rare one, the quiet one, the consistent one, the one who would have gone to war for them, but they treated you like a placeholder. And now that you've upgraded, their regret is eating them alive. They thought they had time, that you'd stay small, that your light would keep dimming itself to make them comfortable. But you didn't just walk away. You outgrew the whole damn game. And the wild part? You didn't slam doors or make a scene, you just vanished, elevated, made their relevance expire without even trying. Imagine playing chess with someone who thinks you're the pawn, until you quietly become the queen and leave the board entirely. That's what your growth did. Now they're stuck playing against themselves, whispering, "What happened?" while pretending they're not watching your every move. Your rise is a problem for them, not because you flaunted it, but because it proves everything they refuse to believe about you, that you were never weak, that you were never stuck, that you were never less than. Your silence is louder than any revenge plot. Your peace is louder than their gossip, and your presence now, it reflects everything they lack. Here's the thing about regret. It doesn't scream, it simmers, it creeps up in quiet moments. It shows up when they hear your name, when they scroll too far, when they watch you shine and realize they had the chance to treat you better, and they blew it. So if you're wondering whether they feel it now, they do. Every post, every rumor, every glow-up, they feel it. Not just because you left, but because you never came back. Their regret is permanent. And your evolution, that's your reward. Number 5. They don't want you healed. They need you hurting. They don't check on you because they care. They check on you because your strength ruins their story. Here's the bitter truth. They don't want you okay. They need to believe you're not. Because if you are, if you're actually thriving, glowing and unbothered, it destroys the entire narrative they built to protect their ego. It means they weren't the loss. It means you were. And that realization cuts deeper than anything you could ever say to them. They don't ask, "Are they okay?" out of concern. They ask it out of fear. They want reassurance that you're still stuck in the pain they caused. Because as long as you're broken, they still matter. As long as you're wounded, their story still holds power. But the moment you start smiling again, moving again, laughing again, it hits them like a truth bomb. They never had the kind of hold they thought they did. Imagine this. Someone who once controlled the entire room, now watching you move like they never existed. It's terrifying for them. They can't process that their absence didn't destroy you. It developed you. That your isolation wasn't punishment, it was purification. You didn't collapse when they left. You recentered. You didn't fall apart. You fell into yourself. Psychologically, people who need control will always downplay your peace. They'll say things like, "They're just pretending to be happy," or "Give it time, they'll break." That's projection. That's them wishing your healing would fail just so their ego can sleep better. Because if your peace is real, it means they lost something powerful and they can't live with that truth. So let them talk, let them assume, let them spin stories in their group chats, because every lie they tell about your pain only makes your peace louder. You didn't just survive, you shifted the balance. You became living proof that their absence was never your ending. They need to believe you're not okay, but deep down, they already know you are. Number 6. They're watching you. Like you hold a secret, because you do. You became the riddle they can't solve, because the answer is healing, and they've never done it. They're watching you like you're encrypted. Every post, every caption, every new move, studied, screenshotted, dissected, like it holds some secret formula they're not smart enough to figure out. And the truth is, it does. You're doing something they've never done, moving in peace with no need for performance, validation, or noise. That calm you carry, it isn't for show, it's real. And realness like that breaks people who are used to faking it. They zoom in on your silence like it's suspicious. Why are they so calm? What happened to them? Who are they even now? They don't get it because you stopped seeking approval. You stopped auditioning for spaces that couldn't recognize your worth. You stopped bleeding on stages where no one clapped. And now your glow bothers them because it's not begging to be seen. Imagine this. You were once an open book, pages torn, underlined, passed around, misunderstood. But now, you're a locked manuscript written in a language only the healed can read. They skim, search, speculate, but they can't comprehend the frequency you operate on because your peace didn't come from a new outfit, a rebound, or a petty flex. It came from work, inner work, and they've never stepped into that arena. Here's a fact that stings them. People obsessed with control panic when someone they thought they broke starts walking like nothing happened. They can't handle that your bio isn't for them, that your silence isn't weakness, it's a power move, that you stopped curating your life for their consumption and started living for you. They're still performing, still projecting, still pretending they've moved on, while secretly checking every move you make. And you're just living, breathing, building. That's the real threat. Your peace didn't ask for their permission. Let them study, let them guess, let them overanalyze every breath you take, because no matter how long they stare, they'll never crack the code. You are the peace they will never know. Number 7, you rose without warning, and now they can't breathe in your altitude. They expected you to fall apart. You rose instead, and now the air is too thin for them where you stand. They thought they knew your next move, thought you were stuck in that same loop, repeating the same patterns, shrinking for the same people. But then something snapped, not in a broken way, but in a breakthrough way. You stopped handing out explanations like they were owed. You stopped apologizing for being intense, emotional, passionate, real. You stopped making yourself digestible for people who were never hungry to understand you. And in that silence, you rose, not with drama, not with noise, but with precision. You pulled yourself out of rooms where your voice was ignored. You walked away from battles that were never yours. You withdrew your loyalty from hands that didn't know how to hold it. And without announcing it, you became untouchable. Imagine this. They built a cage around who they thought you were. Small, predictable, easy to control. But while they were watching the door, you grew wings. You didn't escape. You outgrew the whole structure. And now, from where you're flying, they can't even see the sky. They're scrambling now, desperate to locate the old version of you, the one that over-explained, overgave, overloved. But that version is gone, erased, upgraded, and in its place stands something they didn't prepare for. Someone forged through silence, solitude, and self-respect. Psychologically, people panic when they lose the control they never admitted they were using. When you stop reacting, they start realizing how much power they used to have. When you stop showing up for them, they feel the weight of their own absence in your life. And that's exactly what's happening now. You're not cold, you're clear, you're not heartless. You just finally learned to protect the heart that used to give without limits. And now your presence feels like pressure, your growth feels like betrayal. Because to them your rise wasn't just unexpected, it was unforgivable. But you owe them nothing. You were never meant to stay grounded. And now that you're rising, they just can't handle the view. Number 8. You were never broken, just buried under people who didn't deserve you. You didn't become powerful, you just stopped pretending you weren't. Let's make this crystal clear. You were always powerful, always rare, always carrying something the world couldn't label and the wrong people couldn't hold. What made you feel weak wasn't lack of strength. It was the weight of the wrong attachments. Fake friends, fake lovers, energy leeches, people who liked the version of you that kept giving, doubting, and shrinking. But here's the plot twist that's driving them insane. You woke up. You stopped handing out backstage passes to people who never bought a ticket. You stopped auditioning for spaces that didn't deserve your presence. You stopped begging to be seen and started seeing yourself. Imagine a lion raised in a petting zoo, tamed, touched, underestimated. Everyone thinks it's safe, until one day it remembers who it is. That's you. The moment you stopped chasing approval and started claiming your worth, everything around you started shifting. Not because you changed, but because your environment finally reflected the truth you were hiding. They feel it now, that quiet storm inside you, that inner stillness that doesn't seek permission anymore. They can't explain it, but they can feel it. You walk different, you speak less, but say more. You're not performing, you're radiating. And the energy you carry, It's unsettling to those who used to feed off your confusion. Here's the thing they'll never admit. They liked you better when you didn't know your value, when you were easier to predict, easier to control. But now that you're standing tall in your truth, they're scrambling to figure out how to reach a version of you that no longer bends, breaks, or begs. They'll say, you changed, but that's a lie. You returned to your original form, the one that was never meant to be small. They just never thought they'd lose access to it. You were always this powerful. They just hoped you'd never figure it out. But you did. And now, there's no going back. Number 9. They run their mouths because they can't run your life anymore. When they lose control of your mind, they try to control your reputation. Let's call it exactly what it is. They talk because they lost their grip. They can't pull your strings anymore, can't provoke you, can't guilt-trip you into staying, explaining, or overthinking. You've stepped out of their emotional chokehold and the silence you left behind. It's driving them to scream in circles, trying to rewrite the story you stopped participating in. Gossip is their last weapon, a weak one, but it's all they've got left. They'll twist the facts, add flavor, smear your name, because that's what powerless people do when they realize they no longer live rent-free in your mind. They think that if they can't control your emotions, maybe they can control how others see you, but here's what burns them alive. It's not working. You're not playing defense. You're not even on the field. You left the game. Imagine a puppeteer yanking on strings, only to realize the puppet cut them all. That's you. Untouchable, no longer reactive. Your calmness isn't fake. It's earned. It's the kind of peace that people who feed on chaos can't understand, and that confusion scares the hell out of them. Why aren't they angry? Why didn't they clap back? Why does it feel like they won without saying a word? Because you did. You outgrew the war. You don't throw shade. You cast light. And that shift, that permanent, grounded, glowing energy you carry now, that's your evolution. It's not a phase. It's not an act. It's the new you, born from every time they underestimated your strength. So let them talk. Let them twist. Let them spiral. They can say whatever they want. You're not yours to gossip about anymore. You're yours to protect, and they'll never get that kind of power back again. Number 10. You're the plot twist they can't stop replaying. They tried to erase you. Now your name is the only one echoing in their silence. You were never just a chapter. They made you the whole damn plot. Every time they ask mutuals, scroll your feed, or drop your name in casual conversation, they're proving one thing loud and clear. You've become the story. Not just a part of it. The center of it. The pulse. The mystery. The one they can't stop bringing up, even when they swear they've moved on. Meanwhile, you're not even thinking about them. They're watching reruns. You're in a new season with a whole new script. You didn't just survive what they put you through. You used it. You turned the void they left into your runway. You made the silence they gave you sound like applause. They thought they exited your life and left a wound. But instead, they became the reason you woke up. Imagine this. They left thinking they'd be forgotten, but now they're trapped in the very memory they tried to bury. You became the question they whisper when no one's around. The ghost in their group chats. The name they scroll past slowly, hoping for clues, but fearing what they'll find. Proof that you're thriving, glowing, unreachable. That's what haunts them. Your strength isn't spiteful, it's effortless. You're not flexing revenge, you're radiating resilience, and there's no script for that, no comeback they can stage to compete with the fact that you don't even care anymore. Your indifference, it's their punishment, because nothing hurts someone who wanted control more than realizing you let go first. Let them keep telling the story. Let them make you the main character. Let them obsess, wonder, spiral. You're not in their world anymore, but they sure as hell are stuck in yours. Number 11. They lost you and you found yourself. They thought losing you would break you, but it built the version they'll never get back. Let's be real, they don't want to come back because they miss you. They want to come back because they finally see you. And that view? It's a painful one. It's a reminder that while they played games, you upgraded the rules. You raised the bar. You outgrew the cage they thought you'd never leave. And now they know the door is sealed. No re-entry, no reset, no second try. This is your liberation story, not because they left, but because you stopped waiting for them to come back. You realize not everyone deserves front row access to your life. Not everyone has the capacity to handle your depth, your loyalty, your presence. They didn't lose a relationship. They lost the rarest version of you, the version that still believed they were worthy. And that kind of loss doesn't just sting, it haunts. Imagine locking yourself in a room with people who dim your light just to be accepted. That was your old life. You walked on eggshells, lowered your standards, ignored your instincts, all for people who wouldn't even clap for you if you bled success. But something shifted. You stopped performing. You started protecting. That's when the real you showed up. Now they see you shining and know they can't reach you. Not because you're being cruel, but because you're finally being clear. Clear about your worth, clear about your standards, clear that access to you is a privilege, not a birthright. And what's their punishment? It's not revenge, it's not pettiness, it's regret. The kind that creeps in when they hear your name, when they see your face in places they never thought you'd reach without them, when they realize they're the past tense in a life that's just getting started. You didn't lose them. You lost the weight. They lost the blessing. And you gained your freedom. Number 12. They wanted you shattered, but you made peace a weapon. They thought silence would destroy you, but silence is where you became unstoppable. Let's rip the mask off. They didn't walk away with hopes you'd grow. They walked away expecting to watch you crumble. They thought their absence would leave you begging, spiraling, falling apart. But what they didn't realize is that they didn't walk away from someone weak. They walked away from someone waiting to awaken. And what bloomed in that silence? Power. Not loud, chaotic power, but still sacred, grounded power. The kind they'll never understand because it was built in solitude. Not isolation, solitude. There's a difference. One is being abandoned, the other is choosing yourself. They thought you'd fall apart, but you sat with your pain and made it your teacher. You didn't chase closure, you created it. You didn't drown in loneliness. You built a home in your own soul. Imagine that, becoming your own safe place in a world that tried to convince you you needed someone else to feel whole. That kind of peace, it scares people because it means you're no longer reachable through guilt, fear, or validation seeking. You're grounded, you're whole, you're done performing for love that should have been given freely. Here's the truth they can't swallow. You're not at peace because they're gone. You're at peace because you finally stopped giving your power to people who misused it. They didn't create your calm. They didn't inspire your glow. You gave that to yourself. And that's exactly what burns them. They'll try to say you changed, that you're different now, and they're right. You are. You're no longer reactive, no longer waiting, no longer needing the story to end with their return. You ended it your way, on your terms, with your heart in one piece. Peace like that, it wasn't gifted to you. It was forged through the fire, through the silence, through every unanswered question and every lonely night. And now you carry it like armor. You don't need them to understand it. You just need to protect it. Because your peace, it's the loudest thing in the room now. Number 13. Your peace isn't pretend. It's their proof they lost. They thought peace meant weakness until your calm made them panic. They'll never understand it because it wasn't made for them. Your peace wasn't posted, it wasn't public, it wasn't polished to be admired by the people who left. It was earned, in the quiet, in the dark, in the moments no one clapped for you. And that's what makes it real. They keep asking mutual friends like detectives fumbling through a case they can't crack. Are they okay? What's going on with them? They seem different. And yes, you are different. You've moved into a version of yourself that no longer requires an audience. Your calm isn't a performance, it's a result of choosing healing over chaos, solitude over validation, truth over pretending. Imagine this: a storm rolls through and tears everything down. And instead of rebuilding what was, you built something entirely new, stronger, quieter, unshakable. That's what you did. And now they're looking at the foundation like it's suspicious, like it can't be real, but it is. It's just not for them. They thought walking away would wreck you, that you'd drown in abandonment, beg for closure, collapse in their silence. But instead, you rose in it. You turned their absence into a sacred space where you could forgive, release, and rebuild. Not for show, not to prove anything, but because the war they left you in forced you to become your own sanctuary. And now, you are. You are your own safe place, your own anchor, your own force. You're no longer pulled by their games, their words, their attention. You're unmoved, and that's what rattles them most. Because they swore your identity depended on their presence. But your silence made one thing loud and clear. You were always the story. They just got written out of it. You're not peaceful because everything's perfect. You're peaceful because you chose yourself. They don't get it, and they never will. Because your peace isn't their business. It's your crown. And they walked out before the coronation. And that's the truth they'll have to live with. You didn't just survive, you evolved into something untouchable. Their confusion, their regret, their whispers, that's the sound of someone realizing they lost access to a force they'll never understand again. If this message hit something deep, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of this growing family of chosen ones, make sure to smash that subscribe button. We're building something rare here, and you belong in it. Until next time, keep rising, keep glowing, and let them keep wondering.